picture, and I'll make a note.
Yeah.
Especially some of this, like orangey stuff. We're probably going to lose visibility in 1 second. Especially around here. Oh, there's really good exposure. Dave, you're live now.
Okay. So.
Let me come towards them real quick.
It's 9 p.m. here on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Not sure where people are hearing this. In the U.S., West Coast. Good afternoon. We're on a ROV dive on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, intersection with the Kane Fracture Zone. Currently looking at some old metal sulfide deposits on the seafloor in what seems to be a very large vent field that we've just found after a week of exploring this area. Oh, there's some black smoke coming out there. It could be back at the original chimney, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What was the depth of that altered rock sample that you got?
I'll tell you in 1 second. It was 3933.
3933. Okay.
And if you look, like all of this stuff, it's all that talus that's been cemented together. So this is all of our stockwork.
Mm-hmm.
Which we usually don't see unless we drill.
You got the Catholics all the way up.
Yeah, that's what all this is. Yeah, it's all talus that's cemented together.
Okay, so we're moving along towards the west. We started the dive at the largest chimney in this large field. We're sort of at the northern end of this north-south trending scarp coming up out of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge Valley. The vent field seems to be possibly 1 kilometer long. We're not going to be able to see all of it in this first dive, but we chose the biggest plume signal that we found on our CTD Toyo run, and after deploying the 2 Mbari AUVs for a mapping run overnight, we got that data up and looked at it, and it's very clearly a large vent field with chimney spot. We need to keep going.
We
See
need
the
to
other
keep
chimney.
going. I can wait. We got a chimney to see.
Let's stick to our plan.
Yep.
All right.
So you said over by that, is where the next chimney is at?
Where the hand, yeah. The hand's right on it. Yeah.
Come on, what's that?
I agree, this is a beautiful stockwork exposure,
I know,
and you
I
have to come back and get some more samples.
Can we put a marker on that?
Yeah, what do you want to call it?
Alteration.
That's alteration?
Yeah. Wow. Sculpture.
So we're moving along now, going over all this metal sulfide cemented rock talus. This vent site has formed on the side of a steep slope where rocks are coming down from above, and as the hot fluids that have reacted beneath the seafloor come up, seeping through these rocks, they precipitate metal sulfides and form a cementing matrix that holds the rocks in place. You see yellow and white and dark colors in here, some textures of the chimneys that are formed just here on the left, and big chunks that have fallen down. This is all debris. There's an old chimney right there, not currently active, but that's general shape of them. The first tall chimney was covered with a couple of species of shrimp, lots of anemones. We saw a few fish and some snails, gastropods. This one has very little growing on it anymore. It's decaying and falling apart. We are using our AUV map to drive over to the next chimney. If we didn't have that map, we would have no idea what's down here really. We'd just be hunting around and seeing what's in front of us. But right now I can say in about 20 seconds we're going to be looking at another tall chimney. It's pretty amazing to have that AUV map to guide us around. So here we go, starting up the slope at the base of this chimney. And we're gonna try to get a vertical transect up the side of this thing to see what's on it. No hot water activity down here at the base. You can see some little chunk sticking out sideways that's fallen down. A lot of rust-colored minerals. These fires would have been venting a little wispy black smoke at the time they were forming, and then flow has stopped in this section as the chimney grew up. If it's still active, we'll probably see that activity as we move up the chimney. Starting to see maybe a little hint of some shimmering water in there. Yep, there's some. So the water coming out of this site is clear down here at the base. Probably because it's percolating out, it's cooled off and lost a lot of its metals before it's leaking out. Okay, this one looks like it's sort of inactive at now, so lots of chimney chunks have fallen off. Could have been taller before. There's a little bit of shimmering flow coming out. But no animals here, or very, very few animals on this one. Okay, so this one is definitely inactive. We are now at 3,897 meters at the top of this chimney.
Thanks for the base.
Grab that number.
What's that?
Where did you grab that number?
Oh, from right there. 3897, is that
I'll try
right?
to give you a better one.
Oh,
somewhere.
okay. Where should I look?
I will display something.
Okay. The operation that led us to find this site came just a couple days ago. It was a CTD toyo, about 50, how long was that? Maybe 15 kilometers of towing along the east side of the massif, and about 2/3 of the way through that CTD toyo, we hit a plume, after seeing absolutely no plumes at all at any level on the rest of this massif. And so it was pretty obvious that we were onto something. So followed that with an AUV, double AUV dive and another vertical CTD cast. And now we're in the water with SuBastian ROV, exploring this area.
The little white things
Or
everywhere.
can you go down a little bit?
The little round white things.
Yeah, there is a bit of diffuse
See that guy's,
bacterial mats.
that guy's cool. Little EMARK.
Yeah.
Got
The
some.
round thing or the little spider
The
looking
little
guy?
Yeah,
spider
there is,
guy.
yeah, that's exactly the same, well,
Also the round
Low
ones if you
space.
can. Yeah.
the one we saw.
Let me know if you want to get in closer.
Yep. And as close as you can bring us would be great.
Zoom out real quick.
We're zooming in on some very small animals at the base of this, or on the side of this extinct chimney, or nearly extinct chimney. There's a tiny bit of diffuse flow coming out.
It is interesting how it does look like something's flowing down the side of the chimney.
Thank you very much.
Is there any interest in sampling something? Not now, but
Yeah, yeah.
something. Is there interest in sampling this later?
I think maybe the diffuse supplements. But
Just those little
if
round
there's
guys.
some at that other active end, then maybe we'll take those, but if not, then,
I would not advise trying to sample this. It's really, really low level.
okay.
I think it would be
The
really
mats-
hard to get
Yeah, the mats are of interest though,
So we can
by a
grab
suction
rock.
sample or something.
something
A
like
rock with the mat on it?
that could work, yeah, that would be good.
A rusticle with mat on it?
If you want to grab a chunk of that right now, if there's a piece in front of us that would work.
Yep, any of those that are like covered with the fuzzy filament.
Like the things hanging down?
Yeah, I mean, if that would be easy to grab, I think that would break kind of easily.
It probably will break and fall apart.
I hope I got you close enough. I'm
But-
teetering on a rock right now. So when you go up,
Why don't
I
we
think that result.
put a marker at this spot? We know where it is. It's on the other big chimney. So, I think we go back to the hot one.
Okay. Sorry for that.
Um,
Are you
if
gonna
we
wanna come back?
came on one side, is it possible to go back on the south side?
Come back on the south side over here?
Yeah. Or will that get you tangled up?
We'll just need to bring the vessel in a little bit.
It's not necessary.
I don't mind
Just gonna
doing it, I
check.
just need to bring the vessel in a touch. How do I move the vessel?
We're,
Yeah, pretty much right here, right where his last hover spot was. I think would be a good spot.
Hey Jason, that's an updated waypoint for you.
A little bit.
Thank you.
Alright. So I'm just gonna go out and around this guy. We don't wanna sample anything here, right?
not right now. It's another, maybe put a marker on here that's extinct mat cover or something like that.
Now cover?
Mat covered extinct sulfide or something.
Good to head that way?
Whenever you're.
Sorry, you asked for that?
No, not right now.
Did we get a height on this one?
Yeah, 3898.
At the top?
Oh,
At where we were looking at the sample site. And the top 38, I got 3897, top of the chimney. I took that off of this screen right here.
I'm just gonna come up to the top of it, so I'm not dragging anything before I go all the way to the south.
Yeah, we'll just mark the top.
Yeah,
stronger than it was.
we were almost at the top. So 3897. Yep. You can see how the top is toppled. This one is pretty dead. There's maybe a tiny bit of fluid coming out here and there. You see some yellow spots down there. But overall, very low activity. If there is fluid flow out of this, it's probably just maybe 1 degree above background or something. The other chimney that we saw, which we're going back to now, had multiple sites of black smoke venting, pretty diffuse, as opposed to a big, very vigorous pipe-like vent that we see in some places. It's sort of diffusive flow of hot water. One flange, which is a horizontal growth that extends out from the chimney and traps hot water underneath. The hot water is buoyant, so it forms a sort of an upside-down pool under a ledge and overflows
Just high up.
and comes up around the edge, sort of a reverse waterfall. So if we say flange, we're just talking about a horizontal growth from a sulfide chimney trunk. Okay, so
Going down, going south, or about going south.
more chunks of chimneys on the seafloor here that have come down. There's a large piece that's toppled over on in the middle of this screen there.
I know, right? That would be fun.
The impression that we had from the plume survey, the CTD Toyo, was that this was, well, there's a lot of gas in the fluids, which doesn't necessarily translate to what they look like, but also the level of particles up in the water column was pretty low, indicating that there's not a huge amount of venting here, and we weren't sure if it was going to be these particle-rich black smoker type chimneys or something else that was producing more clear fluids. Bit of yellow staining there at the base of that, or on that fallen piece of sulfide.
This is so alien.
That's the one that we trust the most.
Which one? Oh, that there.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
What's it come from?
the CTD.
From CTD. Okay. Okay. And it's like 10 meters different. Yeah.
Wow, look at
Okay.
that! It's the whole base.
Okay.
This one's uncorrected. The
Yeah.
SPX, so the second
Well,
CTD.
and part of it's
Sorry?
probably the
This one's the
hydrothermal.
second CTD, but it's uncorrected.
Okay. Okay. So that's accurate depth there.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
That was
We now have an accurate depth display in very large
Can we get
numbers.
HTC time up
On
somewhere?
what?
Although I don't see it changing, but
I don't know what those are. I've seen them so many times, but nobody can tell me what they are.
Okay, because it's the first time I've seen something like that to me, so if you have
okay, it's
any
updating.
idea,
Okay.
I don't have an idea. I've tried. That's good.
What are we looking at?
I'm getting there.
see, this is the
No,
poly
it's the
kit
same stuff.
going out and getting a big
It's like a
and
pond.
that one I don't know
This guy
what's
right
that.
there. Zoom in.
That's
Zoom in.
I don't know what's that. I've never seen something like that. It's so
The biology team is saying that they don't know what that is and they've never seen anything like it. So
if
that's
someone
always fun to hear.
on YouTube,
Yeah, if somebody out there has seen this before, let us know. And there's some polychaete tubes in the back with one of them has a
If there's any way to get the lasers in an image.
Come on. Give me a second.
there they are.
Oh.
Oh, I'll get it. Just touch it.
it's like this big.
Perfect, thank you.
Let me try to hold it for a second so it's not.
Those two laser green dots are 10 centimeters apart, just so we can measure how large these things are when we're zooming in and zooming out.
Look at this whole mound. Oh no. So the sulfide.
You can look down into the base of where this mound was being formed, seeing all the cemented rocks
Another one over here.
on the lower left. This table-like layer of
It's like a windsock.
sulfide on top is sort of tilting and breaking off in big chunks falling down the slope.
Can you just look?
There's another one of these animals.
As well, after we look at that? Yeah. I just want to see that ledge a little bit.
Like you want to come look at the ledge?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's some fluids leaking out there.
There is something leaking out there, I guess.
Right
That's wash, yeah.
there.
Prop wash.
Let me try to get off to the side. So I'm gonna put that close to stay there. It's gonna be hard to get a shot there. I'm having to
Okay.
pull back
It's
really
fine, it's
hard to
fine. Don't worry
not
about
crash into it.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Thanks for trying.
Alright, so.
Huh, that's interesting though. You should sample some of that. You should sample some of that
I'm gonna
later.
try to get you a view
Some of that flat part, yeah.
Yeah, I want, so you can see where there's like layered sulfides
Yeah.
and then the stoppers below. Can we stick another marker here?
yeah, you want to follow it?
Table,
Exposed
something.
subsea floor, I don't know.
This stuff right here, right?
Yeah,
Alright, I'm gonna come in nice and easy.
we don't need to sample it now.
No, I'm just getting you a better image of it, and then I'm gonna pull off.
Tilted table.
Oh, this is so cool. Tilted table.
That was
No, no,
at
I-
3922.
No matter what, I was gonna get pulled into it, so I just.
John got a photo, it's okay. Like there's some atacamite, so the mound still has quite a lot of copper. Yeah, the marker is perfect there. It's right here. What is this? This is it.
That was at
So did they
21.
figure out what that thing was?
Yep.
What is it?
It's technically a hydroid. Yeah, we found it at the same
Yeah,
time.
okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. It's a
It's a type of,
I've seen them a lot. I just-
it's a type of nigerian.
Like, where-
Siphonophores.
Oh, really? Cool. Oh, favorite guys. Alright.
Say that again.
Okay.
So where they
Related to.
Okay.
handle.
Okay. That animal we were looking at earlier that had a stalk with the white whatever egg-like looking things at the base and the long frilly stem is called a Candelabridae. And you said it's a cnidarian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you want me to just keep having a look around at all these structures that are all around here?
We're gonna try to go in and sample on that hot
All right,
on the big vent.
so go ahead and start making my way over there. So
Yeah.
I'm still going a little bit south,
Okay.
quite a bit south right now.
Okay.
Because it's just,
Looks like, this is a good overview. It's mostly extinct around it, but hot vent still going.
coming back around. You want me to just beeline it over there?
Sure.
It doesn't appear that there's much in between me and it.
Mm-hmm. Driving through the smoky water here. I think we found that the currents were sort of blowing this direction when we were
Just for you, Coco.
seeing a lot of white animals on the seafloor, which probably the squat lobsters or galatheid crabs. At least that's, well, maybe not. Yeah. You got a name for the crabs? Are they galatheids?
Yeah, squat
Yeah,
lobsters.
squat lobsters, yeah.
Galatheids, probably, yeah. And this strange thing that we saw,
Yeah,
we have a potential candidate.
that's the cnidarian, the
Yep,
Candelabridae.
Yep.
Okay, she showed me.
Is this,
Not that I knew.
is this the same kind of fish?
You
that
know
we're
I didn't
seeing
know
on the other bit?
that.
Yeah, should we get it soon?
Yep, I'm on it.
There's a fish.
Yeah, we
Just
want a close zoom on this.
he's not looking too good.
He is
He's
like,
had another day.
you know,
But now you can really see those layers,
Yeah, so you got the laser.
we can touch
There
it.
you go. All right.
I like when they zoom on biology.
This is a type of vent fish. It's a sort of eel-like fish. Eel pout.
They basically almost never go out but they have you seen the filaments of the tubes?
No.
Out of the pouch of the polyps.
Oh.
Right here.
Oh, yes, I did see some filaments. Yeah.
They take the food with those,
Okay.
so they have a, yeah.
Stay inside and
Yeah.
just pull it in. Plankton beware.
I don't know, yeah, let me just come back out from that.
All the little white spots are the squat lobsters down there. They often are hanging around the periphery of vents. Anemones also often hang around the periphery, but here they're also growing right on the chimneys. I'm used to working in the Pacific mostly, and the fauna there is a bit different.
I'm just looking, I got it in sonar. It's right there. Then,
Yeah. Okay, here's our smoker again. And we are facing east.
So you wanna, yeah, you wanna come around on that other side where the current is better for us?
Probably, yeah. There was a spot there. I had us at, well, 3930 meters, heading 100. Smoke and gastropods. All right, here's the active chimney. We are, okay, I'm going to adjust my depth frame now because we're using a different sensor.
Yeah, there they are. Alright, so you want to just start coming up?
Yeah, so I was going off of this depth
We can
sensor
still use that one,
before,
yeah, to
and
back up.
I had that one at 3930,
3930.
Minus is always in the
but we look like we're down near the base of it now.
Yeah, we're down by the base. So you changed that sensor item, right? You were in a different one.
So if you come straight on right here,
Yeah, so it's this one.
Because this one's always in date, so you come up and down.
Oh, was it up shallower?
It's 39, 30 meters, but that's closer on the top.
But yeah, that was on the other depth sensor.
But I think there's still one more. You just, you line this right up and break fracture zones and then you're probably gonna come up with that.
Come on, what's that?
Anemones and squat lobsters.
I mean, all the there's not that.
So we're going to the upside down land, right? That's what you want?
Well, no, there was one that had these gastropods and a little smoker that was just on the side, so you don't have to sit underneath the ledge.
Well, I'll follow
there's
there because I'm not at the flange, and that's where y'all came first.
Still crazy that you can take like a lens.
And yeah, I had the flange was at 3932. That's not the one, is it? No, that's an older one. It was on the other side.
There isn't enough mass wasting to accomplish these out, but
Don't
to the south area where it's clearly been
I got the bacterial net coming up.
Okay, I remember this coloration on the near the vent. Black and then the dark red and stuff. Yeah, there's our wispy white filamentous bacteria growing on the surface of those rocks. I gotta make sure.
If I go underneath.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
Do you want to go under that?
Alright, here's the flange right there. I'm gonna come back a little bit. That's the,
I mean, I would sample that if we could get it. That would be great.
that's what you want to sample?
Well, if there's a lot of water in there, so we could
Come on, let's
probably. But I don't know if you can. How you stabilize under there. But that's what you figure out. Yeah.
Do you want to knock the whole thing over?
turn up. For the mids, there you go. For the mids.
Like, this is really strong food, right? Imagine if you did take away all the chimney and just like hold there, how strong.
Alright, so it's pretty close, isn't it? And sit is zoomed all the way out right now, right? Yeah, 'cause that's about as close as we can get. A little bit closer than that. And looking down at HD2, we're pretty close to that.
I keep on wanting to use my mouse to point this
Tomorrow's not up, is it?
I can look.
No, I know.
Cecile's
I'm
here.
wondering about tomorrow for a gas type bottle. But oh, Anson, you're here.
Yep.
Do you? Well, is it possible to take a gas sight in a handheld in an upside down pool like that?
Take a
Can you pan up a little bit?
Oh, that's an amazing picture.
wow.
You're seeing that reflective. Here she is. Okay.
It's sulfides. It's the same thing that
We're
was
looking at
inside
up
the chimney.
into that pool of hot water. You can see reflections off the shiny sulfide minerals that are lining the upper surface of that ledge. And you can only see it if you're at an angle that's high enough. When you get flat, just like that, it turns into a mirror. And you can no longer see into it because of the density difference between that water and the surrounding seawater. And we're trying to figure out if we can sample that.
Alright, yeah. Let me have a look around, Zena.
I would take one also.
Yeah.
With your wand, yeah.
Okay. So two options for sampling. One is the hydrothermal fluid sampler with the intake nozzle on the end of a hose, and the other one is the gas type samplers that you pick up and place into the vent and then trigger them with the manipulator arm. There's a little hydraulic ram that's on that arm that pushes a trigger on the bottle and fires it. Looking up into that hot water pool again. So the hot water is buoyant and it gets trapped underneath that horizontal growth. That is the appearance of being at least a few centimeters deep under there. And if that's true, we should be able to get a good sample, but it's a very tricky thing to get up into.
Now, are you wanting to do your high fluid sampler or a gas height?
Either one.
And how long are you
Well,
how long
it's
are
up
you
to
going
you.
to be in
Do
there?
you want to do a handheld gas tight at this, or?
I mean, if you can position the wand, then I would just take one that is connected to your intake. I think it's easier than
I think
trying
Okay.
I think I could free fly it in there with a gas tank.
Oh, you think so?
And depending on how long you need to use that HFS, I can possibly hold it in there.
HFS, well, let me make sure it's ready to go.
I think, yeah. I just, let me just go practice on it real quick, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure. Yeah, see if you can position in
Get your
there.
arm out, Adam.
Normally we stabilize the ROV by driving into part of the structure, but in this case that hot water is sticking out about a meter from the rest of it, so it's hard to hold the sub steady. I can do it. I'll just. I'm not sure this is going to work, but yeah.
No interpretation.
Alright, just so you know, I'm gonna take the set, you can you use
Let's go to 23. So the arm is picking up the intake nozzle to the fluid sampler. So has a temperature sensor in there. See if we can reach up underneath that flange. Okay, I have the pump on, and I have a bag sampler ready to go.
Okay.
Bag 23. Okay.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're just gonna portion.
And this is HFS or gas phase?
It's not a gas tight. It's HFS unfiltered bag, but we'll see if it's going to be possible.
And then you would have to pretty much shoulder down, yep, just like that. If you could arm down a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm just logging the HFS.
Do you want to get back out? No, not yet. Okay.
Just like that. And then if you could rotate clockwise, so that'll rotate clockwise. The way around. Try to get that hose down, so all that stuff's down. So you got a little bit more. Touch more counterclockwise.
Okay. It's all on and ready to go.
That might be
I guess I'll
alright.
put a number in
Let me
here.
go see how I can do
I think I might be a little bit careful. 400.
It's unfiltered.
Yeah, unfiltered. I don't even know what. Okay, I'm going to use that depth now. That's
Okay.
supposedly the best one. Except that's not the one I started off using, so my numbers I wrote down in my book are off.
Okay.
But that's supposed to be the most accurate depth.
Alright, okay.
Well, let's see. I think that might be pretty good. Seems like it's gonna be alright.
It'll HFS.
Stage 3. We're now into. Let's see. UTC. We're on the 23rd, right?
Yeah,
Where's the
already.
clock?
Yeah, 23, because it's midnight 37.
Are you pumping already?
Yes, I've got the flush pump running, and got a sampler standing by.
Go ahead and elbow up and shoulder down a touch. That'd be good, right there.
So when we put this nozzle in there, it's pumping water right now, and through those slits. We've got to hold it in there long enough to fill up the manifold, and then fill up a sample container. It's going to take a few minutes.
Can you come on with your camera on that arm?
You can see that one orange chimney has grown straight up into the overhanging ledge.
Yeah, looks like I'm pretty underneath it.
close to it here. That hot buoyant fluid coming up over the edge, forming black smoke as it mixes with the seawater. Hoping that it's deep enough that we can get that probe all the way into it. And not quite.
in yet. Can you zoom in just a touch with 4K? That's good.
Okay, I think that's going. Oh, not quite. Not quite.
I think that this is my actions practically covered. They are well known. They are known
Okay, is that going in? Is that going in? Our pump is on.
Temperature does not.
I don't see any temperature yet.
You should know.
Oh, the sulfides are raining down.
Okay. Where is it? Okay. This is. Alright, hang on. It should be on already. I don't see anything.
Yeah. Can you?
That's pumping.
No. Can you?
Do we see any do we see any smoke coming out?
Can you look down with my set over here?
I'm not getting hot water yet. I don't know why.
Give me a second. Well,
Yep, it's okay. We got several optical illusions to deal with here.
yes, pretty close to where we're at. Let me bring this up a little bit.
Cora, do you want to sit? No. This will take a while. I don't think we.
Why are we not getting that?
No, nothing moving.
It's stuck. You got it now. You look at your indicator right here.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
black.
Yes. Oh,
It's black. So.
wow. This temperature must not be
Your
recording.
temperature
Okay,
probe was different than ours before.
I'm going to take this sample and let's see if we get some flow out of the second pump there. Okay, we're starting bag 23.
Okay.
And that pump just came on.
Barely.
I send the species of
Yeah, we're definitely getting hot water coming out the back there. But I
Oh,
don't
it's
see.
moving. It's
I don't
moving a
see-
bit. Yeah. See.
Okay.
what temperature is it?
No, it's not moving.
I am not getting a good temperature, so
Yeah, but remember yours
we're
was
getting
way
hot
off
water.
at the last spot.
Not like this. It's just not responding at all.
I can try to reset if you want.
No, you're. I think
Yeah,
good.
after
Our
this
temperature
sample,
probe reading's not good. I don't see any fresh water coming out of that one.
The pump was
That
turning.
did move though, huh?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. Okay. Well, it says it's taking water, and it's definitely got hot water.
Second one, though. I can see it.
Yep,
You can?
see, yeah, you can see it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Not turning, but it's flowing that close.
Okay, good. It's just going up off the screen. I didn't see that. Okay, it
Cool.
should be getting a good sample. It's filling up. It's probably clogging up a bit. So, but it's good flow. Good
Yeah.
flow through that
Yeah,
pump.
yeah.
It's like the temperature thing's just not reading for some reason.
Should we reset it afterwards? Like on and
Yeah.
off?
Yeah, it actually can start the. As soon as we finish this one, I can quickly just close it and start it back
Yeah.
up, and it'll should come back. Almost done.
Still water coming out of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
you
see
can
the
see
shimmering
it.
there.
There's
Doesn't look Okay, we're almost there.
Do you want
I'm gonna take another one right after this piston.
after you close it and restart it? Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it really fast and I'll
Yeah.
be back.
No problem.
Have a look at Tritech.
Okay, that one finished. 400 milliliters.
144, 45. Okay.
I'm gonna close that.
It's changing from pink to red.
No. Close that. Close that. Yes.
What's that?
Open it again.
Same exact scenario. Literally.
There. 150 degrees.
150.
160 degrees.
I think we should put in our high
Was it-
pro
was it
at some
recorded?
point.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but we'll take another sample.
Piston?
Nice job of holding it in there. I don't know. How are you doing that? But
Fine.
yeah, okay.
It's rising up.
212. We're going to take a piston sample. Sampler not ready. Okay. Bottle 1. Okay. Let's try 500 just so that we can go a little fast. Starting that.
Okay.
Starting piston 1.
P1.
So this will be HFS 03.
03P1.
We're getting about 200 degrees at the moment. Maximum we got was 246. Change the scale here.
Is it logged from the previous one or not?
It's it's logging. Yeah.
No, but I mean from the back we sampled, the temperature was flat, but did we still
Oh
get?
no, I wasn't getting any data.
You're not getting data.
No, I am getting data now. When I first set up, I wasn't getting temperature data. It's
You don't have
gone
any
to
flow-
sleep.
You don't have any flow right now.
Oh, okay.
It might be clogged.
Flush pump stop. That's because I turned it off. When I restarted, I didn't turn it back on again.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Back with the smoke. Is that pumping? Yes. Okay.
So your wand is
Yeah,
actually,
and the shimmering water
your
coming out.
wand is starting to shimmer.
The hose is getting hot.
Yeah, so yeah, that's hotter than what
Can you wait
See how
like
the,
2 or 3
that plate
minutes
right there
and then
starting to
I'm
shimmer?
out?
Okay.
we're on the
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is definitely hotter than what.
Yeah. No, I know it's hotter than 150. The max we got was about 250, but it's hotter than that too. Probably pulling in some seawater as
Is
it's
this gonna
doing
be
it.
one of the ones that breaks our temperature probe?
What's the max?
Breaks your temperature probe?
Yeah, it's happened before.
Well, it won't do it because it's too hot.
Yeah, ours
but,
are, the last time we went over 400 and then.
Oh.
We
Mhm.
might get up to 390 if we
I doubt it.
focus.
We have another one, it's worth it.
Are you gonna make a temperature measurement with that probe?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Almost there. Then you get to try your temperature probe.
What's that gas type first?
You want to do a handheld? Oh yes.
No.
We could trigger a gas
type.
tight. You want to do? Oh, we'll do it right at the end of this. So, can we get ready to trigger one of the gas tights on the HFS?
Hey, Chill, you in here?
We'll do,
It'll be,
We got good flow through there.
Yeah, I
So
saw
it's
it.
it's
gas tight 3.
slightly mixed, but
yeah, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when you're.
we are
That's
just
after this one, right?
we're a few seconds away. And okay, that one's done. If somebody's logging, we can do the gas tight also?
I can start logging that.
You wanna
Okay,
do
you're
it?
finishing that one?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Why don't you log the gas tight?
Tell me when you start.
We're ready to do it, I think.
Okay, this is gas tight 3, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, so if you want to look up here.
Yep.
So you'll
Is
see
that
the
first one?
See the first one, right?
left
Yeah.
margin. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
Okay, firing.
Okay, the gas tight was triggered,
Just leave it down.
and that definitely triggered because it shut the pumps off.
And you could see the pulses of water coming out of there. Have you just done there?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Monica needs to get ahead of it.
Right.
What was the
We had it.
Or starboard 2. Starboard 2.
starboard 2? I got you.
If you're still hanging in there, I could take one more quick one here.
We might have to trigger the gas right again.
Sure.
Dave, hold on real quick.
Okay. You might have to trigger it again?
Ready?
Can we hold for 1 second? What is the max temperature there?
Yeah, I'm almost positive.
The max we got ever was 246.
Yeah, that's good.
Do you want to trigger another one? That's what you said?
Yeah, as long as we're hanging in there.
Okay.
Is the gas tight like an instantaneous?
Yes, yeah. It's an evacuated titanium bottle that seals really tightly, and as soon as you open it, the water just rushes in.
Currently, it's my favorite one.
It's nice and fast. Yeah.
Do you want to have a filter one?
I don't know about filter. I don't
You're going to
think I
plug
want-
it for sure.
It's either another piston or a bag. Maybe 22.
22?
I'll say
Another
22.
normal HFS?
Yes, another normal HFS bag.
I'm going to log it.
Oh, with the
5.
horse?
There.
Yeah, can over here. Over here. Can you reach over? See the knob above the auto or the manual focus? The one with all the lights? Turn it clockwise.
Let's start that one.
Yeah? Okay.
A little bit more. There you go. Thanks, Larry.
Yes.
Oh, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 165, and we got up to 246. But we're going to use the high T probe and see, get a better number, because this sampler tends to pull in some seawater, so it's probably higher. It looks hotter.
I'm moving a little bit. Sorry.
Some minerals.
Still pumping. Gonna have a bit of cleaning tomorrow today.
Yep. Yes, there will be some cleaning to do. It's coughing out smoke at the exhaust of this thing.
Earlier it was all black. Have you seen the wheel?
I can't tell if there's something coming out of that or not.
Out of which one?
Out of the
second
small one, the non-turning one.
Turn the levers open.
We have Niskin requests once this sampling is complete.
It doesn't seem like it.
Niskin's where?
Around this area and then one on top.
I'm not sure it worked.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it done? No, it's not done yet.
I'm still in there. I'm still in there. It's shimmering. I came out.
That's okay. This is almost done. We can stop it.
Sure.
Yep.
All right, we'll come out for a second.
Do you want to wait? Okay, we'll stop it. Okay.
Just call it done.
Do you want to go with high temp probe? You want to leave this out here? We can try to get it the other arm to hold the high temp, and I can try to get back in there like that. That way you can get another sample and we can have the other high tech probe in.
Definitely would like to try the high T probe. If you
What they,
think
Was
that's
the way they reached across the gas tanks that I gave me is how different it's started.
well, I mean, you could hand this off to the port on.
You want to put both of them over there?
Yeah, and then you can grab the other one. And then that way I can stabilize with this one and we can move that.
We have to lose across the coast as well.
wow. Look at all that black stuff still coming out.
Yeah,
Why don't we rack this and grab the temp probe and see if we get her in there?
okay.
And that should run. Can you get it back?
Can I relay the Niskin request to you?
Yes.
Sean would like a 5 liter and 2.5 liter right at this site, and then on top of the chimney, another 5 liter. So the 5 liter and 2.5 liter would be like one sample.
Dave, do you
And
think we'll
ta-
catch anything if we try to take it along here, or do you think it's just too vertical?
Well, I'm not sure what you want to try to get. Do you want to get the black smoke coming up, or do you want to just get
Well, that was the
ambient
thought
water?
about just going over
Yeah,
it.
we could.
I can
We
get
could
over.
get plenty of black smoke at the top of the chimney.
Yeah, I can
If
get
you
over.
want to do that, that would be. I mean, for a Niskin bottle, that would be good.
Right.
I wouldn't try to do it right here because, yeah, it's not really in it. But we can fly over the top and do it.
Looking down the set.
How many total do you want to do?
Like 1 and 5, like a pair of the big and little. Like
One,
5.
1 and 5, and
Yeah.
is that
Grab that portion.
that's for you and Sean, or is that
That's for me and Sean.
okay? Okay.
It's underneath the gas.
Set it down a little bit.
I'd say those are probably not.
No.
I mean, he was doing a great job, but I'm not sure we got very good
That
samples.
red,
Okay.
that
Oh,
red.
we're up.
Did the temperature fluctuate?
We got a lot of fluctuation. That's 150 degrees. We got up to
Sure.
246
Was
at some
T-max,
point,
okay.
but
Just watch,
and
watch your
then
camera.
we had hot water in there for sure. So it was, that's in the back, and that was
It's significant.
60, 65 degrees or something.
I know.
So it wasn't bad.
Let's see
Just
what-
not quite as hot as,
Let's see what the high
been.
temperature probe gives.
yeah.
We're kind of considering a handheld gas type, but also it's super tricky locations. I'm not sure if it's really an option.
It all depends on how they
Yeah.
can hold it. I mean, fortunately, you only have to have it in there for a couple of seconds, so if you're
You can pull.
fast on the
see that
trigger, it could work.
Long line of tape. You can pull that up to the eye right there.
Okay, so we're
All right, I'll be good.
getting
with that.
our
Thank you.
temperature probe out to take a measurement underneath the flange there. All of this is trying to get a good temperature and chemistry sample to look at the water chemistry here. Both dissolved components and dissolved gases. We know that these vents are putting out a lot of hydrogen, a little bit of methane.
So it's right here, Dave, with my mouse. HT probe.
Yep, got that. Okay.
I'm good like this. Yeah, you can zoom in with it. if you want. all the way up.
Did you sit all the way up?
My sip is not all the way up, it's just right about where I want it to be, so I can see both.
Little islands of rock protruding out of that pond of hot water.
Just keep us, that would just, it could be another foot in that.
While our pump has continued to run, looks like we finally got the smoke flushed out of the manifold. This is tricky ROV flying to get this probe up in there without having anything to stabilize the sub against.
Yeah, it's rising.
800.
20, 50, 90, 200, 220, 250.
I'm out. Hold on, so
290, 292. Going up again.
290,
3,
300, 302, 310,
310,
320,
320.
322.
uh,
323.4, 324. Yeah, I believe that. 324.
What was the highest you saw, Dave?
246. We're pulling in some seawater. The end of that nozzle has a lot of
it was
heavy
about,
metal in it,
it was
and
about 10
takes a while.
centimeters. And
How do you guys feel about the handheld gas tight here? Does it seem possible, or does it seem okay?
I can do it.
If
You'd probably
we-
get a good sample.
Yeah, we might get a better sample with the handheld than what we got on the
Yeah.
fluid sampler. And
The-
if it seems like, impossible during the action, just decide to not do it.
Are you good if we go down so we can get a good grab and like don't worry about dropping it and all that kind of stuff?
A little very, but
Yeah, are you good with that?
Yeah.
Just going to sit on
That,
bottom real
yeah,
quick?
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't drop it where we can't see it on a steep slope.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 2 bags and a piston and a gas tight.
So you did another bag for
You might as well
sample
just
five?
hold that off to the side for right now.
We did, yes, we did another bag for sample 5.
And what was the
It
bag
was,
number?
Try to wrap it on
that was
the,
bag 22. And
Bag 23, piston 1,
I could open
gas
up the
tight,
valve box.
bag 22.
yes.
That's right.
Is there another one that I missed?
Nope. Cecile, were you logging that bag 22? I forget.
yeah, it's
You were
here.
logging that.
It's
yeah.
in the
So
log,
that's in
yeah.
the log. Okay.
You're trying to get down
Back
the bottom
20,
right now?
yeah.
So the Niskin fans just on top of the chimney? It's incredible that they were able to so easily wedge in there. We got a shrimp that's
Shrimp, checking out your gas tight bottle. Well, you can see some of the equipment that we have. There's 2 titanium gas tight bottles right in the middle there. stowing the high temperature probe. It's got some hooks that hold it. That red round round plastic device on the right is a special attachment for the fluid sampler to collect water out of sediments, which we probably won't be doing.
Alright, well, I'm gonna put you in. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna get halfway with the torch, that way I can give you whatever you need. Start going.
Those monkey fist. Oh, Chris German is on. I'm sure Julie's out there. I see Julie must have guessed the temperature. Joe Valino out there. Bunch of colleagues in Woods Hole.
Tamara, are you logging this?
I can, yes.
Or do you want me to? I'm
Oh,
happy.
yeah.
Oh, you're right, yeah,
Or
I
then
got it right here.
put it on
If you only have your phone, that's fine. So this is just a GTV sample.
that's correct.
And do they take it out of the little container to do it?
Yep.
Yes, it's gonna be into the claw handheld.
And do you need to have anything else for me besides GTV 06?
No, it will be GTV, depending which one they grab. GTV2. Mm-hmm. The GT2.
GTV 06 GT2.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You might want to bring it this potential thing, the actually it shouldn't be a problem.
You can't say that I'm very good at each person. I'm trying to learn and I'm very excited about this.
Alright,
Let's do it. Interesting, like that house there, at least from this distance, just looks like. I guess we're pretty far back.
I gotta take a quick walk out.
Yep. Yep.
I got more to come in, definitely did. Does he know his pump's running?
It's on. Yeah, I think it's fine. He just can pump
What's
through and
the
clean
flow
out
coming
all
in?
the smoke.
It depends on how
You gonna bring the camera out? What we're gonna do? Real quick, Adam?
in this case, there's so much extra water, it's very acidic. So we could get a lot of acids.
Gonna come over to sit for a little bit? After that? We're gonna come back a lot.
Funeral or something like that. But it's all like, it's like. And on the one hand, there are various I can look for it right now. Right. But in this case, because it's all the talus, I would expect the filtration to be considered probable. Maybe if there's a underlying fault or something, it would generally be a rotational flow zone, but otherwise but it's really hard to tell whether are we in the high temperature or is it just like not really it's it's all about strong as it's usually like we're this so I don't know if there's other fluids sometimes. You see how it's out there, like
Let's push out. I think it's just too far. Just make sure it's not going to
they
fall
have
out.
like but you could do a whole thesis on this. You could spend maybe country problems.
Actually, if you angle it so I can see it faster than
We're not gonna spend a week just making a
maybe
promise.
torch out first so you know where you're looking. I just keep it up.
But
Even if I
want
drop
to
it,
put some sulfides.
Yeah, we are setting up to take gas height samples with the handheld gas heights. So we have a RAM mounted on the manipulator arm, and that will trigger our bottles. So these are the same bottles that we have also attached to the fluid sampler that we saw before, like when we had the wand in the mirror already. So we have been taking a gas height. So now we are trying to do a second one because we're hoping for a little bit higher quality sample. But this is a very difficult operation, so we'll see if it's going to be possible or if we will stop doing this type of measurements at this mirror pond.
Then there's the entire evolution of not just the core complex, but the structure and its I really want the transit. It's probably less than and now this fits and how it fits into that is interesting. With this kind of exposure, we don't see some systems, lab flows and chimneys and get ultraviolet spend these $1 to do it. So to actually have nice scarp surface, it's really rare. So, and where we have it is there's this like arc surface where the images. This is other things. We not only have all of the rock information, but the information that no, about the rocks themselves. Like this is some of the first time chances that there was a barite paper looking at structure as barite structure.
So with this type of samplers, we will get all the gas data out. So we are having a high vacuum extraction line here on board. So once we get the fluid in our samples at the seafloor, we're gonna bring them back on board, and then here in our labs we are gonna separate the liquid and the gas phase from these samples on our extraction line and seal them off in some glass ampules, and those glass ampules we're gonna take home and we will analyze them for helium isotope composition, but also for the total gas, like how much CO2, how much methane, how much hydrogen, and some of the isotope, the carbon isotope compositions as well, to get some information about the source fluid and with what type of rock the fluid interacted on its way in the subsea floor.
Although like some of the products,
Try to grab up the port or the starboard arm, say halfway.
don't know why.
Alright,
I think
well,
I don't think that
now you can
there's
see
been
it.
like a.
So you need to go out, away from us a touch.
They collect the photos, but
Yeah, outwards.
I don't think they collect it.
There you go, right there.
I can do that.
Nope, you went too far. Come back a little bit. Right there. Not finding it, so much probably does.
It's hard because it's square now, right?
You may just try to pick it up and turn it off for me.
Yeah. Might have to see those squares out.
And I imagine it would be difficult to know what.
You may just try to adjust it.
Yeah, if you just turn it.
Versus what's already like solid.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was going to pick it up for you.
Yeah, just grab it, just pull it out and turn it which way it is and get it lined up. I think this one's gonna be harder to line up than that one.
Alright, yeah, I kind of got it right there, but I mean, do you want me to?
Well, let's try that.
I can try to get it the original way if you want. You can try to get it the original way? That is, B5. Yeah, B5. Let me get my, I just need to get this bolt on it so I can drag it.
The way you turned it before is pretty good.
Yeah.
Some people use it. There it is.
I don't know how to rotate right now. It's like it's in a bind in the back end. I don't want to pull on it too hard. There we go.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't know if it's going to stay like that. It's going to come off of it. It's definitely following you.
If you hold it, I'll grab it and then just go on that one.
Smells like it wants to fall out.
Yeah, I got it.
So like if you look at it, it's so glassy on the back.
See if I can get away from it.
It's not the same composition as that. So moving away and finding an exposure that's close enough that enables the debris from the way above. Like that is probably useful. It's not.
See, you know what? Don't you know about that? That'll give you more of the angle.
Now you got the view there. You got a good view on the minute cam. See how you need to pitch in more? Yeah, so you just need to bring your pitch in and touch more. Yeah, probably like that. And then just come down on our, do that, come down on our. Do that, come down. Pull away just a touch. Here you go, come up with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're out of alignment. You need to chin and touch more. A little. Unless you want to come out and grab it. Bring it down. Rotate your jaws a little bit.
So the first signals we have seen of this hydrothermal vent was yesterday, or day before yesterday, when we did a long CTD tour. So we saw some very small particle anomalies and some oxidation reduction potential anomalies in the water column when we were sending our sensor package through the water. So RP, that's the oxidation reduction potential. That means there were reduced components in the water column, like reduced components like hydrogen or hydrogen sulfide, or reduced iron. So these were the signals we were picking up. But then we were firing some of our bottles, some of our Niskin bottles that were on the CTD to get some water samples from that interesting depth layers. And then once we had the bottles on board, we were looking at the chemistry of those. So we measured the high concentration of hydrogen and a little bit of methane as well. So we knew that there was some active venting going on at the seafloor here. Then as a next step, we sent down 2 AUVs for mapping. So these AUVs then generated 1 meter or a high resolution map, so that you can see on 1 meter resolution. So that's where we were able to actually identify some interesting structures at the seafloor where the venting could come from. And we also did a second vertical CTD to get more information about the plume structure, like how wide it was, and to get one more chemistry sample and also samples for biology. And now, as a last step, we were launching the ROV SuBastian to dive here and to actually locate the system, which we had with having the very detailed AUV maps, we were able to land right on where the active venting were coming from, and with the AUV map combined with the sensor and the chemical information. And now we are setting up to take more gas and fluid samples to really determine what the chemistry is like. From the chemistry, we will be able what type of rocks interacted with the water that is getting out of the seafloor here. And it will also allow us to categorize the type of vent, like the host rock.
Can you zoom into that area?
You wanted to see that.
Falkor?
And the gas type bottles that we are using here, they are made out of titanium. They have a very thick titanium wall, and they are under vacuum. So before we dove, we had them attached to a vacuum line here in our laboratories on the boat, on the ship, and we pull the vacuum, and so now they're here at the seafloor, and once we open the bottle, it will fill up with water like away in a very short time because of the vacuum inside the bottle. So, and then once we close the bottle off again, the sample will stay inside, and there, as their name says, they are gas tight. So even though when the pressure changes, when we come up from the 3,900 meters back to the boat, and the whole sample will be intact, and we won't lose any tiny bit of it. So we'll be able to do the full chemistry in it without having lost any part of the sample or having it exposed to air or anything.
Still Joe's lock? Still Joe's lock, and then when I let go, hit freeze, hit freeze. Alright, I'm unfreezing, I'm letting go. Alright, and then we'll just have a look at each one. Yeah, you're in there. Hold on, don't rotate anymore, don't get on out. Yeah, you're good to go. Alright. And just getting that thing pitched way up. If you could pitch up more, don't bring the arm out, just elbow in, pitch up. Yeah, pitch all the way up. Yeah. A little bit more pitch up.
See the trigger and sit down.
Yep. Come in. Far away. What depth was that thing again?
9 feet.
Alright, gotta be improved.
So we have the bottle positioned in the claw now, in the jaw.
You can, but maybe we.
So now we are moving up to this flange again, where we had the mirror fluid.
Yeah, too, that or so it just reaches over and grabs it. I have to change my heading a little bit. Keep me honest with that one tower. I was trying, it didn't like it. If you just iris it down, yeah, hit down, iris. No, not hit iris. And then look down. down. That's good. Okay. Joe, can you get ready to confire this right for me? Yeah, just come around this side. It's the far left or right. Yep.
Full up.
Yeah, for a bit. I think I'm in too tight. I got it. Right. I'll come down in a second with that. I know where is the spot limit.
Really close, but I can't see the gas.
Ready?
Well, this we can't see the trigger.
We can see it right there. And look at it. Are you okay with the views there, or do you want to see it in both cameras?
I can see it.
Okay. You're going to have to bring your arm out some more. We're in too tight. Yep. That'll do. Perfect. All right. Let me get back in there. Zoom. Oh, you got it? Touch more.
I can't go up camera.
Yeah, that's fine right there. I got to sit.
Who's gonna give me the go to do this?
Samara. Or on the iPhone.
Yeah.
She's right next to me.
Yeah, I can see what's going on now. So you are gonna
I'll
do
do
that.
it.
Okay.
I'm in there.
Okay. Are we stable? Yeah. Okay. You can trigger now. You're sampling now.
Sampling now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. Thanks.
You happy? Yeah.
Sample 495 GT.
How was the gain setting? The gains on this or that RAM is not a problem with the gain? No. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, you can see the O-ring.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna just the one, right?
Yes. Thank you very much.
So the next question, I guess, is
I want to pull it up a little bit. You gonna bring the porch out to touch?
That looked like a good gas tank.
Hopefully.
So your sampler hot.
Like in
Shivering.
yeah.
Probably got a little chalcopyrite in there with it.
filtered up.
Yeah, this will be some cleaning, hopefully it will plug the inlet, but I think it should be good.
Well, that looked like a good one. So we actually got tires. Hopefully we got a good sample or two in there.
Piston one worked fine. Piston
Yep.
one working, see it coming out. Not so sure about piston two.
Did we get the
Yeah.
starboard right?
piston too that I missed?
Actually, no, we only did one piston. I think.
Oh no, that's bag 22. Sorry.
Bag 22. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This one I'm not sure.
Putting that away. Okay. So that's enough water samples from the flange.
You want to just freeze the cutter?
Just want to sit down first.
Well, I mean, I'd like to
Find
freeze, I can
that
put this hook on it, that
spot
way when
that had
you do
the
let it go.
gastropods.
Yeah,
I wrote down
can we
the-
do the Niskin above it first?
Yeah.
Is that the request?
doesn't matter when. I mean,
We could
it
do
makes
that
more
as
sense
we're
as
taking
leaving.
off.
The gastropod smoke is kind of around the side, it looks like. So they did mark it.
Mm-hmm.
It's much less difficult to sample than
Sorry for the crinkling. Sorry for the crinkling. I'm handing out treats. Chocolate, buddy.
Alright, y'all want to do a Niskin now?
Potentially, it's up to date.
What's that? Did
Up
I
to
hear
date
Niskin?
here.
Bring in the portion? I'll wait till I come up. Niskin up above?
We could do that, yeah. Niskin 1 and 5, is that the ones you want? 1 and 5?
Can you do Niskin 5?
Niskin.
They want to do 1 and 5 up in the smoke above the chimney.
When you log it, I have your sample number.
One and five?
Yes, please.
That's small and big.
Big one and a small one, right?
So, so, well, I know it's into all the same samples, the same structure.
And that's just what it's You can make it two samples.
No, it makes sense to use it to keep track of. We like we're pretending it's the same.
Alright, I'm gonna start turning the camera that way, Adam.
Unless there was some reason.
Alright.
I mean, it will be different.
It's the same, but you're measuring enough variability. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Two, 52,
Start working your own end before that.
54. And
So you guys wanna be.
If you can use the HD2 Adam first.
GT.
Alright, yeah, I'm good with that view right now.
I think they wanna be
Yeah, they
reading
want-
that smoke as much as
Yeah, yeah,
possible.
I'm trying to
Yeah, okay.
work on it right now.
There was comments about doing it the side as well. So.
Alright, you're gonna, or are you trying to? No, I'm gonna put it behind the starboard net. So I'm gonna get your view that you need, which is like right about that, right?
Yep.
You happy with that view?
Yep.
Let me, sliding. Maybe able to see that smoke.
Okay. For industry, we're somewhere just. It's like the fun part of the job that we filmers.
Start getting ready out of it.
Okay, you ready?
So we are getting ready to take a couple of Niskin samplers that are attached to the light bar up above the cameras on the port side of the vehicle. And we use those to capture seawater, in this case seawater with a lot of black smoke particles in it, to look at the chemistry of the particles that are coming out of this vent.
Alright, come on, back out nice and easy.
There are 6 Niskin bottles.
Yes, fired. Alright, thank God. Alright.
Just fired number 1. Okay, Niskin 1.
Yeah, I'm still following right now. I don't have a view anywhere though. You could hit it
Sample
down.
number is what? Which sample number are we on?
That
07?
Niskin 07.
07.
Alright,
N1
pulling right
and
now.
N5.
Are we calling those 2 different sample numbers
No,
then?
one sample number. We just
One
put
sample
N1
number.
and
And
5.
okay.
5 did not fire, but where is 5 at? Okay. No, alright, I gotta get back in there. Can you look back down then? Can you pan to the right a bit? Just a touch? A little bit more? Hold on, Adam. I need to get a view. I can't. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's just gonna watch me out. I can poke out the tire. Just need to come out and get a square back up with it. Just keep your arm right there. Slowing down, changing my heading back. Then you can pan to the left. Right, slide it. Alright, I'm in it. Let's fire. Let's go for 6. Can we go for 6? Is that okay?
5 didn't work?
I should work.
Okay, so the name should be N1 and 6. So you can add a comment on CLOG.
44.
Yep, 6 fire. Alright, going down.
And just adjust the name and then I'll clean it up. No worries. Yep, yep.
Okay, Niskin samples taken for particle chemistry and microbiology in the plume, or eDNA.
I'm good, yeah, if somebody wants to get in.
There's a target in the target list called gastropod,
Gastropod.
and that's where we would like to go.
Oh, where those little guys were.
Yeah. Kind of about mid chimney somewhere on the. I had a heading of 100. We were looking at that.
here, if I remember correctly.
Somewhere. That possibly that little smoking thing.
I thought it was kind of on top of it.
Goes up higher?
No, I think it's right here. If you look in there where there's just a little bit of smoke coming out
See,
Yeah, coming out.
and up. Mm-hmm. There's a fish just sitting there. These fish like to just sit motionless.
Can we get a laser on the fish before we park? Just
The-
for
it's right next to him.
IoT?
yeah, is it
It's
here?
right there.
Like
You
that?
can see it there? Are you happy? You're happy with the whole view? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I was told by Megan she really wanted the fish.
I don't see him here.
Some on the right.
There are some, but if we can find the spot where the.
Keep going up a little.
Grab that.
I think it was like, there
Oh,
was
I see
like
that
a
here.
circ.
Here. This part here.
Yep.
If we sample some shreds, it's okay.
We're gonna want to suction them?
Yeah.
We're first gonna, we want to try to get some water sample in there. So,
Okay.
but
Water
well,
sample in
no,
there?
you better suction those off, I guess, if we're gonna go in there. Otherwise, they're all gonna get.
That looks like
knocked
beehive.
off.
If I remember correctly, beehive is very, very fragile, right?
Yeah, I think that's not quite the place that I wanted, but maybe it is. We can look in there.
Do you see the picture? So you could always take that piece that's in front of it to make it sound easy.
Or coming up, you work with.
Okay.
Oh, there
What
they
is
are.
Yeah, the one with all the snails.
Do you want to have a zoom in on that?
Yeah, cool.
I guess we better sample that.
Is it easier
How?
to suck up the snails or to grab the piece of rock with the snails
I
attached? Would they stay attached?
They
Well,
stay at
if
a
you can hang
level
on
that
to
it's
it.
gonna
Increase the
disintegrate
ice.
a lot, basically, so I prefer maybe a
Poking
suction.
it with the suction might. Poking it with the
What?
suction might do this.
Yeah, one more.
There's lots of snails around.
Yeah, but we want the big ones.
You want the big.
I mean, both, big and small, but
Oh,
this,
yeah.
this is the perfect patch. No, bring down.
Yeah, bring it down.
Oh, nice.
Those are.
Bring down a couple
Why
of
are there
feathers.
zones of
They
different
just-
snails?
they are basically Africa.
A little more.
Juan?
Yeah.
Are those two different
That'd be all right.
species or
So I
adults?
believe so. The question is, what
I'll get you a zoom.
are they?
Give you-
I'm not sure, especially the big ones. I mean, I would say Peltospira now, but this black cover is very intriguing. So, yeah.
There's one
A
moving.
little bit more zoom.
So you can see them moving around and see the bodies
That's good.
coming out of the shells.
Yeah, I think it's Peltospira. Now I see that which is here perfectly. Yeah, these marks like this.
So would it just the bottom part of that be enough a sample for you? How many specimens do you need?
As much as possible. We are going to divide between viruses and biology, and you know, we are
Okay.
interested in seeing if it has symbionts in the gills. So yeah, we can do
All of them?
yeah, dispatch if possible.
Is that bacterial mat?
So those here, it seems to me that are protoliras, and those are peltospiras.
The big one or what?
Ah,
I got
The
it.
big one or?
peltospira. Yeah. And the small ones, I
Having
would
a bath.
say,
You're good.
I would say that are, I'd say what's gonna happen.
So you want to do suction sample?
Yeah,
All right.
maybe the fine mesh,
That's-
so it has more power. So
Well,
that you,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay.
We'll have the suction sampler like pointed up, so I can go in and scrape them off.
Well, I mean, it's not the only patch. Okay, but I mean, that's, yeah, we'll try it.
Minimize that screen.
Juan?
Yeah.
Your sample number is bio08. S0495 bio08.
Okay, thanks.
Go to science minutes. Okay.
Probably, yeah. Those are nice.
All right, I got that.
Try to get to 500 meters down.
Michael, below your mouse are things that start over. Like that. All right. And then I'm gonna have to scroll bottom of the page. Make that full screen.
So we're going to try to get a suction sample of the snails, the two species that we see on next to that small beehive chimney.
We're currently on 80, I believe. All right, so.
And we're going to use the suction sampler.
Sean, if you want to add an F at the end for fine filter, for your sample number. Yeah, so just.
Yeah, so that's drawer 1, and that's drawer 2. Yeah, it's going to stop. It's going to stop when it gets to one. It's one more revolution.
So we take a variety of samples to look at the chemistry and biology and microbiology of these systems.
Which 4 is fine. So, yeah, we're on 4. Right, you ready to grab it then?
We sample the fluids for their dissolved chemistry, major elements, metals, dissolved gases. We took a couple of Niskin samples to look at the particles coming out of this chimney up at the top. That will be used also for an environmental DNA sample, seeing what we can identify in the DNA that's being shed from all the animals living here and carried up in the plume. One of the ideas with that is that you can use that environmental DNA to characterize a community just from looking at the plume water. And now we're about to take some fauna samples of the 2 types of gastropods that are living on the side of the chimney here. Getting the suction sampler hose sorted out.
You said the small ones or the big ones?
Both.
I mean, we can come from Iowa, I don't know, from the repair, maybe going from, you know, like.
If we can just bring it up a little bit more, then. Coming up a little bit more and a little bit out.
Flange on the left, the
Just like
flange we
that?
sampled.
Yes, it is, I believe. Yeah.
Closer than I thought.
Yeah, for the most part.
I think it
might have to
is.
move a
It's
little
got
bit.
smoke coming out of it.
Move it over
And
the way.
it's, yeah, that's the one. Same side.
Yeah, you can go ahead and bring it up some more. That should be good. But
Yeah, the material is very.
Alright, so big and small, right?
Yep. There are lots of patches of snails on this big chimney structure. We're going to try to sample both the species that we see there from this one patch next to a high temperature vent. And then we might see if we can sample fluids from that, although it looks very diffuse.
This is the same area, right?
Yeah. See so.
So you got,
So we have the big ones
yeah,
here below, and then the smaller ones. Yeah.
alright.
There's-
Can you rotate your jaws clockwise just a second?
Yeah, if you start, there's small, a patch of small ones right at the bottom. You
Yep.
can get them along with the biggies.
That's good then. Gonna turn something on now.
If we connect the shrink with them, it's okay as well, so no worries for the shrink. That's benefits us.
So we're seeing similar animals here as have been seen on other vents from the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We can look at these to get samples of them to get their genetic diversity and see how they relate to other populations. To do that requires getting a number of specimens.
Bring the arm out just a touch more. A little bit more if you can. A little bit more rotate clockwise. There you go. Too far.
The texture of that black sulfide material on the left is what we call a beehive structure. It's very porous. Hot fluid is diffusing out through it. It often has a lot of anhydrite as the main type of mineral, anhydrite mixed with metal sulfides.
Hard up.
Okay, the suction pump is on. There goes a few shrimp.
Try to rotate a little bit more and not scraping like that one. Feel free to move the arm. Come on.
Okay, well, we're getting more shrimp anyway.
Sorry, Ben.
We'll get some rock in there.
Come back, come back. Can you rotate some more? Yeah, like that. I'll try to rotate around a little bit. Just be right in front of you. Just go away. Nice. Thumbs up. Got maybe one in there.
Woohoo, shiny.
Try to follow me there.
Now you can see the shiny sulfide mineral particles that are being knocked loose from that beehive structure. We're still trying to vacuum up some gastropods, some snails that are living on the side of the chimney. They hang on pretty tightly, and you have to kind of scrape them off of there, so it's a little hard to get just the right angle to get them. I will readily admit that I am not a disc jockey, and I do not do non-stop talking on the mic. So you might just have to look at the pictures without talking at times.
I don't think I've seen anything come through yet. Do you want to go after some more small ones?
If possible, that would be
Yeah,
great.
yeah, of course, yeah. They're still going, there's shrimps in there.
What's the snail count in there?
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look at it.
Where is the suction jar camera? Oh, right up there. Okay.
You want small ones, right?
Yeah, and the big ones
Yeah,
as
big
well.
ones.
Yeah, big ones. I thought that.
I mean, any preference on my attack mode for this one?
Big ones
Big
first.
The biggest ring.
We're doing really well at catching shrimp. That's good. Ah. Oh, there's some snails. There you go. Metal sulfide particles breaking loose from the beehive.
Backing out then?
if you've been watching, you can tell a lot of these operations take quite a while to do. So this will be a long dive. We're trying to take lots of samples of different types. Currently on a biology sampling portion. We will get back to doing some hot water sampling in a little bit. And later in the dive, we'll be roaming around picking up some rock samples from the mineralized zone below these chimneys, and also trying to get some of the intrusive or volcanic rocks that make up the bedrock here. We're interested in knowing what type of rocks are reacting with the seawater to make the chemistry that we find coming out here. We believe there are some mantle rocks involved, some deep rocks that are normally covered up by the thick volcanic crust. But on these oceanic core complexes, which is what we're out here studying, some mantle rocks have been lifted up to at or near the seafloor and react with water, generate a lot of hydrogen and a little bit of methane. We've seen up in the water column, the samples we took from the plume have very high hydrogen in them, so we're expecting samples coming out of these vents to have maybe 1 million times higher levels than what we measured up in the plume. So we're expecting millimole per liter concentrations of hydrogen. Okay, still hunting snails on the side of this chimney. The suction sampler has a carousel of 8 bottles total, so we can rotate through, and they're clear, so we can see on the camera that's looking at the suction jar how many animals we're collecting.
I think that yellow guy's going to be a little too sleepy. Try to get some more of the big snails, right? Big snails, right?
Yes, please. Yeah, they just don't have the first ones.
A little bit more rotation. They're just right up and coming out nice and easy. Someone just fell right by me.
These animals living on these chimneys are largely have chemosynthetic symbionts that they get energy from. It's a symbiosis with the animal and the microbes working together. The vent fluids provide the chemical energy in the form of reduced compounds like hydrogen and hydrogen sulfide. And the microbes are able to use that energy to grow and provide microbial biomass for the animals. And the biology team here is interested in studying what symbionts are associated with each species of animal. There are lots of questions. When do they get those symbionts? Where do they come from? How do the symbionts vary between sites, between species? All of this life down here is powered by those chemosynthetic microbes as the primary producers. Oh, grab that too. Grab that sulfide. Oh no, didn't make it. Nice piece of The mineral chimney broke off there.
Do you want to have a look in that and see what we got?
Yeah.
Or do you want to just go for one more question and see if we can get one more? Or
Okay,
go
yeah.
for small ones?
We can try the small one and then check what.
Hi Ben, I'm glad you're out there watching. I see your text there.
I lost a screen here. Sophia? I lost a screen.
We are having a good time with these vents. It took us a solid week of looking to find what you're looking at now. We were fortunate to have that much time to spend here. We've been concentrating on this large oceanic core complex area. We refer to it as the massif. It's a mountain, big. We've mapped close to 100 square kilometers at 1 meter scale resolution with the AUVs. That's a lot of deployments of AUVs. The maps that you get out of that are just incredible, and the detail that you can see. This chimney we're looking at now, we clearly saw it on the AUV bathymetry maps, and the navigation is great. We can just say, okay, go to that chimney right there, and we've got a map. We've got an underlay map on the navigation screen that is working extremely well. We can see the ROV on the map, driving around from place to place, and things pop up exactly where you expect them. We looked at a 50-meter stretch of sulfide chimneys next to this one, and all the rest of them were inactive. This is the only one in this immediate area that's got hot water coming out of it, and is locally here the major source to the plume that we first found in those toyos. Do we have a map that we could, I mean, this is an outreach issue. Sophia, do we have a map that we can put up on the screen?
I already have one up, I'm just moving it around.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay. The map is on the screen. Okay. It's not on my screen in front of me, but I see it on the YouTube feed.
Or the SciCam?
No, that's okay. SciCam's good.
Okay.
Now that I know to look up there.
Shake it.
Yeah, so that map you see on the YouTube feed is our navigation map that we're using. You can see the ship in blue and the red watch circle around the ship, and the ROV is the yellow, what looks like a yellow rectangle. It's got a truncated triangle at the back, and it's currently nose into a sulfide chimney. We're at 3,910 meters, or 3922 meters. It takes the ROV almost 3 hours to come down through the water column to this depth. Checking out the suction sampler jar. It's got a lot of shrimp swimming around in it, and some snails, a bunch of shiny minerals.
The jars on the other ones because they were stuck when we rotated, and then they came out. So see how they're in jar 3 and also you got them in 6 over there. All those, yeah, they came in a whole bunch after I rotated the road.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Do y'all want to write down what they're in, or?
I wrote it down.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. What's the next task for these guys?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. We do anything with suction after that, or is that good?
We're good for the moment.
Okay, go ahead and stow it.
So,
Just sit right here at the base and just go right up the board.
We are okay.
okay,
We already have trained and that's the much more than what we wanted.
we've got a lot of different specimens in there.
Perfect.
The biologists are already happy, except the microbiologists who want maths.
It is for micro.
This is for micro too, we're looking at the viral ecology.
You
We're
also
also
want to
here,
rock with
so one thing
We
I've
do
been
wanna
doing,
rock with Matt and,
this is your iris, right? So, because there's been so many light changes, you
the
can
maths presumably will be on
You turn
chimney, so we can
clockwise,
do both maths.
Mats on a chimney. Yeah.
Maths on a chimney.
and then,
turn it counterclockwise, right? So when you come in,
Yep.
then
Okay.
yeah, so like real easy instead of
Looking at some
worry about
sulfide boulders that are sulfide chunks that have fallen off the chimney at some point. There's also some breccia here where metal sulfides have cemented
see how I'm pretty washed out right now.
loose volcanic rocks together.
And then as you go around, you just start darkening.
And we're looking around, we're going to try to find another spot to take some water chemistry samples and get a piece of a chimney with some microbial mats growing on the outside. Yeah, that map, getting back to the map, oh, it's no longer on the screen, but it showed all of the chimney, you know, the dead chimneys around this live tower. And there's a trail of those leading off a kilometer to the south of here. And it looks like several of those spots are putting out high temperature water. We're going to try to get down 500 meters to one of the next active spots during this dive, but that's going to take a while because we're trying to do a lot of sampling up here.
Now you're sitting on 8. So
Are we gonna do more?
We're going to try to get another water sample maybe in here if there's something that we can sample, and also looking for a diffuse flow site for microbiology.
We see like a tip of the chimney with fluids coming out of it, so that would be
Yep.
super interesting. But
Sure.
preferably like sample much as it takes.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think it's going to take much right, so it has to be like big enough to cool enough on the outside.
Is it going to be a food sample?
Either that or a chimney sample first, but it'll be the fluid sampler pretty soon.
All right.
But how are you
Then I
doing?
guess, right? Bag, I suppose, right?
Yeah, probably a bag, maybe both.
Do they want one of their filters as well?
They do if we find the right kind of fluid. Yeah.
So you said a water sample with HFS, or
Yeah, although maybe we should let's check out these smokers, and if there's one that we can take a chimney sample from, we should do that first, and then try to sample the water that's coming out. So we'll probably need to put it into a bio box. These don't seem too big, but
Yeah,
should
there's
we
like
do
a
the small bio box?
small one that's kind of empty. Let's grab that. Yeah, bio box or rock box.
So I'd say we want to probably put it in the small bio box on front. I don't know whether you have to open that up ahead of time or what, but let's see. So there's, yeah, that one. Oh, that one's got snails on it.
I don't want it if it doesn't have smoke coming out.
Well,
So diffuse, we might not find it here. That's fine.
you just show me which one you want, and we'll move in there.
Can you just zoom around a little bit? I don't see any.
let me zoom in a little bit. We'll see what we got.
Yeah.
So
So there's like
that little piece on top, but it's not really smoking much.
What we're looking
The
for is
big one on the left,
Yeah, keep going up a little bit. We want something that looks like it just formed. It's all diffuse now. We might have to look around for a little bit, but we can do that later. So I think the best spot I saw around here was in the snail area on the right hand side. There was maybe some grabbable, smaller shelving beds.
can we go down and see what that black smoke is coming from there? Okay, there's quite a few that are not smoking. That would be easy, but not. That's just sort of coming out of a hole in there.
That little piece sticking up is the only one you can grab here.
The one with the shrimp on the left, or the?
Then if later on we see a more clear venting top,
Yeah, they're pretty diffuse. What about right there? Yeah, what's that coming out of?
It's like the side.
Yeah.
Not just that piece of front there. Well, you can consider that a young sample at least. So just the top.
Just that. So on the right with the little white patch on it. Or?
I'm thinking the piece that's sticking up that has all the snails underneath
Oh,
it.
above the snails.
Above the
Okay,
snails.
with the shrimp on top.
If you can leave the snails alone, that'd be great. Otherwise, there's kind of a one sticking up there.
Oh, what about that? That's a little one there, a little spindly one. Is that active?
Yes, it is.
It'll be probably hard to get, but we might also be able to sample fluid from the base of that if we break it off.
Can we look and see what's underneath this little
Is that too small, or is that
It'll be
it's
good if
active?
you can grab it, yeah.
And it might be good enough to take a sample out of after water sample.
It looks like it's half that's just standing there like that.
It probably had a little bit more on top, but it's still got some fresh growth on it.
Yeah, I love it. That's perfect.
So with your red fingers, you might be able to get that.
All right, Ben. You're wanting to grab that. We're zoomed in on there. See, there's a thin one right in the middle.
The thin orange one with the black top and the hot water coming out.
Right to the left, there's the shrimp, and then there's the thing sticking out on the water behind it, that rock. Yeah.
Yeah, the short one. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so let me get.
Excuse me.
Use that though.
Yes. Mhm.
So, are you okay with me free flying in there, Ben, or if you just get out there and give me a view?
So we're gonna try to get a sample of this little sulfide chimney with hot water coming out of it, and after we do that, we'll try to sample that hot water with the hydrothermal fluid sampler.
Go ahead. You want me to?
We got a temperature of 324 degrees in the flange, the horizontal growth with the hot pool of water trapped underneath. That temperature looks about right for the type of venting that we see here.
It's all right, but you're pretty close to me. I feel like. I'll reach out.
The manipulator has these
I'll
soft
just
rubber
you go ahead and grab it.
fingers in it. Oops, yeah, there it went. that happens a lot. Those things are very, very fragile. So, okay, so now we might have a hole there that we can sample water from. So I suggest that we try that.
There's also the tiny little peak above the snails that we could try to grab while we're.
Okay. I want to see that inactive one that's above the snails with the shrimp on it. You can see if we can break that off.
See it, Ben? This one. No, to the right. Just right dead in the center of the camera.
On top of the snails.
Roger. I see.
But breaking off that piece below did create a clear target for a water sample. That one's okay. Wait a minute. I think we've got it. At the end of it. There's some in there. Yeah. Where do you want to put it?
It's pretty small. Put it in the quiver. I guess they have to open it
They have
first.
to open this up first. And while they're flying, that might not be
Yeah.
Um,
Hang right in here because we're going to want to take a water sample from that spot too.
Yeah, it's fine.
You said bio box 1?
1A, please. Or B, whichever is easier to put it in.
Bio box or hot box?
Bio box. It's too delicate for a hot box. We have the two big bio boxes sometimes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
It's going to go in B.
B is fine.
And we're writing down information about the sample, doing the logging. Got that small sample of a chimney, which tells us what minerals have precipitated and what the metal content is. We'll probably take a number of other chimney samples during this dive. There's a lot of extinct chimneys around here to sample as well.
Good, Ben?
Okay, so now let's try the fluid sampler in that hole that we just made by knocking that chimney piece off there.
Okay. Yeah, grab that HFS.
Sample numbers.
10, all right.
Wake it up.
Is there normal that we do like the temperature lines?
Oh, it's just the scale is 0 to 500 right now.
Ah, okay. So it's just, right.
There they are.
It's just,
It's a bit noisy, but
the blue is okay.
yeah, T2 is good and solid. T1 is a little jumpy. Okay, pump is turning.
It's a bit black.
Yeah, we blackened the
I don't think it'll be
plastic there.
maybe.
All right, that is the intake nozzle for the hydrothermal fluid sampler. It's got that stainless steel spiral wrapped hose, Teflon lined hose. Goes back to a fluid manifold further back on the ROV with a titanium manifold. Water, we keep the water constantly flowing through there while we're sampling, pumping it from the intake nozzle through the manifold, and then we can select up to 24 different sample positions, and we can also send the water off to a gas tight sampler
Alright, where is that thing?
or to our methane spectrometer that we've got out here. That's not on this dive because it can only go to 3,000 meters, and we're at nearly 4,000 meters right now. So we had to leave it on board. But we are testing that new instrument out here. It's a capillary absorption spectrometer. Laser light shines through a glass capillary that we pump gas through. Let's see. Down there, I believe.
I think it was right.
Over to the right, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's got a nice clear hole there now with black smoke coming out.
Yeah.
Do you want to make it bigger?
I think
the
that's our
hole?
only choice.
Because I'm not sure the nozzle is gonna.
We will see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not that one, the one to the right. Super little.
I guess we'll try. We'll try this, and then after we're done, we'll use the high T probe to see what we get.
Yep. Just hold it there. And I'll
Yeah.
fly it in there.
Yeah, if you can take a steep angle like that, that's good. And just put it right down into that opening. I'm going to turn the pump
I
off
need more,
until
can you
we
reach
get
out
things
over?
settled. Flushed it with seawater. So that's a titanium pipe on the end. It's got a titanium little strainer. Oh, we'll just do 21, I guess.
And then just turn that knob clockwise. There you go, buddy.
Dave, there's some nice questions for you up in the chat.
Okay.
I highlighted them.
Okay.
You see that okay?
Yes, got it. How big is this site compared to the original Lost City? Well, that's a good question. We were looking for a site like Lost City in terms of the chemistry. At Lost City, you get carbonate chimneys. These are metal sulfide chimneys, which are more common on the mid-ocean ridge axis when you're close to a volcanic heat source. And so this is a big field. We don't know how much of it is active, but it stretches for about 1 kilometer, possibly more, from what we've mapped with the meter scale mapping of the AUVs. So it's a big field. It may be a lot of inactive chimneys and a few active ones. We're going to take some time on this dive and another dive tomorrow to try to look at the extent of the field. So we don't quite know how big it is, except for what we've mapped with the AUV at this point. And a kilometer-long stretch of vents is a big field. Lost City extends for, well, we've got carbonate towers that extend for a couple hundred meters, if I remember correctly. And then there's a lot of diffuse venting through a cliff face down below the vent field where the carbonate towers are. Some large carbonate structures are growing right out of the cliff face also. And then there's a pretty big area of veins and cracks where fluid is slowly coming out along a large face of the steep wall that goes down from Lost City towards the fracture zone.
Pitch out is, yeah.
What else was there? How much does the mineral content vary? I don't know. How about you? You want to answer that one? Cecile Catalot from Ifremer is sitting next to me, and she's been coming out to this area for I don't know how long, several years.
Several years now.
Yeah, doing lots of cruises. So here, why don't you tell them something about, and if you got anything to say about the ISA stuff and the mineral exploration.
Well, first I'm going to answer the question. So the mineral content varies a lot from chimney to chimney, depending on the temperature of the fluid that's getting out from the seafloor, the chemistry as well, and then the extent of alteration, whether it's a very active site or something that is more old, there's less high temperature fluids going through it. As you saw, we went through extinct chimneys when we were earlier in the northern side, and now we're more in an active with high temperature fluids coming out, and you can see a lot of iron sulfides minerals, sphalerite probably as well, pyrrhotite, and all the yellowish iron oxides. About this area, so we're in what we call the International Seabed Authority permit area, where as France has contract for exploration over 15 years, so that's the reason why Dave said that had been coming there for several years. So, but this one is a brand new site that, brand new, let's say, only discovered now. There was another one 15 kilometers south from here that we were sampling for several years, so I guess this is a very exciting news for every scientist in France that are involved in this ISA permit.
I'm restarting it for a second here. Okay. You're okay. You can keep talking.
Okay. So this permit area extends over 800 kilometers along the mid-Atlantic ridge and covers goes from Tag, active mound in the north down to about 22 degrees, and that's basically it. It's divided in 6 main areas, and we are in what we call the cluster 4, sorry. Yeah, so now we're going to sample.
Yeah, now we're going to sample, so I'm trying to find the exact spot where the hot water is coming out. Let's see, we've got some minerals on the intake part there. Shrimp checking out the intake probe.
likely pyrite that could be arsenopyrite.
Start making a flow. You got a little bit of flow coming out of the base.
What, a little bit of hot water?
Yeah, you can see little
Yeah.
wisps of it coming out.
We did get an increase in
You got a steady
temperature.
stream now.
We got up to 36.
You got that steady stream.
Okay.
So here,
I think there's a time lag between what comes out the back and what's going in the front. So that's the temperature is only 11 degrees right now. Kind of staying about the same. So I think we need to try to put it down there below that point.
Like, I mean, it's just that beehive stuff.
I know it falls apart, yeah.
Do you want them to dig down in there more?
A little bit, yeah. You're gonna have to put it in there some.
this big chimney on the left is venting. If we take a piece of that to sample, would that help you? The spire sticking up on the left is active.
It might.
It's going to take a while to see the effects of that. Did you get a temperature spike?
No. It's going up a little bit. No, that's probably, I don't know, probably getting jammed with minerals.
Are you
Let's see if it
pumping?
goes up. All right, that's good. I'm not pumping at the moment. Let's see if it goes up just from sitting into the. All right, with the pump off, it is sort of slowly going up.
All this feather.
20 degrees.
It's beautiful. It's shiny.
Yeah.
Isn't it pretty? Especially I like the top left part.
Yeah.
Where's that other spot where you said you thought it was like not boiling but doing that?
Yeah, we thought we saw that at the flange, but when we sat there and looked at it, it
That
was
was a different spot.
there might have been another spot.
So you see different shrimps. The little red ones are what they call juveniles. They usually host areas with lower temperatures. So this is interesting that they're very close to the adult one there. I guess all the biologists will
All right.
sample them.
I don't know. So we're using the chimney sampling arm for this sampler at the moment, so we can't do both at the same time. No.
Okay.
I imagine that thing is thin enough to get the joss around, but I always struggle with scale. And if we pull that thing off, it would be
All right, that's at least warmer down in there. I don't have the pump on because we're stuck right in the sediment, but I can see what that does. That's up to 35 degrees with no pumping. Turn it on low and see what we get.
Look at the shrimp are like stealing little bits of
Are you?
sulfite.
Is the pump on? Oh yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Pump on. And temperature going up. Okay, that's decent. Well, 60 degrees. Well, now it's going down.
Okay. And it's 64 now.
Check my scale.
Little tiny. Have you heard of
69. Okay, I think I'll just take a sample. I'm
You're
not sure
happy
we're
with
going to
that?
be able to. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if we're going to do much better right here.
Okay.
Oh, now it's moving. 48,
Temperatures are
50,
rising again.
60. Okay, let's do. What did we take before? We did.
23, 22.
Oh,
and
I was already on a bag, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I'm on 21. Okay.
and it's going to be sample 10.
Sample 10. Okay, here we go. Sampling.
Okay.
get some fluid coming out of there. Yep, I see fresh water coming out the sample exhaust. So this is sample 10, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
sample 10.
Bag 21.
How do you want me to describe it?
Unfiltered.
Chimney.
Yeah, sort of diffuse chimney with chalcopyrite.
Yeah.
Yes.
Somebody turned it up.
Sputtering.
And our depth here is 39.21. That temperature went way down.
No.
Oh well.
Maybe you can you move a bit on the left?
Stop that. It's sort of falling apart.
It's coming out. I think it's just
Yeah.
Is 21 the hottest you got? The 21 degrees is that the hottest, the maximum?
Now it's going back
We
in.
got 65 at first.
Okay, that's going back up.
Okay. Start again.
Mhm.
It carries on, right? It doesn't stop.
It should, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool. And the rest.
What is the
Oh,
altitude?
we can see there's some stuff coming out, I think. I saw some.
Yeah, I did see freshwater, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can see it
sometimes
sometimes.
it's-
Yeah,
yeah.
it's coming out. Yeah.
Cool. HFS food type.
We're at our depth here on the side of the chimney is 39.22, and the altitude means that we're sitting 8 to 10 meters above the seafloor. This chimney is 22, 24 meters tall, and we're also sitting on a slope. So we're up off the bottom on the side of a chimney. And taking a sample. Oh, the water's heating up now. I got up to 91 degrees. The actual hot temperature inside of there is definitely higher than that, but it's mixing a lot with seawater, which is only 2.5 degrees or so right here. So we get a mixed sample, but it's still good enough to figure out what the chemistry is doing. So in fact, I think I'll take another one because the temperature is holding at about 96 degrees right now.
When this is done, and I'll just.
This one's about to finish. And there we go.
Over.
That one's done.
Okay.
So that was HFS 10B21. Looks like we got up to a maximum of 96.
Nice.
And let's just take another one. Maybe we
Which
should
one do
try
you
a piston. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Let's see how they work. One is done. Two.
All right.
Piston 2?
Piston 2. Sample 11 then.
Yep. Julie asked on Slack if we're going to measure the temperature with the temperature probe here.
Yeah, we can measure it. I was planning to do that when we're done.
I'm wondering if, like, this doesn't look like chalcopyrite, it looks like pyrite.
Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
arsenopyrite. If you
Mhm.
look at all the yellow
Mhm.
minerals, I think that's orpiment, arsenic sulfide. But
But on the outside or okay.
At least in some places it's getting convincing.
Getting hotter, yeah, it got up to 150. We're getting so sometimes if you leave this sampler in there long enough, it sort of seals off the openings and sort of blocks the seawater from coming in. So our temperature has gone up now to 147. Okay, let's take another sample. 500.
There's those like smokers coming through.
All right, starting that one.
The sulfides of the pyrite and mixers. Just Google it, there's sulfurs.
0245.
It's crumbling.
Oh, shit.
Ooh, shiny.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Should we
That's
stop?
gonna be
whoa.
the end of that one.
Hey, you're taking a rock sample
Oh.
from me again.
That's what I was talking about. If you leave it in there long enough, the minerals tend to coagulate the openings, and the temperature goes up.
You stopped it.
You can just try putting it back in there if we can get it going again.
So, that we're running the 50 degrees again. I would take you last month. I didn't even see any something. It's just
Okay.
pure iron sulfide. Pyrite, pyrite, sulfide, very brassy color,
Yeah.
and pure type relationships. And arsenopyrite's kind of like a silvery brassy color. Chalcopyrite's more like a yellowy brassy color. Okay. They're all kind of similar looking. So if there's any sphalerite, usually you would see it like if there was a nice silver chimney, like one central crevice, you get the sphalerite on the outer edges where it's cooler, and then chalcopyrite. Pyrite can precipitate over a huge range of temperatures.
The minerals that precipitate do depend on a bunch of things. The exact chemical composition of the water that's coming out, how much it cools off inside of the channels. Lowering the temperature can cause different minerals to precipitate. We're still working on that one, but mixing with seawater can cause things to precipitate as well, and the minerals you get change as you change the amount of seawater that's mixed in with that hot water.
Okay, here it's chalcopyrite. From what Melissa said, it's chalcopyrite and some are some
Probably pyrite,
and pyrite.
probably not
Oh,
chalcopyrite.
not pyrite.
Pyrite or arsenopyrite.
Yeah, chalcopyrite, which is a copper iron sulfide, tends to come out at higher temperatures. This one, it's kind of hard to tell just by looking, but with the temperature and the color, I guess it may be.
Arsenic pyrite
Okay.
and pyrite.
Some pyrite and some arsenopyrite. The yellow on the outside might be that arsenic sulfide. Yeah, can't reach it.
You see the hoses against it on the right side.
Yeah. Okay.
And, yeah, just so much of it's crumbled away.
Okay. Well, I guess we can just call that one done.
Okay. Do we log it in C-log or?
Yeah, we got 100 mil. We only took 100 milliliters, but
That piece that's sticking up right beside it, can we try to grab a piece near the top of that?
sure. We got to stow this so we can use that arm.
Because the first one was pretty small, and I really want
Yeah.
to see this yellow coating.
Okay.
And we can just store it in the same place as the other one and call it the same sample.
So we're putting this HPS
Gonna-
one away.
Yeah, we can put that away.
Okay, I'm gonna porch out then.
Guess we better flush some seawater through there.
there? Or do you want to take another sample?
I guess I'm probably done for a while. There'll be some. We're going to look for a diffuse vent site also, so
Okay.
that'll once we get that going, that'll take a while. But we'll get the chimney sample now. Try for that.
That might make the fluid flow better again.
Yeah, it could open up another opening sampling. So we'll try to go right back in there where we were sampling, and then to the left of that opening there was a
Spire. Small
spire, a
spire.
little chimney spire that's coming into view there.
Yeah.
And we want to see if we can get that one and put it in the bio box in the same spot as that last little one.
1B.
So 1B.
I obviously don't know. We over the spire.
So you see the hole where we were sampling? It's a piece just to the left of that.
It might just be like a crust. It might not be like a freestanding thing, but just grabbing a piece of it.
You see what? This one here. And I would grab it somewhere up here. Try to get the top part.
Do you see a lot of arsenic in fluids in ultrafiltration systems?
I haven't sampled very many of those, so I don't know.
Supposedly there should be a lot in the
Close over here, go ahead and reach out there.
Mm-hmm.
and all this yellow stuff
Back
looks
up if
too
you
yellow
want to,
to
or
be just
whatever.
iron oxide, but I could be wrong. There's been some areas where it's been pretty bright orange.
Yeah.
They're super close to the RV.
I
It'd be
don't.
interesting to know.
I mean, I would normally think that it's just iron, but I don't know. Yeah, you could be right. Could be a lot of arsenic in it. I'm not as familiar with the mineralogy. I don't.
Not with ultrafiltration systems.
Alright, I'm gonna creep in there.
I know arsenic gets high in low temperature, more oxidized systems where there's a lot of iron precipitated, co-precipitates with the iron. I've seen very high arsenic in some low temperature, like CO2 driven systems.
In these, it would form like within the crystal structure of pyrite. We call it arsenopyrite.
Uh-huh. Does it somehow migrate to the exterior?
It's just from seafloor weathering and oxidation. It just like
Creep
pulls
forward
the
off
iron
it.
out and then leaves behind like a arsenic. Ooh, that's a big piece. Ooh,
Nope.
it's still there.
Oh, you got a good chunk of it. Oh, great. The shrimp like that for some reason.
That is a very
Oh,
delicate
hang on.
piece.
Is the box open?
Is there
Or no, it's a. Never mind. Which one are you going in?
Biobox 1B?
Biobox 1B.
And
Okay.
this is still sample 9.
Oh, that's a good sample.
It's not gonna last.
Well, it'll
It'll
crumble, but
we'll
you'll
get
have it.
some sulfide sand.
Yeah.
Like, these things seem so delicate, yet they're standing 25 meters tall.
Easy, easy.
Easy. Is that okay? In B, please. Great, it's in there. These samples are really hard to get. You know, first of all, we have to come out all the way out to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and find these places and get an ROV down to 4,000 meters and have everything work and not crush the sample before you can get it into the box.
Long for the AUV a couple
So,
times.
yeah, these are some valuable samples.
Say what?
Oh, what happened to the fluid? I'm totally lost my bearing on where that was coming out of.
It's I think we see a big broken piece there. Just down in front of us, I think is where it came off of. Nope, that's just the beehive. Okay, where was it?
Oh, it fell into there. Little circular.
Oh, there it is. There's where it broke up. Just lower right there. Let's go back in there and see what that looks like now.
A little piece in front, like exactly this way. It's falling right in. No, we didn't get any yellow crust.
Do you want to try? Do you want to try again, grabbing the next part of that?
So you want
With
to
the
back
yellow-
up a little bit
with the
and
yellow.
these guys, and we'll let them get it.
All right.
Right now, if I back up a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Behind you is the boat. So you see that little nut right there, kind of on the left of the center screen. That's what they want to do, is grab that and put it into one heat.
There's already, are you just been flying it, or been a station team, or?
Just to apply it. Do whatever you think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 6 length.
We're just having a little change of personnel here. Couple new pilots coming in. Zach is on
No, I
flying the vehicle.
but I can check this shot. It's just sometimes it looks like
Zach and Doug. Doug's on the arm. Chill and Ben have just gotten off.
In fact, when I get in close, I'm going to turn everything off.
Yeah. I don't think the polymer cars like iron oxide. There's a whole range of iron oxides.
Okay, welcome on, you guys. You're just in time to take a sulfide chimney sample.
So you see this laser here, Doug? See my laser?
Yes.
You see the left laser?
But it
The
could
top of that right there, I think that's what they want. Is that right?
The lasers are. Yes, you got the laser right on it. That's what we want. Yep.
Alright, I'll start creating that. You go for it, however you want. Where's this sample gonna go?
Bio box 1B.
Bio box one.
You're calling this continuation of your same sample, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
How big is that chunk?
Get a nice wide part of it because it's going to crumble, so it's very delicate.
Grab it sort of at the base of that yellow part. I would.
It's super.
So I'm not gonna move, otherwise I'll just try to hold still.
I don't think this chimney would make good souvenir samples because there's so much earth on it. I
Looks like the litter.
Yeah. Okay, it's loose. Oh, it's tall. Okay, good. We didn't need that top part. Oh, too soft. It is too soft. Oh. Well, you know, that's okay. We got two similar small pieces from doing that before, so.
We moved it out of the way at least. Maybe it's like just down there. Look at all the glitter.
There's a piece that's loose up there. If you, it's just sitting there waiting to crumble probably.
There should be all the pieces that we knocked down sitting right here at the base.
Right, all the way down.
There is a piece wedged in there with the anemone. Yeah, the part that broke off is sitting there. Up above. Got our fish just hanging out in the crevice there.
The shrimp are getting really close to the crab. Does the crab eat the shrimp? If so, they better.
We did see a crab get a shrimp at Puy de Fol,
Yeah.
which is pretty unusual.
Okay, yeah, you're right. There still is a really good piece right there.
Trying to get in position to grab that piece that's tipped over and lodged against the backside. As you've seen, they're extremely fragile. These chimney structures have a lot of economically valuable metals in them. Copper, zinc, some trace amounts, depending on where you are, trace amounts of silver, gold. Oops, got away. Mineral content varies a lot depending on where you are. And they are of some interest for potential mining, but there are also environmental concerns about that. One of them being that the chimneys are also the habitat for all of the animals that you see here. They only live on sulfide chimneys, on active ones.
We may not know which sense was the correct piece.
So mining these would destroy the habitat and damage the communities. The alkaline vents are made out of carbonate, calcium carbonate primarily. They do not have as much valuable minerals in them. They are dominantly made out of calcium carbonate, magnesium. Magnesium and calcium carbonates are the main minerals, and there's some trace levels of other things like a bit of molybdenum, but they're not really an economically interesting type of deposit.
It's good flow now.
And the real type of the real deposit type of interest for deep sea mining is the manganese nodules, which grow on abyssal sediment plains, take 1,000,000 or so years to form.
Not that important.
It's not that important?
No, we'll get other samples, it's fine. We got two
Let's
already.
zoom in on that little vent there and see if it's something we could try again on a fluid sample. I don't know.
I know what comes. and this stuff, like, it's basically just mostly porosity, and then just respiration through it. At some point,
Yeah, this stuff's hard to sample
stuff that looks like they're just
because it just
like
put the intake in there and it just keeps breaking. Yeah, we got a couple here. Maybe we should call it good for the water samples. We're looking for a lower temperature site, some diffuse flow site where a microbiologist would like to get some water. Yeah.
I also want to get one with some
Yeah.
yellow coating on the outside, so we want to see if there's.
Do they hang out right in the flow? Let's see if there's any warm water in there.
It'll happen. I will give them a promise. Like, I think the reeds smells.
There's some down in the right there. Maybe it's just I'm seeing shadows, I'm not sure. Or smoke coming up from below. I don't know. See that spot in there with the...
Oh, yeah, right there. Where the shrimp are kind of swarming like that.
Yeah, does it look like there's hot water streaming up there or warm water?
I feel like I see
To the top right of the screen. Top right of the screen, there's a.
Top.
There's the matting.
We're looking for something low temperature for microbiology. Yeah, like right in the middle here. Hang on, I'm gonna zoom in. Excuse me. Well, what about this? What about this here?
That looks good. Can we get maybe a 10 read? That looks pretty good, actually.
So maybe try the high temperature probe. Sure. See what kind of temperature we got, and then we can just poke around with the high temperature probe and see what we get. And then but that looks like a possibility right there.
Yeah.
If we can get a stable spot, because we'll need to sit for.
A long time.
What are we looking for?
We're looking for 2 RNA filters and a 4-liter cylinder.
Two RNA filters and large volume. Okay, so that's about 1 hour of pumping.
Yeah.
Okay. So we gotta have a place where we can sit for an hour and watch shrimp. At least there's a bunch of shrimp to observe while we're doing that.
Well, I wonder if I can use the stabilization rails on this. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to start with the probe, right?
Yeah.
I think they also want some of that bacterial mat on a rock that's on the left.
I think it's the same one.
Is that the high temp probe on the porch?
Yeah.
The rocks here are just like crumbling, so they might be also in there.
And that is that bread and
Joe said it sounds like Sabrina.
Yep, that's me. Hi, Joe.
It is. She's saying hi.
Spilled glitter everywhere.
Just gonna do left window, rotate clockwise. Now. Sure.
Okay, getting our temperature sensor out to looking for some fluid that's a good temperature for microbes.
Hey Chris, are you here?
Less than 100 degrees C, let's say. I'm sure we'll find some spots for that. See if we can find something stable.
Sean thinks mineral, he thinks you should poke it.
Carl? Yeah. Can you go check with K-Rod if you can use the rails on this? Because I'm gonna they won't be stable for a whole hour.
Ooh, that was pretty good. Not a good idea.
Okay. So what would you recommend?
That. Bring your arm up a little bit down. Sorry, hand up a little bit. Like that. Before you go in, you can set up some right there. You might have to rotate.
Well, we could try the hot one first. Get a measure because we haven't done that yet. So, and then we'll.
You already called?
Right.
I remember that thing was just really.
Where'd the temperature reading go? The temperature reading went off the screen. I'm not sure where it is. There we go. Yep.
Currently 2 degrees.
Alright, dot. 1927.
Going up fast. One back to 140. One back down. 16. Going up. 160, 170, 200, going up. Up, got up to 256. Coming back down.
What's the temperature?
We got up to 256 right then.
Okay, that's pretty hot.
Yeah, we're doing the hot temperature first where we were sampling, and then we'll check out some of these other areas.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah, maybe I have to.
Temperature's going up. Going up. 250. 280. 281. Go.
Saw 150. 282. Oh, y'all saw 282?
Yep.
Poking holes in it.
Temperature going up. 200. 250. 280, 93. No. 298.
Woo. Oh, we can get 100. Did we see some?
Going up again. 2.
Do you see
280. 300. 303. Okay, well, we got up to 303.
Dave, do you see small little flames of vapor things in here, or is it just shining sulfides?
I don't see anything that looks like boiling, but there's a lot of sparkly stuff.
Yeah.
300, 301.
303.
204.
4. That looks pretty stable.
Yeah.
Got a 304.
They do have to go in. You see it right there. I don't want to go all the way. You're gonna need a little bit. Because his temperature for fruits.
Okay, so all right, so we got 305 max.
Pretty good.
Back out of there right now.
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah. We're looking for a low temperature site for these microbiology filter samples. And we're kind of looking at this site on the left upper corner of the science camera there, where just that shimmering water is coming up, mostly on the yellow background. See what kind of temperature we have in there.
Julie said it might be the $9 shrimp.
Julie said, try within all the shrimp.
Yeah, she said that looks like they might be congregating around one of the countries.
Okay, all right, we can try that. We'll see what we got right here from this flow coming up, and then we will see what the shrimp are living in.
I think so, yeah, I'm just kind of anywhere else though. I don't hit any of these shrimp. You change yet?
Well, yeah, a little bit. 4 degrees, 5, up from 2.3 or 4.
Almost touching.
There's 6. We're getting like 7, 8 degrees in there. 9. We can also try putting the probe where all the shrimp are. And I don't know if we set up for sampling, do you think you can bump into these chimneys that you see on the left with the dark? I don't know, would that be able to hold? If you put the porch against that? And, see where all the shrimp are just kind of swarming around in there. Water temperature got up to 305 degrees, I think was the highest we saw in this spot right here. Hi, Steve. That's my brother. Hi, bro. Watching from Happy Valley, Oregon.
nothing. Speak a lot in there.
It's just a nice warm shrimp out.
Yeah.
Okay, you want some shrimp water?
Shrimp water would be good.
13.
Looking at like a
14.
steady temp.
Yeah, it's pretty good in there.
That seems like that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Max was 14 degrees.
So, I wonder if we could find some way to hold the fluid sampler intake in there for 3 long samples. They take roughly 15 to 20 minutes each.
I mean, if it's about as stable as we were doing that temperature probe, then we can just fly it.
Yeah.
If we need it a little more steady than that, then we'll have to think about how to wedge up against this, you know?
Yeah.
Just your call, you know? You can put that away though, Doug. Come on. It's not like we'll need VHFS one next time. Just remember you're gonna have to grab that in the porch out. Porch out, Doug.
It's 12:30 a.m. here locally, Mid-Atlantic Ridge time.
Do you need me for the
You can lock it if you want to go.
filter and stuff, or is it okay?
I can certainly do this, and you can log if you're
Alright.
ready to get some sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that
okay.
makes sense.
Alright.
Yes.
Are you staying for long?
Not sure. For a while. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Have a good
See you sometime. We've got a room full of, I don't know, 10 people? More? 1, 2, 3, 4? 12 people in here?
I can put up a CCTV so we can all wave.
Okay, sure.
Alright. Alright, everybody wave. That way.
Oh, over here. Where are we? Where are we looking?
You just said wave.
Everybody's looking the wrong way. Okay.
We all are so
Not the right way.
I gotta look the way I'm looking.
Yeah, we're all sitting in the control room. There's about there's eight big screens in front, and another 3 big screens on each side, and a bunch of small screens with a bunch of different camera views. The one you're seeing right now is the science camera that's picking up the intake nozzle for the hydrothermal fluid sampler. We're about to take some samples for chemistry and microbiology. So we get a lot of wave backs on the chat. I'm Dave Butterfield from Seattle, University of Washington, and NOAA Pacific Marine Environmental Lab. And we're out here on the Schmidt Ocean Institute research vessel Falkor 2. This is the first science expedition for this ship. And it's going extremely well. We love the ship. We're doing all kinds of things out here. We've got the ROV operations, which we haven't been doing a lot of because we're doing all these other things, using the autonomous underwater vehicles from MBARI, 2 of them, to map the seafloor with meter scale resolution. And we're surveying the water column, looking for hydrothermal plume signatures. We're mapping with the ship with the sonar system. It's EM124. It's probably the best multi-beam sonar available right now, newly installed on this ship. And it's a very comfortable ship. It's big, lots of room for people to set up in the lab, huge deck space for containers. It's got a gigantic crane on the back deck that can pick up containers and load them onto the ship, which makes it very handy for loading and unloading things when we're in port. There might be some science use for that giant crane, but most of us are not thinking about using equipment that's that big and heavy, so maybe something related to ocean observatories that would come in handy for that. That crane can lift, I don't know how much. A lot, 25 tons I think, and it's got a 2,000 meter long cable on it. So we're moving in here to get a sample of some diffuse water for microbiology and virus experiments. We collect water, pulling it through a filter, which filters out the microbes, and when the filtering is done, they get preserved in situ with a RNA later preservative. Okay, putting our nozzle in there. All right.
What's the temperature?
I've just turned the pump on. Give it a minute to come up. Okay, sampler does this thing where it stops updating temperature, and I have to close the software and restart it. Let's just take a second. Okay, now we're getting 17.5 degrees. And turn this pump back on. All right, so we're getting about 15 degrees. It's pretty stable. Yeah. Well, what do you think?
Do you think it would be slightly hotter if we moved it up a little bit, like into the big pylon room? Or you think it will be the same?
I mean, I think it's pretty good right there. It's 15, 16 degrees. It seems pretty stable. So, I don't know.
We can go ahead with the 4-liter cylinder, and then we can do the 2 filters after that.
Okay, I'm going to start with the water, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so we're going to take a large volume bag.
Yeah. Das ist the large volume bag. I did this for cylinder. Well, do you want it? Yeah. It is the 4-liter cylinders that we have by the large volume. Yes, yes.
4-liter cylinder.
Melissa, is this sample 12?
Yes, sample 12.
Okay, I am on it.
No, we're low.
Okay, this is a 4-liter, so.
Yeah, so it'll be HFS 12-C. So we got it for you.
Sabrina, or if you want to come up and watch this temperature, you can. It's going to fluctuate a bit up and down, which is like kind of unavoidable in a place like this.
That makes sense.
All right, and do you know how much you want exactly? Because I think the last time we might have overfilled it a little bit, which caused it to break.
Yeah, we did 3.5 liters last time.
Or we did less.
We did 3 liters, I think. I'm not sure it was
Like
because.
3,000. Yeah,
I don't think it was because of the gases that it exploded, but
Should we go for 3,000?
I think we can try for 3,000.
I think that's what we said last time. The 3,000.
I mean, if you're worried, we could do like slightly less.
We might have gone above 3,000 last time. I thought it was. I know it started talking about 4. We might have cut it down to 3.5 or something.
Maybe we tried 3,000.
All right. Well, it's going to pump probably 10% more than that. So.
Okay, that should be fine. As long as we have like
Okay, we're starting that one now.
2 liters, I think.
We're gonna see what comes out of there. Okay, we got fresh water coming out the end. So that one's going. 3,000 milliliters coming up. We can see the fresh water coming out the top of that one on the right. It's not super easy to see, but it's there. That's okay. Now temperature's going up a bit. So, okay, what are we doing with this? Why don't you tell them what you're doing? Sit here.
There you go.
Tell them what the experiment's about.
The depth meter is a little bit off from the actual depth. It's a bit deeper than what the actual depth is. We're at 3923.
Okay. Yeah, the temp is going up. All right. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sabrina Alacasis. I am a geomicrobiology PhD student in the MIT HUI Joint Program. And right now we are sampling what's called diffuse fluids. They're a mixture of seawater and hydrothermal fluid. They're at a slightly lower temperature, usually between around 2 C and 120 degrees C. And it's a more favorable environment for microbes to grow versus these super hot black smoker fluids that we sampled earlier. So the crustal fluids are a super productive environment for chemosynthetic microbes. And with these fluids, we're taking about 3 liters of these fluids. We're doing an experiment called RNA stable isotope probing, and we have samples from vents all over the world, and it's really cool to do this sort of comparative study at vent sites. And with this being a new vent site, this is really exciting to do this experiment. So what we do is we take this diffuse vent fluid, we add labeled bicarbonate as their carbon source, and we can track the incorporation of this labeled carbon in a sort of extensive experiment, and we can look at which genes are actively transcribed in the community of microbes that are fixing carbon, so the active microbial community in these samples. It's a really powerful technique to look at which microbes in the community are dominant individuals, that are fixing the most carbon. And at these sites where there's no light, these chemosynthetic microbes are a very important source of primary production that feed all these shrimps and crabs and everything that we see here. Yeah. The temp went up, now it's 20.
I see some overlap between shrimps and snails. But yeah. So I've opened up. See there is the first
Oh, yeah.
floor. I'm sure that that's the big ones, the mosquitoes, what I see when I'm mosquitoes.
Little tiny snails up in the left.
I would say that they are, and it's kind of like those guys seems to occupy the village that Mazda occupies in other events. And is this open question why there are no ones over here? And there are gastropods. I have to check that because with oil force and that one, I would like to see how many hydrothermal ones that have muscles and not have. Because at the beginning it was kind of like the exception, not having muscles. Okay. And every time we're adding more and more things that do not have muscles. So, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Is there a north-south
We're
division?
almost at a liter. Almost at a liter. So I'm doing 3.
Okay.
And then there will be 2 more filters that also have 3 liters.
So it's kind of like rubber jet, right? The south.
Yeah.
You see that hot water creeping up that left side.
Yeah, I think that's what's like feeding that. Those snails, yeah.
The iron is these because there is something.
What's the yellow
And I think that these
deposit?
cruises are gonna be.
It's either iron oxide or arsenic sulfide, or a combination.
Are these fluids usually high in arsenic?
Yeah, the rocks are, so.
Um,
Could that have something to do with chemistry? I don't know,
But
but
we
these,
won't know until we,
Take a sample.
because sometimes it looks more
These
like
vents are
orangey
probably
than
gonna
it looks
be
more iron
very
oxide,
high
but some
hydrogen.
places it's like a bright
High-
yellow,
high-
which looks more like
so I don't,
Yeah.
we'll see how much H2S is in them as well, but,
you want one of the rocks
being sort of
that's from the same.
the main energy sources.
That, yeah, I saw that
I'm not
area. That's a
sure
really good
How
one.
many animals
And then I think
are shown to have symbionts that use
Bailey
hydrogen?
as well as one of Julie's
I think that
collaborators.
muscles are
was
ones.
Muscles use
an
hydrogen.
IPE.
I think so.
But maybe tomorrow we can do that if we come on another dive.
Right.
There's no
Most,
shortage.
most of them use sulfite.
Yeah.
If
And
there's
then
one that's
I
a
thought some
grab or
mussels that
something
use
or something.
methane.
Yeah, they are dual same isocysts,
Right,
and
that
yeah,
sounds
that's
good.
pretty common. So the
Do
bands that
you think
have
that
a
would
little
fit
more
in
of methane,
Cooper?
if you do
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know without the lasers, but I think it's pretty
bacteria,
small, like maybe this big.
anthropic ones in
Problem
Greece.
with it. Plus
So
they,
they are kind of
when they get stirred, like all
plastic,
their tentacles,
but
retract,
yeah,
so I think
there
they're
is
good.
something
So
that
I think that like to me,
prevent
we're
them
really
from
focusing on this to like this site and there's such a big
Yeah.
area to explore that we don't know
I
what
mean,
we're gonna see
if-
and that might be the focus of it.
If those snails are able to use hydrogen, they would just have, and mussels are not, then they, and then you'd probably see a good correlation between mussels and hydrogen, or lack of mussels and hydrogen.
Yes, I think after this and then the 2 filters,
I've never looked at that.
just a rock with biofilm if we have time and an anemone.
The rocks,
I think that we are generating tons of
so we might
interesting data in this cruise.
Yeah.
they're older though,
Oh, I want to
so
play
it
with the camera.
might be more intact with it.
This is camera
Yeah.
time.
It's also fish share. If you want to look at the phone or the
Sabrina, I want to play with the camera.
Yeah.
I like what you were saying though. That was good.
There's a request for the rock sample after this for bacteriomat.
Okay. So I'm glad Sabrina got to tell you about the microbiology experiments that they're doing. Some pretty fancy experiments at stable isotope probing. Julie Huber's group has been doing that for a while, and I helped them out with the fluid sampler to collect large volumes of water or to collect microbes on filters. We're going to have a little look around with the zoom here, see what we can find, see what the shrimp are doing. They're all in there swarming around in the hot tub. There must be microbial mats that they're feeding on, or
those are half symbionts in the gills.
okay, so they just are bathing themselves in that chemosynthetic energy rich water.
Eating the rocks or not eating the rocks?
Like the fluids passing through the gills.
They have to stay in the right kind of fluid chemistry to get energy. So there's a lot of them in there.
Is that the only way they get energy? But they don't eat anything
They
else?
do not have that.
They don't have guts?
No. They are gutless.
What?
These shrimp do not have a typical digestive tract. They farm microbes within them. This is a chemist speaking to you, not a biologist, but anyway, they don't actually eat things with the mouth. They absorb energy from the fluid chemistry, and microbes grow off of that. Pretty crazy. There's a lot of animals here that do that. Some have also multiple modes of feeding. There's a very orange shrimp up there. It seems to be coated with yeah, he's super orange. This one up here.
That guy's just covered. Yeah.
When we're taking these really long water samples, it's a good time to look around and stare. And yeah, here's some gastropods on the sulfides up here. Get a little up from there.
So bright yellow, the mineral.
Those are some kind of are those a limpet?
Those are limpets, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are
I haven't seen that species before, but it definitely looks like a limpet.
Probably, I cannot see it well from here.
Zoom more. Here we go.
Oh,
That's a maximum zoom there. Go to the left here a little bit.
those could be Dibia. The genus called Dibia.
Coldebia?
Yeah, they are called Dibia. Yeah, they are definitely limpets. That's interesting.
Tell them about the animals. This is Juan.
So we are seeing now limpets. I think that these limpets are what from the genus Dibia. They are common gastropods in the mid-Atlantic ridge vents. They usually graze on microbial mats. Although some related species have symbionts as well. And then we are seeing a bunch of shrimps here. Some are burned a bit by the fluids. Those shrimps always
yes.
live in the edge.
It does look like it has a burnt
Yeah,
tail. Or,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
That one got semi-fried.
yeah, literally.
Ah,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
yeah, that's why they're zipping around so much.
Uh-huh.
Kind of on the edge of being in too hot water.
Yeah. you see sometimes the antennas a bit burn like that guy here.
Or not oxide.
You don't think it's better?
Yeah, a lot of things.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, you have the high temperature core, and then there's all these fluids coming around that should be precipitated.
Can we move down?
Sure,
I
you
saw
bet, yeah.
I shot one of the fishes very similar to the ones that we observe in the dive at Puy de Foix. Yeah,
Nice anemones.
yeah.
Oh, there's a crab. There's a crab.
Where's the
Crab.
crabby?
Oh yeah, there
He's at the very top.
on the that one.
Yeah.
Those crabs are always hanging around, ready to catch wherever they can.
Oh, he's inside
Yeah.
there. Okay, I
Yeah.
missed him. No, he's hiding pretty well.
And see, here we can see like two species of shrimp. So the ones that are more kind of reddish are a different species from the ones that are in the right bottom corner.
Yeah.
They are the same genus but different species, very related.
Is it Rimicaris?
Yeah, both are Rimicaris. The one in the bottom right is Rimicaris exoculata, and the ones on the top is Rimicaris chasei. Both common species in the Mid-Atlantic ridge bands.
I've seen lots of shrimp in the Pacific, the
Mhm.
Western Pacific, but different species.
Yeah. So,
What's the yellow thing that we see through the shrimp? Is that its brain?
the yellow thing, probably these are in the lateral side, right? Like
Just
here?
like the yellow on the top of the head, like right there.
Like this thing here?
Like this thing right here.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is your nerve translucid, so this is all internal organs, like the gills. Here, they have a super developed gill, so kind of invade all the what's called cephalothorax. Oh, I never saw those. Oh,
You
yeah.
can see the crab moving in the background there with his pinchers. He's hoping he's going to get lucky and get a shrimp.
Can you see the fish? I don't see it
It's
anywhere.
it's heading down and to the left a little
Yeah,
bit.
it would be in that column. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Maybe now that the crab is in that.
Did he go away? I think if you zoom out a bit more, it's further down.
There he is.
Oh,
There's Mr. Fish.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
It really seems.
Hmm.
See the fish? Want to Google them? Oh, the fish are adorable.
Yes.
Are those all the shrimp he ate below him?
Huh.
Maybe.
Wow. Those are shrimp parts, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ah.
We don't know who eaten them, but
It might not be a very friendly guy.
He's a bad boy. He's
Yeah.
in there eating shrimp. Yeah.
He tries to look like a plant.
so it seems to me that this is the species that we observe in great densities at Puy de Foix.
Mm-hmm.
It looks very similar. Those guys are usual inhabitants of hydrothermal vents, but yeah, not in the densities we observe in our previous dive at Puy de
Yeah.
Foix. So an interesting mystery to study.
I think it's a lot of dead shrimp on the right too, none of them are moving.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a former diffuse area.
Yeah, we can see
A little bit more.
juvenile shrimps there.
Uh-huh.
Those are, they usually group together the juveniles and do like kind of nurseries
Mm-hmm.
in diffusive areas, and then the adults tend to go to the more active areas where they benefit more from the fluids. But yeah, this seems like the
That's
The
his,
rest of the dinner of this guy.
Yeah.
Something.
There's a lot to the
He-
right
he-
as well.
he-
There's
a lot around
dead,
him.
there's a
he's in his
lot.
lair there. And
We can see
Well,
here
what's falling down
gastropods.
right now? From the
Yeah.
top, there's a chute falling down.
Yeah.
So that's probably just where they're collecting from wherever they died.
I wonder if it's all the food this guy is eating.
or would do they molt? Do they lose?
Yeah, but
This
it's
does
kind
look
of
like,
strange that it's concentrated here.
Yeah. Those
I
would
mean-
just be washed away.
Yeah.
MT comment, fish ate a lot.
Oh, that was me.
I don't know, does he have teeth to eat?
Ah, sorry.
Does he have teeth?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we can see that from here. I don't know.
Open wide.
There's a lot of bacterial matting on the rocks. behind
Yes.
us, too.
Yes.
He's not very pretty.
Open wide. Yeah. What are the little red things below him? Are those little worms? Do you see?
There's some scale worms in there, are there?
Scale worms, yeah. Seven of them.
Polychaete scale worms.
Yeah.
This is actually we got to keep our eye on the fluid sampler. Well, it's has it stopped? It did stop. Stop that. Oh, what's going on here? Sorry, interrupting the fish observations. I'm getting no comms on the fluid sampler. Got up to 2680. Huh. Is our power still on? You check the.
But I'll double check here. Yep, HFS power is still on.
Okay. Well, I think it definitely stopped. Yeah. I don't know. It's got no comms at the moment. We need to 2,680. I think maybe we should turn the power off and back on.
Okay.
That sometimes has bad consequences, but I think after it's been on, it's usually
There's a
okay.
comment,
I do
is there
remember,
a
and it's,
parasite just below its mouth?
I'm on my six setting, so if we lose power, we're trying to go away from this thing back towards the boat.
Okay.
So I'm happy with Doug's happy here.
I think it'll probably be all right.
I'd like to stay here if I can because it's proven to be a really nice stable spot, but
Yeah.
if it knocks me off, it knocks me off. I can turn it off. Dr. Butterfield?
Yes. Turn the power off for a minute or so.
So it was definitely drawing a good bit of amps because it was 6 point something here before I turned that off.
Okay.
Exactly. Contributing to the stabilization of the
Yeah, it's less than an amp now.
What are
Ready
their
to give it a whirl?
Sure.
You ready, Doug? Here we go. So far, so good. Just let us know if you get your comms back there.
Okay. Didn't get any ground fault or anything on there. Right?
No, nothing new.
This looks a bit like that issue we had the other day with the serial comms being a little weird. Is anything else being affected that's on serial comms?
That I can tell, no. We still got, well, we have our blue vehicle.
Yeah, it's up there.
The only ground fault I have is, oh yeah, so blue is talking, magnetometer's talking,
Okay.
all of our sensors.
Okay, so all that's good. It is the fluid sampler that has a problem.
That doesn't mean it's not for us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these two? Okay, so we did this,
Well, that did not bring it back. I got a yellow light for a bit.
Try cycling it again?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes during this trip, turning it off and leaving it off for a while has made it come back, but then that means we have to do something else. So
we already do our 2 handheld cast lights.
we did one, and I believe there's desire to get some of the, well, what do you guys want as far as bacterial mat on it?
Bacterial mat on a rock?
I mean, we tried to collect chimneys that had that yellow on the exterior, but they all turned to dust.
Yeah, there's some really good chimney tops to the left that are covered in mat, like
Yes,
the
not the yellow, but like the fluffy white stuff.
Fluffy white stuff.
over to the left by all the amenities. There
Oh,
might
a
be
piece of that.
something there, yeah.
Up on top of these. Okay, yeah, there's some of the.
Do you know, the yellow stuff reminds me of lichen on a rock.
Yeah, did you see it
It's
has
very-
almost like patterns on it? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's just like dendritic growth. And there was a request to pick up an anemone as well, if there's time.
What about if, well, it might be a bit big, but I was gonna say some of the tops of these pieces have an anemone and
I-
the white.
You would be incredibly lucky if you got both.
We can just turn the power off on that and just leave it off for a while. We'll just
Am I
let it cool off or
finishing the
something.
sample or no? For long?
Depends. Is 2680 enough for that sample, or do we need to? The sampler's not working at the moment.
I mean, it's pushing it, but I think it's fine.
We can try. If it comes back, we can go back to the spot and start again.
Okay, sounds
With the
good.
filters.
We'll have to get RNA filters like anyways from that site. So
Okay.
yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and come out of here then.
Yeah, I guess so.
You want a last shrimp zoom or anything, or are you happy?
Oh, I think we're okay with it. I like all the zooming. It's a nice view of the animals.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna do rock sampling now, right?
What rocks for bio?
Rock for while. All right, you ready to come out of here, Doug? Sorry, Shrimp. I don't think I heard any of them. Look, I got a guy riding my lawn there.
Mm-hmm.
Bye. Okay, so I'm good right here. If you want to, I'll porch out for you too. The porch is in right now, so you ready for porching out? I'll stop. Come up a little. Come right. hear from Nick. Let me know if you want to zoom there, Dad, or anything. Nice.
If we get this in.
So with this sample, do we care which jaws we use?
Gentle jaws, probably?
Gentle jaws, alright. And this is
Yeah.
gonna go where once we grab it?
Biobox 1A.
Box 1A. So let's figure out which that one is, and I'll get it ready. It's box down the far left. Are you gonna be able to reach that okay? Alright, I'm gonna open that box, just so we're ready.
What was the sample number for that large volume bag we were doing?
HFS 12-C.
12-C?
Cylinder.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, so right in front of us, Fred, you see those pillars that have the anemones on them?
The white crust on top too. The
White
filamentous.
fluffy stuff?
Yeah.
So if we can break up a little top of that with an anemone on it, I think we get bonus points.
If you get an intact chimney piece, you'll get bonus points.
So your box is open, you can reach it for sure, right?
And then these are also bonus points.
Yeah.
We'll get you one.
See the box, I got it open for you there.
Yeah, we're interested in like 1 or 4.
Alright, we're creeping in all the time.
Yeah, the more the better.
Yeah.
Those should be our
Yeah.
gentle.
What's that? It's up to you, I can fly it in or you can grab it, whichever you want. Alright, I'm going a little bit forward. I'll put it right in the middle. I think that should probably be reachable. You gotta come a little bit to your right to get around it. Yeah, you just thrust in the port gently, gently, gently. Yeah. So you're gonna have to come a little to your right, I think, you'll get in there a little deeper. You open all the way?
Yeah. Right. There. Can't get around the right.
Alright, I'm gonna try and turn my heading a little bit. nice and easy coming around. Give her a go, I guess that's what we're gonna get here.
Do you think we should pick it up from a little bit higher? That might just crumble.
Well, try it.
Yeah.
Well, we can.
If it does, there's another one. Those are kind of solid.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid, yeah. It still might crumble. We might have to put it in a big bio box though if it gets full.
I'm just trying to put it in the middle. Alright, coming back in. Bigger than it looks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go up.
You wanted a huge chimney sample, right?
I mean, bigger is better, I guess.
Oh, there's another fish hiding behind me.
Alright, we're gonna go pretty deep now if we can get it. Maybe a little bit of twist. Oh, it's gonna fall apart. Okay. I'm just keeping the thrust real nice and gentle. Yeah.
Well, if you grab it a little higher now, maybe it'll break off at that point.
You wanna try a little higher? Okay, coming up.
Maybe weakened it below and it'll snap off there.
Is that for you?
Yeah.
Around the back side of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. If you come around to the left. Sure. Straight on. Sure, I'm gonna back out, come around a little more to the left.
Those are a lot more solid than the fresh pieces we were trying to get.
Be fair. Doing it all the time. Nice and slow.
Even a bit higher up. Where it's a
Pressing
bit
up,
skinny.
gentle. More. I think the blades are kind of catching a little. Yeah.
That looks kind of good.
Alright, right there. Can't get it. I'll stop there.
What if we do the bag trick? Put a bag over the top of the chimney and then flip it over? J-Rod mentioned that.
We've never done that, but I can give it a go.
Do you know what I mean
Oh,
though?
oh, oh.
Got a piece of it.
Got a piece right now?
Yeah, right at the bottom. See it?
Yeah, stick it in the bio box. There might be a little bit of something on there.
You might have to rack the camera in. You know,
Sure. Alright, I'm racking in.
balance it.
Bio sample. It's okay.
Got away.
It's just really bad.
Go get a better one. Alright, racking out.
Those are pretty hard chimneys compared to what we've seen.
Someone said they want the lasers on.
I think they are on right now. Yeah, they are on. They're just
Yeah.
hard to see with the background. Alright, you wanna go back to the same one or try a little smaller one you think better? See?
No.
So crumbly.
So J-Rod said he wanted to try putting the bag over the top and then like doing a twisty maneuver to get the chimney to fall into the bag.
Okay. So a bag would be
And then we keep it in the bag, or?
this.
Yeah, keep it in the bag.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm racking it. All right, I'm gonna look up a little bit. The other up. Yeah. Down with sit.
You should be able to get comes back to your pages.
Yeah, we can try that. Thanks. Okay.
You're using your bag maneuver. Is it the J-Rod maneuver?
Okay, what this is a canvas scoop bag with a steel frame. And we usually use it for scooping up sediments, but in this case we're going to put it over the top of a chimney and then break it off and keep it in the bag. At least that's what we're trying to do.
Something with fuzzy stuff and then an anemone as like a bonus.
I think we can pick up anemones after, just trying to get the best here. Oh, good.
That's a nice. Well, I can't tell if that's a grabbable one or not. There's anemones on a lot of these. Need one right on top though.
Pretty close.
Right, so he might go for it. I mean,
Something else? Down a little easy.
let's look at all the shrimp. That fish is really warm. You can see this in
I bet you this, you can line it up and we can rotate on top of it.
Fine.
Okay, the fluid sampler is working again. I don't know what was happening with it, but it's back on.
That's kind of demo. Right there. I'm just gonna flip down that.
Are there other biosamples to collect? I know we've got the fluid sampler is back on. We've got the two filters and
Here's a request for anemones.
okay.
It's only if there's time. It's for Julie and the collaborator.
Okay.
That big one, I wonder how big that actually is.
It looks pretty big.
It looks pretty chunky.
Yeah.
That one right here in front of us?
Yeah.
It's in there.
So you know what that is? So instead of like your it's probably why it's not better. What are the white spots on the chimney at the bottom? Are those synthetics? Middle bottom.
Down, gentlemen. Yeah, now what you need.
Yeah, I see the little white specks there.
Biologist.
Just kind of trying to hold what I got. It's not good except when you want it to be.
Whoa. You can probably pick that up now. Or scoop it. There's still mallet.
Yeah, right there. So you're gonna try and bag it or you want to grab it? Grab it. Yeah. All right, so we need to put the bag away. Right there. Sit direct out. So you're talking about that piece, you see in the sit camera basically, you know, just pointing at it. So you're gonna have to come down a little bit, like lean down.
So then, if you're done with one of the pieces, with us, and we'll analyze it.
That sounds good.
So we'll label one as a rock sample, but you get to pick which, or if you want to do stuff to it before we.
Okay. Sounds good.
In there. Forward all the time a little bit. Kind of sticking on something. Keep it flat.
Keep it flat, rotate your reverse slice and start putting it, get it up and over the front wall. Tuck down. Where's that one going?
Bio box 1A.
Just watch those gas lights. Get over it and then start coming down. Just watch that gas light.
That's a pretty good sample.
We're gonna be really annoying and ask for a second one.
Well, that took over a half an hour, so I hope the next one's faster.
Well, what you also could do is it's a pretty big sample, so if you, and then we can
Follow them in, that way you can start to flip around.
Still come in?
Yeah, still keep coming, follow them, stay on top of it.
Go sit down a little bit. Hold your neck.
Time flies, huh?
Yeah.
It's the best chimney sample so far. Did you notice that it had like nice zoning in the chimney? So it's not the same amount of diffuse velocity. So that's probably why it stood up a little bit better.
Yeah, those are pretty solid. With the nozzle right in there where all the shrimp was swarming.
Yeah, I think I saw it, yeah. So they would want 2 filters.
They also want 2 filters
also
of
in
3.
the same position.
Same, yeah, right. And it's 3 liters, 3,000
Through each filter.
for each one.
Okay.
So yeah, it takes whatever,
Yes, 20?
15
20?
minutes
Okay.
if it keeps up to full speed. And we kind of had it in a place where they were all swarming. I don't remember which one. It
was
might
just a
have
bit
been
further
on the.
down. Like
Yeah.
at the base of this, there was a little trough.
Okay.
They swarm like continuously down to the right. Yeah, it's down there. Yeah.
And
Right in there, right?
I think I could probably be okay with the samples that we got from this place.
So you wouldn't want to try the high temperature one here?
Comms are on right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Is it? So it's.
It's cutting it out, and I think
Yeah.
now that we're live, I'm able to see what's going on in there.
Okay.
That's a voltage issue that I gotta figure out,
Okay.
but I can't do that until we got
Ah, okay. Well, we've got it now. So if we can manage to keep it going.
Might lose it here in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just lost.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know if that's going to work or not.
Now it's back. But it's
So we
in
can,
and out, that it was like the other night.
yeah. I can see if I can make it. At least select. Hopefully it's going to stay on.
Where do you see it? If it's
Well, it says red. I'm not. I don't remember.
Which
Which red lights is it? You were looking at, or
What's
what lights up there tell us if it's a problem?
None of those.
None of those. Oh, okay.
Cut off your set for a while?
So you
So
get to
it's
number
moving,
9.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's working.
There's quite a few of these fish that make explosives in between.
That's where we tried to sample.
Yeah.
It just kept
But you
going
got
down
like
and down
300
and down.
degrees there. No? Okay.
With the high T
Okay,
probe.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got 200 and something on.
Mm-hmm. And that's where you got one back from.
Yeah. Well, we got 2 different sites.
Yeah, the
flange,
flange, yeah.
and then
Can we zoom on
diffuse
that
chimney
fish?
here.
There's two. There's one on
The one right in the middle,
Got,
and try to get the lasers on it close to it too.
I got bag 21 and then I got part only 100 milliliters on piston 2. Okay, now we're off again. So I don't know.
This is probably not gonna
Looks
work.
like they're gonna be going in and out.
Okay.
But
That's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's coming back, but that's not gonna work.
It's like a minute or something.
Yeah.
Is there something we can do for? I mean, you said power off the sub. You have to.
Yeah.
That's okay.
You also
We can.
And just power off the sampler. We did that a few nights ago.
Yeah, but it isn't. It's not the sampler that's causing it.
Okay.
Can you peek around the side of this fish in a really close zoom?
Yeah, I'm creeping over there now.
Perfect.
A little bit of chimney in my left, so I got to
So, no, nothing. So we could also not take the gas tides because we would need the flash pump to go
That's the
for
one she.
those gas tides. Yeah.
Right. We have to have the comms keep going.
Glitter.
So I still have one empty gas tide. So it's
So,
I mean, it sounds like he can get that fixed, but he has to turn the power off.
which is
Which
it
that's
sounds
not a
crazy.
good thing.
No,
Yeah.
it sounds crazy.
Make sure you're doing the bio observations so she can find it.
So yeah, you've got one gas tight left.
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe hang on to it till we get to the other site. It's a ways. It's like 500 meters.
Okay.
Shoot.
Can you
I'll be
also
able to
zoom on
finish
the
this.
red mineral at the very top there above
Sure.
the fish?
There's quite a large fish in that little crack too.
I don't think we can do an ID from not seeing the whole fish. I think I wanted to look at the full length of it.
Yeah.
Take a
Yeah,
peek
that's
at
not
this
good.
So yeah, I don't know. It's up to you if you want to take. So you got 2 gas tights from here. One from the
Yes.
fluid sampler and one handle.
Just from the flange.
Yeah.
The other one, before I got to the gas tank, the whole thing
Well,
broke
they're
down,
also
like the
fancy.
second side. So yeah.
Right.
I think the handheld one is good unless I have a particle that got got stuck or something,
right.
but we don't have control about that.
Right.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
it looked like triggered. It looked like the position was good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Got nice and hot.
Is that the kind of view you want in that middle?
Yeah, can you zoom in a bunch? And just hold there.
Moving back to the left.
Yeah, it's okay.
Huh.
It's a tiny shrimp. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Interesting
It's
stuff.
so red.
Red and yellow.
If we find an easy sample with that red stuff on it, that would be awesome. But I'm not gonna hold my breath.
So I didn't see this biology.
You want me to zoom out and look around for it?
It's probably not. I don't think it's worth trying to spend the time to sample that here. We'll probably see more of it somewhere else. Do you want to try to sample an anemone, or are we doing?
I think that's the micro thing. Anemones. Four anemones?
We don't have to give them today, we can give them another time.
All right. How do you want to sample them? With the just
Maybe
pick them off with the manipulator, or
yeah, maybe and then put them in a coral.
You have coral quiver? All right, can we get that ready?
4 anemones.
4 anemones. Can they all go? You want them all in the same coral quiver, or you
Maybe open 2 just in case.
They could all go together if they fit. Yeah.
Sure. Are you ready? Stay up.
You can try to do a quick reset if you want and see if I can get this thing to just get out of its funk.
What? How much do you have to shut off?
Just the topside mux. I'll just turn it off and turn it right back on.
Okay.
We would lose everything here for a little bit and then come right back up.
Lose everything?
Yeah, for just a little while. But not actually turning off the subsea. Subsea will still be on.
Right.
So
I
just-
know, those
okay.
never last.
What position do you need to be in to do that? I mean,
just a little bit further closer to the boat.
Okay.
Spell anemone?
Maybe pull in a little bit so we don't sink them.
And then one.
Or if we can, if we're heavy, we can just sail about it.
Okay.
That'd probably be our best bet.
Okay. That sounds like it's worth doing,
Yeah,
because
'cause that could
otherwise,
get you back up.
yeah, because it's cutting off too much to actually operate it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, so maybe right after we do these anemone samples, we can back off somewhere and try that? Okay.
Okay. So you probably want the snippers against the rock, huh?
Yeah.
Like that.
Pull them off at the base.
Which one?
Yeah.
Do you want this? Do you want this sample?
Yeah.
It'll be Bio 14 in SQ1.
So if you're breaking it down so much, but probably some stuff on it like around 30, 35. Zoom really close on that little shrub.
I'm not monitoring that.
I'm not doing this. I'm not.
Do we have more waypoints, or is it just going away?
We don't really have a waypoint. We're going. We're starting here, and we want to get down to that, which you should be able to see it on the map. That's another
This one?
active site, I think. So the tallest chimney in there is probably active. Like as you probably saw, I mean everything around here, except this chimney, every other chimney's not active.
Yeah.
Those at the bottom.
Does it matter what condition they're in when they're
I
recovered?
think the collaborator just wants like the tentacles.
Okay.
So
Try not to use all.
Sniffing it all the time, just do what you need to do.
They're pretty robust.
Push forward gently. Might be stuck on the rock on the bottom, yeah. Come to the left. Left and up.
There's no issues with sampling these, right? Which one? There's no issues with sampling anemones
No,
in terms of permitting
no,
this?
as part of that, no.
Alright.
I think mostly corals.
For Nidaria, I think it's only,
It's invertebrates.
stony corals. But I mean, you can ask them.
Just send a message anyway and maybe you'll get a response. Like that changes right there.
I'm back now.
See more salary.
Or worst case, we can go to the base of the chimney, there are plenty.
Yeah. Yeah. We were just doing it while they're sorting out their fluids and
So do you guys want to go to the base? That might be easier actually.
do you see the piece of chimney sticking out that has one sticking to it? Is that?
No.
Do you see this piece right here? You might be able to sample the chimney with it attached.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Look at me getting you all kinds of rocks. You can have more rock samples than me.
Oh, you have that too, yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 3.
But let's not count our anemones before they hatch. That might not be a coral per person.
Nice.
Ooh.
Super easy up. Yeah.
Biobox 1A as well, please.
You got it. You got it, guys. And I'm just floating backwards. Where do you guys want this? I don't think that's gonna go in a quiver.
Biobox 1A again.
Same one as before, okay.
Yeah.
So what you got there, Doug? I'm gonna
So
force
you're
you out.
gonna have 2 chimneys with some bio mats. Anything you want the chemistry for, just give us a good size.
Alright,
piece and
opening
we'll
biobox.
Maybe that's the key. Maybe the animals live, the bacteria lives on the more coherent chimneys.
Alright, I'm racking back. Give you a better view.
So,
Towards the
did
gas
you already
pipe
log it?
before.
yeah,
Did you
Zoom
log
a
it
little
as
bit.
one rock sample or?
so
If you
I
want
have
to sit,
some
I'll turn it
bias
on.
and
Just let me know.
Okay.
and then I have to log the other one already, but
Yeah, and you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
comment.
Yeah, I logged it.
As long as it gets in there, they'll be happy. Can you rotate your jaw to where it's more in there, you know what I mean? Or would that be too dangerous? I don't wanna mess you up, but.
Look at that. See, it's that central.
Can we turn on the sit for a minute?
The classic fire chimney cells.
second in here. I'll sit like this for sure. Yep, nice. Perfect. Beautiful.
Good, good sample. Another chimney and an anemone. So we need four? We need 4 anemones?
We don't have to do it all today. I think that
I think that's
Well.
probably fine for now.
You might not get them if you don't do it.
Okay. Knocking on the porch.
if it's easy to collect rocks in here.
Working at the camera.
We had started doing a fluid sample,
fluid.
but we have to fix the serial comms, which requires shutting down part of
Here's
the
what I found.
sub. Thank you.
Thanks, Siri.
You have comms right now, right?
Yes, I do right now.
Yeah, it's been probably for a little bit, but I don't trust it, so.
Some of the old looking chimney pieces would be
Do you
valuable.
want us to give that a try now?
Sure. Why don't we do that? See if we can get it back running and to do those filters.
Yeah, I'm totally racked in on everything. And I'm backing up.
Yeah, it shows.
All the time. About 56. Is it coming down near the bottom or coming down all the time? There's nothing to see if we can get the lights under us a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we've been having an issue with serial data comms. We're going to try a temporary shutting off of one of the topside components, which will mean we will lose a bunch of functions for a little bit, and then we turn them back on.
Yeah, we are.
Besides filters.
Might have, may not work right now.
DMARK. Well, after rocks.
I'm gonna go back in.
Rocks and
Something's freaking all right.
this.
Back up on your eyes.
No, I mean, the next thing I want after.
So 6 meters up.
Where are we going now?
We're temporarily backing up, and we have to shut down something up here to reset.
Backing up
The
slowly.
serial comms are not working very well. So J-Rat says he can shut it down and reset everything, and then we'll be back in business.
Cool.
It affects the fluid sample, it keeps shutting it off.
See how cool, like, so all of this is the talus slope. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of cemented. Bisulfides. And hydride. is good too. Because you might get how much of it has been. Yeah, it's not just like a
No, don't get excited. I don't want to pull them all. They will sit down, hold down.
Alright. In this neighborhood.
The white crayon there.
What's that light colored crusty stuff? Is that just rock? Altered rock?
Some really big chunks of sulfide here, and
Let's see how we set.
it looks like they've fallen down from above. Yeah, definitely. There's a big flat piece with a chimney growing out that's now sitting at an angle.
It doesn't quite like stop.
We were earlier looking at a flat layer at the top, sort of a tabletop, with some chimneys on it, like the one we see right there on the upper left. It was tilting down the slope and breaking off in pieces. This looks like a slab of something similar that's come down. Underneath, it's cemented rocks.
So much oxides.
So lots of hydrothermal fluids having flowed up through there and cemented all the rocks together. Now it's fluid is cut off and it's breaking up into pieces.
Stop and turn.
The fluid sampler uses serial data, RS-232, coming from the sampler down below. It's inside the instrument down on the ROV. There's a computer processor, and it takes inputs from a bunch of different devices, puts them into a long serial string and sends them up. And our computer up here sends commands down. And there's a multiplexer serial comm unit
The palps?
Yeah.
that controls all the serial comms, and that apparently is occasionally cutting out. And when it does, then we lose our communication. So J-Rod thinks he can make it stop doing that by turning off the power for a little bit.
You're holding pretty solid, right?
So we are getting a stable position on the bottom so that when we turn off the power, it doesn't just sink and crash into something.
Yeah, some concepts.
No, I mean, there's a ship. And I'm sure that most of what's on the website, which is probably is iron oxides, they could be right. Unless those are like nitrogen fluids.
No, so the rest, yeah, no, it's drifting. do that?
Should have sorted through that. Minus is still happy. Good. All right. Gotta power off the motors, right?
Dave, do you
Yep.
think that all of the sediment is from broken down chimneys? There's so much iron oxide.
I think it's usually the habitat of these tube worms.
I mean, it looks like it could have formed percolating up through the rocks
Yeah.
underneath, because we're looking at basically cemented breccias underneath there
Yeah.
with lots of fluid flow. So yeah, I think it's probably been diffusing up. It's dead now, but
Oh, there's such a huge area, like some of these
Yeah, it's big.
cemented palace blocks are giant,
yeah.
and they're just like falling over.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking like, it's possible to sample that. Probably not, knowing my luck.
Well,
So
there's
it'd be
a
interesting to see like how much sulfide is coming into that.
yeah.
And what's cementing it? Is it sulfides or anhydrite or silica?
Yeah.
Let me check something.
There are some places where you can probably get it. I mean, you could see some of those thick layers that were still in place, but one of these that's fallen down would be
Yeah.
just as good. I don't know how hard it would be to
Big
sample.
sample
Yeah.
to get the different pieces and stuff.
Yeah.
Not my priority, but
Yeah.
it would be cool. And we've hardly covered any of this web field, and there's already so much to see.
Yeah. There's a lot. Like the rock type is interesting. We should try to get, where are these
Yep.
volcanic or intrusive, whatever
Yes.
rocks these are.
It'll be hard to find an unaltered one that can
Yeah.
be like an unaltered equivalent.
Yeah.
But we'll try to get the most altered looking ones, and then something that looks at least not altered in quotation marks.
Mm-hmm.
Has this discovery changed your intentions to go to any of the other sites? Would you say?
The other site, like the one north of here. Well, we definitely need to do at least one more dive here. I think we'd still plan to go up to both the other sites, one cluster two, and then get back to Puy de Fol for sure. There's a lot of stuff we need to do there. If we spend more time here, it could cut into the time at the cluster two site, but we'll still go up there and see what we can find.
Can we play with the cameras?
Still dropping comms?
Or not? No, if not, it's okay.
Maybe. I think we're kind of using this one camera to see what the sub is doing.
It's okay.
No, you can zoom
We
in.
can zoom?
I can see
Okay.
these cameras over here.
What do you want to look at? The tubes?
Yeah, I think some of the politics are active now, so you can see how some of them.
There's one. Is that one over there? Or what is...
Could be that, yeah. Oh, see the one there?
Oh, over next to the
Yes,
rock? Yeah.
Yes.
Whoops.
Yes, those guys.
God, it's so sparkly in the sediments.
Yeah, there must be a bunch of sulfide in there.
Yeah. So this
Polychaete tube worms.
that's the proof that they are alive.
Mm-hmm. So these are not like these are not chemosynthetic. These are just normal sedimentary.
They belong to a different family.
Yeah.
driftia and the other chemosynthetic, those are heterotrophic, so that means that they eat other organic matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a species that is very common on TAG as well, and it occurs
Okay.
exactly at the same kind of oxidized sediments around hydrothermal vents.
Okay.
Yeah, and they can construct pretty large tubes. I don't know, I would say like 30 centimeters or more even.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that's pretty long. Should we zoom a little more? I guess that's max. That's the maximum zoom.
I'm not seeing it here, but sometimes there are scale worms around these guys
Mhm.
crawling along the tubes and these things. Could be possible to see. Could be possible that we find some of the white spots.
Those are shell fragments, maybe?
Could be, but sometimes are, people dies or this kind of thing. Yeah, those are shells or something like that. There is a dead shrimp there.
What's
Yeah.
the thing in the top left?
It's a dead shrimp.
It's a shrimp. Okay, I see.
Seems.
Whoops.
It's a spot lobster.
It's just his butt.
See if we can see it. Yeah. Yeah, they can be, I would say like more than 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters. So, it's gonna grow.
So, Dave, on top of the cemented talus, in some of the areas we saw layers, essentially like sulfide sediment. So I'm wondering if this is actually like not just percolating up, but sulfides that have crumbled down. Like you see how crumbling those chimneys are.
Yeah.
They're so shiny.
Yeah. So it's like.
You just lost contact.
Mm.
Just hold it for a while, now it's back again.
Yeah. So it's you turned it off and back on.
Yeah.
Okay. It's.
Try another
I mean, well, it's just coming up. We'll see if it stays on. I don't know.
Well, it was just on for a while.
And it came off. Yeah.
I could try another thing that would be a little bit more invasive.
Well, maybe we should. I don't know. Just keep the. This would be hard to do the long samples, but we could probably do some short ones. But I don't know. Or we could get up there and try it. If it shuts off, we'll stop and we'll just do other types of stuff.
Because it's about, what, 45 minutes for a sample, or the long one?
Well, each filter is like 15 minutes, 15 to 20. Could try. Yeah, maybe we see if it'll hang in there. If it shuts off more than once, we'll just stop.
Can we use an arm to disturb the sediments and look at whether or not there's sulfides in it
Sure.
before we take off?
Poke into the sediment.
A scientific geological poke of the sediment.
I guess I.
Because if we see the same kind of like glittery sparkles, then we know.
Okay.
We're very,
like this.
just disturb it, yeah. Just move it around and then zoom in. Ooh, it's fine green.
It's muddy. That's kind of like the stuff that came up on the cone of the AUV.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, huh? Very muddy. Okay, not sparkly though. Lots of white stuff. Interesting. Okay, I'm satisfied. Not really, but
So, do we want to go up?
Yeah, let's go back up on the chimney and see if we can finish those samples that we were starting with the fluid sampler in the swarms of shrimp. And I don't know, at some point we should head south down the line to see if we can get to another active vent.
And do some rock sampling.
Yeah.
See, look at these guys. They're so cool. What happened? I can't see on my screen. So this is all the indurated talus.
Mm-hmm.
Huge blocks of it, but there's a lot of rust through it. So I think that there's a lot of sulfide depth.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Rock talus cemented together. Looks like this process has been going on for a long time. Yeah, there's big
Can we,
pieces.
can we just look at the height of this thing quickly? So if we, I just want to see how tall this big block that is right below us is.
Yeah. That's outside.
Yes. Wow. So I guess the rest of the landslide scarp moved away before. What's our altitude at this point?
6 meters.
6 meters. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, see how yellow it is. Like, it's crazy.
Hang out here. You want me to go around this thing?
I guess.
We can go back to fluids. It's fine. We'll go back here.
Okay. Yeah, back up onto the chimney and try to finish that fluid sample thing with the filters.
Right.
Nice clear water now.
What area are you wanting to go to?
It's pretty much right above here with all those shrimp. Yeah, we were just putting the fluid sampler nozzle right into where the shrimp are all swarming around.
On the right side there, or inside the middle of it all?
We might have been up in the middle there, but it's pretty much wherever there's shrimp swarming, and it's
Yeah, we were at the middle
somewhat
at the
easy
bottom.
to set up.
We were tucked in the bottom part with all the shrimp at the bottom of the screen. That helps.
Alright, so getting the HFS up?
Yeah.
It's gonna work.
No. Good, can you push that one?
this section right here is just like one piece covered by anemones. That's an anemones, like the same temperature zone. That's cool. It's an anemone. That's so cool.
If I have a little bit more click on it. Sure. You're almost there. Unfortunately. What's that? Okay, I'll get you another pair. Alright, come back right on. Alright, so we're gonna get it out and like kind of point it towards. What area do you want me to go to?
Okay, let's. We might have had it right in there, but it doesn't. You know, wherever you can reach, it's fine.
That get your, yeah, that's gonna,
If the bottom section is easier, we can do that. And see where they're all swarming in there. That's I
off to
think,
the left of the screen?
yeah, I think that may be where we had it before.
I need to come in a little bit more. Yeah, I see it in HD.
Okay, we're on 9.
Yeah. Where I can barely see it. So down lower right. Down into the darkness right there.
Oh, yeah, kind of down and into the side where the smoke is blocking, or just behind where that smoke is. But pretty much anywhere shrimp are swarming would probably be fine. We were getting 10 to 20 degrees. And on the flush pump. All right, temperature is going up a bit. 10 and 12. Or 14. That's pretty similar to what we had before. Let's see.
any of these animals still have eyes? Yeah, are they all completely blind?
What are you thinking?
Or have we
Very
just
good
blinded?
there, or you want me to come down a little
Most
bit?
of the trees
I'm gonna check.
not anymore eyes. They kind of have these photoreceptors here. The gastropod, I don't know, some of them probably.
Might need to go where there's more shrimp. Let me check with Sabrina. Hey Sabrina, we're trying to get back to where we were sampling with the shrimp. We're in a spot now, it's 12 degrees.
Wasn't the spot we were sampling before like just above it?
No, it was right below it.
Oh.
Yeah, I can come down a little bit more if you want.
Yeah, but let's find a part with more shrimp in it.
Who was this section below? We can even pull up a photo if that is helpful.
Yeah, I think we see them all jumbling around in there. That's I think that's where we had it before. Yeah. It's a little warmer and a lot more shrimp.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was kind of right in there where they're all jumping around.
What's that? I'm alright, I think. Yeah, look better than that.
Okay, I'm prepared to log
Bounce me a
whenever
little bit.
you're going.
Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, that's going up. If you can just, I guess, do what you're doing. Put a little bit of force on there and you can rest it against that wall. Okay, that's good. 18 degrees, 16.
I have to eat it constantly from now until the end of the diet so I don't crash. I keep my blood sugar like constantly high.
That should be better right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going up. So I could add a little more water to your big bag cylinder. It's got 2680.
Yeah, I mean, if we could just put it up to 3,000, that'd be awesome.
Tell me when you start the charting.
I'm restarting one that we started before.
Are you adding to it or?
I'm just adding more to it. Yeah.
Have you already started that?
Yes.
Seeing anything yet?
There it goes. Shimmering there.
Yep. I'm in the right one.
Okay, that's going well. 23 degrees.
23?
Yep.
You see how orange that looks? Can you do a observation? Try to like orange Yeah. But after looking at this, where the colors look way more saturated, maybe I misleading myself.
Okay,
Is it working?
that's done. Turn that off. Stop.
What was the max temp?
Max was 26.8.
And average?
24. I think that's wrong though. I think it recalculated it.
Yeah, you just lost homes.
Okay.
And what was the volume though?
3,013.
Maybe got that all the way home?
Yeah, we're off here.
What are you gonna wanna do when
Especially
you
if we're
come
seeing
back?
all the.
If it comes back, I will
Do another one?
probably take a short water sample. And if that'll only take a few minutes, and if it works, then I'll start a filter and we'll see if it'll finish. Okay, we're coming back and go back to home.
Keep your eyes up for it, it looks really.
And then
Because all of this is not quite sure. Some of the really bright spots. But thinking about it, that's one more cheap. Can you figure out the geometry of it? Like, which yeah, like is it that?
cool colors in that, huh? Look
I
at
like
that.
the orange piece in the middle.
It's very cool colors.
Oh no, wait. If we started an RNA sample?
No, not yet. I'm gonna see if I can take a.
I feel like I keep on getting distracted and losing focus.
Stop that. Okay, now where am I? Okay. I think I'm gonna try a short bag just to see if it works. This will be filtered bag 17 coming up. Gotta move it to position. Is this 13? Sample 13
This is
or
15.
15 now? Okay, skipped a few. Right.
B7. FB7.
Or, right. Okay, pump limit 450. And we will start that one. Oops, that flush pump is off. We lost comms, it came back, but we finished the large volume. I am taking a small volume sample. And looks like that's working all right. Yeah, this works pretty well. Just keep a little left turn on there, and
The flange was not this much on.
Those little tiny
yeah, you were
white
like
spots all over it.
just holding it in place by flying. Huh?
Are those snails?
They're like limpets, yeah. Well, and snails, yeah.
Yeah, the snails are there, but.
Not sure what species it is exactly, but we can zoom in on it.
Yeah. Oh, perfect.
Take that.
Oh, look at those little tiny. Are those?
They look like snails.
Are the little tiny shells on there too? Or what is?
Yeah. Look in the top right. Look at the texture in the top right.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. What is that?
Now it looks more bio. Well, there's some. Oh wait, can you?
Yeah. I think that's the.
I really want to get a closer look at this crusty stuff. There's a sample that might be
Light blue scones, maybe.
sampleable. It's so weird. Have we just discovered the first deep sea
Oh,
life?
that stopped.
It looks like lichen. And that comes in crazy colors too. So the texture could just be from like.
Well, comms went out again,
Yeah.
but it finished the sample anyway. So.
You want me to stay here?
Sorry, we finished the sample?
Well, finish the bag sample, yeah.
You want to tell me the temperatures or don't you care?
Yeah, sure. We can put them in. Max was 30.3, and average 28.4.
Is the volume?
410.
Okay.
It's shutting off too much. I don't think we're gonna make it through a filter. Yeah. It shuts off like every few minutes.
Okay, that's fine. And yeah, that's okay.
We
If we
can.
do another dive, we can prioritize that.
Yeah. So. There's a lot of cool stuff here, right? We can't sample everything.
Thinking about
but,
whether or not we can get a piece. I don't know if that's actually jutting out or not. It would be great to get something with the crust on it. And this has been the best crust that we've seen. We can do one attempt,
Okay.
and if it doesn't work, we move on.
with what? Just trying to just a manipulator?
Yeah.
Could it be possible to measure the temperature close to the gas turbines? Like it doesn't need to be like not even 1 minute, just to have an idea.
Yeah, you
We
can
would
just
have to
take
pull the temperature probe
you
out.
can if this comes back on, well, it's not on right now.
No, it's not like that.
Okay, so we're talking about.
Can I pull out here?
Yeah, we'll put that away, I guess.
Good to bring it back. Not the skull. Do you want to go check out somewhere else?
Well, Melissa was saying she'd like to try to get some of that crusty stuff off of there.
There's a bit in the middle that looks kind of bright orange. If you zoom
Yeah,
in,
right
there's like
next
the
to the
black
black stuff.
surface. Yeah.
Well, let me
I don't know if that's sampleable, and if it's not, then just a paste would be fine. You said bad luck already, right?
Are you ready to start back this?
So do you think that's done for the night, or you just want to wait for it to come back?
I mean, it's done for now, and since those filter samples take
Should be coming back right now.
so long to do, okay. Just gonna send this home.
You want to put it away, or?
Yeah, I think we can put it away.
Almost 3 a.m. That's been pretty efficient.
And we all write at the same time.
Oh, so I'm thinking about maybe trying to move down to,
It's nice.
you know,
I have,
the site that's about 500 meters away. But
I have a
She
bit
got
of
one of that crusty
a
stuff?
wish list of rocks here, though. So
yeah, yeah,
hopefully they're quick.
Are we doing the crusty thing?
yeah. Could try that.
If we get a piece of crusty stuff, where do you want it to go?
I would like it to go in rock box 1B.
Where?
There's something in my rock box. Okay.
Oh yeah, there
1C.
is.
For now?
1C.
Alright.
If it's huge, we can
I'm
shove
gonna
it in a
leave most
bio
of the way
box
out
too.
first, that way if we do get some, you know, to drop it in there. Yeah, I'll leave it right about like that.
Alright, where we going?
This lower stuff, that crusty stuff.
Yo.
And then below it, yeah, there's not trouble. So this stuff in here?
Yeah. So we want something with some of the red on it. There's like a
See that red right in the
really
middle of the black
yeah,
there?
at the top.
Just to the left.
Up to the left.
Right
Is
there.
there really bright orange
Yeah.
looking stuff? I don't know what the geometry is and whether or not that's sampleable, but pretty exciting looking.
Anything else with that gravelable? That's a pretty bad angle of attack. Start with our-
Okay.
Right. I mean, we can't do it, but we're just trying to find out the best.
It's just such a like flat crust.
Keep around here. Right, and this,
There is some red stuff over there.
yeah, that's the same stuff. Glad you know it's on this.
Yeah, there's some up in the middle there.
Biologists want to rock, it just comes right up. I want to rock. It's
It falls apart.
apart.
Oh, yes, you have to kind of talk about this, and about put the laser on it?
Yep.
That one right there? That, that looks like a better angle of attack for the, on the crisps.
Do like geo context. It'll be context for sample S0495 geo 16.
It's a piece of mineral that's just floating in the water there.
Yeah.
That's your HD2 right now? Instead of walking through it. when it came on. Come out a little bit more. Bring it on up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and start going for it.
Just gonna flick off.
We don't know yet. Rotating it a little bit. There you go. It's actually hard, huh?
Yes. So
A little
there's
higher.
there's also a black piece right below it. I'd be happy with just that black piece around it.
Okay.
This is
Rotating around just a little bit, Chris. And then line you back up with that one or two stuff.
Yeah. Use the space.
Yeah. Touching it. Yeah, and you just come out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just a little film.
Alright, yeah, go ahead and bring it on up. Quick. Coming down a little bit. Coming down.
this time, can we lock it? Right. Oh, that's a bit too small.
That's too small.
I got it.
Yeah, just drop it. Okay, alternate plan. Any spire that you think you can grab
Oh, right there.
that will stay intact, yes. I'll take any of them.
See what should is right in the middle.
But it should be at least fist size.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get some.
If it matches the stopper, that's the.
Just trying to find one that's gonna fit in your jaws.
Directly in front of you, the bump straight up and down. Directly in front.
It's like if I went straight forward, where you're pointing.
Yeah.
Looks like it might be too big, but we can get your arm out a little bit more, because we're gonna get about to start touching. Alright? You ready? Yeah. Coming in.
Right a little bit.
Okay, bottom on the bar. On the floor. Okay, you ready?
Alright.
Alright. It's all you, I got. What was that? I'll worry about each bed. Can you shoulder right a touch? A little more, keep doing it. There you go. Alright, come back in. Come on, a little bit lower. Ready? Try. Got it.
Too bad.
Still there.
Whoa, shrimp waterfall.
Try to
Down on that, yeah.
Is it down on the ground?
It's right there.
Very good.
Yeah. in the middle of the red right on it. It's black that does a little bit of red on it.
Go for another one, that one that's standing proud right there.
Is that correct?
And then if we don't get this one, we might clear up the area. That one and just move it over.
Yep. You all right?
Push it back now, push it forward.
What's that?
Push it forward right there, coming down. Forward. Should be pretty lined up and stuff.
I go for it.
Ooh, yeah.
No.
Oh.
How about these guys?
So,
Yeah, it's all there.
oh, you got some bio. I'd like something that's not crushed, preferably. It's
Bottom
a
of
little
it.
bit crushed.
Face that, and then open up this other spot for us. Go ahead and show the right hand, Chris. Couple of them say.
To be,
Go ahead and get you in there without having to.
must be concealed.
Get real close with my one side.
You're right.
I think you're good right there.
Yeah.
Sure, you gotta move. Come on, little babies.
I'm rotating. Rotating.
Hold on. There you go.
Rotating. And rotate the window.
Swinging a bit.
I'm trying to rotate you.
I got
Yeah, right. All right. Just nice easy grab there.
Still got it.
Open your nose a touch. All right, come up nice and easy. Come a little bit up close. All right.
Woo!
Coming up now.
All right.
Alright, that was rock box 1C.
Camera's coming back. You're a little low. Just so you know.
Or D, whichever one you feel. Whatever you can get
I'm
into.
gonna get towards, no, just a little bit more. It's gonna move nice and slow. All right.
Look down.
Grab that, down that.
At least we have the crust on
You wanna have a picture of it once it gets open?
I got a picture, it's good.
After that. It's pretty close to the wall.
No, I also want to explore around, but
What are we gonna do next?
Well,
dear Santos, I've been a very good geologist. Can I get some old rocks from the base of this mountain?
sure. Yeah, we haven't actually.
Those should
We've
be
all
easier to
gotten
grab.
only sulfide so far. So.
Um,
Would be good to
I
go
want
there.
sulfides from the base actually, but
Oh.
like the oldest material we can find so that we can see how long this thing's been active. Yay!
Alright. Do you want any more bits that were right there, or?
No, thank you.
Or to that?
Down to the bottom.
What's that? What's coming in? You said down to the bottom?
Down, yeah, down to the base of this thing. There's a bunch of old chunks down there. We're gonna
Yeah, some really
break some
old
pieces
looking,
off.
broken, oldest looking thing we can find. Someone online is also holding their breath. Me too.
That's pretty tight on
Love. Simple.
Yeah, those are 1C.
Yes.
Like that?
bio boxes at the back divided?
Into two, yes, so,
So there's like bio box 2A and B?
no, there's just 2 and 3, so
Okay.
2 big file boxes.
I gotcha.
Oh, yeah, it's been coming on and off.
It's a nice view.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially this old side. Yeah, at the base of this. I'm sure we'll get something nice all through. Aw, yeah.
You want to break a piece off the trunk of this thing,
Yeah,
or
like
what?
to know that it's a piece that is
Yeah.
old, like in situ, and not just a piece that's
Yeah.
young that fell on top. But all of this looks nice. So as low to the bottom as we can get, while still being sulfide. Oh, that's cool.
That stuff right there?
Are we at the very bottom?
Pretty close, I mean, but no.
But no.
There's a whole bunch of stuff right down there.
Alright, we're kind of are we backing up?
Yeah, I mean, it's widening it out, like all that stuff just
Right.
made a big mound down here, so.
So, this stuff here could be kind of younger, because I see some nice fresh surfaces, so something from right in here would be perfect. Any piece that you can pick up that's of a reasonable size.
That line.
What?
And that left.
You talking about laser?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, that nice bright orange one.
It's the one with the.
We don't want to clutch. Sometimes quite ugly ones. They're trying to.
You could pick up one with an anemone.
Yeah, sure.
The bigger orange one?
Yes, please.
Alright.
Bio box 2, please.
Okay.
Which walk are you going for?
The one with the anemone on it.
Oh, the one that has a gastro on the front? No.
The orange one. Can you walk this one as well? Like, does it take a while for anemones to colonize an area? Like, does that tell us something about how long the rock's been there, or do these guys colonize quickly?
No idea.
It's a nice crusty one.
The problem
Look
of the
at the
Mid-Atlantic
green
Ridge is that no one has ever observed a volcanic eruption, so we don't know anything about subsidence in the system.
It'll be really
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, like underneath it.
Oh, oh yeah, okay.
I can get it. Try to get it. It's just
Top
disappointing.
right, there's maybe a smaller one that doesn't have an anemone on it. There's a couple of.
If I get this one, do you want it or is it too big?
Let's try a smaller one.
Could we,
It's going to be heavy.
Yeah. Might not get under the saw.
Elisa,
What?
is that one okay?
Yeah, that one, or there's a couple
Because
gusty
if
ones.
we can collect also these gastropods, that would be awesome. So
The one
we
right
can-
below me?
Yeah.
This way we do 2 for 1.
This one right there. You should have set up
Yeah, come on.
there. Alright, I'm gonna need you to.
That one might be pretty big too.
I think that one's easier for you to get. It's just a big extension of my
Oh.
thing with off part. Try it. Push it back into it. Oh no,
It's okay.
I can grab it.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
No, that's fine.
Boxer and then rocks.
There's some bacteria in that below that anemone.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's a nice old crusty rod. I just want to take a quick picture when you have a chance.
Bring you better lighting or is it okay?
It's okay. It's mostly the shape of it that I'm looking at. Can you flip it 180 degrees without any trouble? Perfect. Thank you.
Where'd you want it again?
The BioBox 2. It's actually not as big, so we could do Rockbox 1B instead.
Okay.
Whichever you prefer.
Box 1B has that, the D. D?
D.
Alright.
D is in Doug.
Alright.
Barbie 1. Yeah, that's a good choice. Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, the sulfides you don't really need to cut. They want it to get your orbit. And
Okay.
if they cut them, then it's
I'd like us to move.
I would like us to move to
Yes, we got 500 meters to cover.
Let's do it.
Oh, one more. There is a waypoint.
Find a different bed site.
There's a waypoint that I put in for Ultra Rock though, the Melissa site.
You mean here?
Not on this chimney, but when we did our circle around, there was a nice space that we put a marker down. And then,
Where is it?
it's one of the markers on there. I don't see the markers in here right now. Yeah.
Do you guys have a list of markers that we made earlier in the time?
Otherwise, I can navigate us to it. It's not too far.
Yeah, first flange,
No, it's
gas.
no
Alteration.
alteration. No.
No?
Alterations right there.
not that?
Tilted table.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
west, southwest.
It's close.
Yeah, let's go there.
107 degrees, 50 meters.
Are those like
South,
rooms or something on the outside?
west, southwest.
The comms keep going now.
I want to
Yeah.
so
You can take a short
we.
time.
No, not right from here, but like as we
Trigger
move
your
away,
bubbles.
there's like
It doesn't matter if it goes off. Once you got the manifold, come around this way. And then I'll shoot back towards the south. I'm just looking at the sonar.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not a full sampler. It's yeah.
Something like this, and then I'll turn around it like this. And it's just, yeah, my seven on my right.
I might go.
This looks like it's clear.
But if we see any active events along the way, then stop it.
What's that?
You can either sample them with the catheter, smoker.
We can also drop markers, like we can do a survey around and drop markers.
We should put a marker by the big chimney, actually.
We
Let's put one there.
By which one?
What's that? By the big chimney here.
We just, but there is one.
We put a marker out?
When we arrived.
You mean a physical
No, I
one?
mean a physical marker.
Oh, a physical marker.
Yes, we have two markers here. We need.
Okay, we've already moved away from it, but we can circle back.
It's just to our left. Back a little bit.
So yeah, before we leave, let's put a marker there.
Does it matter where, like close to where the
Just,
sampling was?
just like at the base,
Okay.
just so,
So where we got those rocks, the rock.
Anywhere near the
that
big
would be
culture.
fine, cause it's like, you can't put it up on top.
It's gonna fail.
Can we just
Disappear.
attach a flag right to it? Be a flagpole?
Yeah, it would just disappear, but,
Yes.
Falkor.
somewhere around the base.
Yeah, I'm just watching. Yeah.
So I can
If you go, if you go down, if you make it to that site that's 500 meters, and there's a bunch of venting there, yeah, it would be up to that. Otherwise,
So we're in front of you.
just check out whatever's that way.
Yeah.
If there are active sites, then really, measure temperature.
Are you correct?
There's a lot of samples left on the float. That'll work long enough to take one.
Fill them up.
I-
Or cut a pathway or.
Most of them were filled all the way. So if it's something that looks interesting.
I do have that.
Not really. It can stay in, so would like to get down to that place that's 500 meters south.
Yeah.
Just to see. But there's still another 500 meters to go after that.
Absolutely. We're not gonna do that tonight. That should be like.
Yeah, I mean, the vents went for a whole kilometer.
Okay, so we're dropping a marker now, I guess?
Those samples?
On the cast.
Yeah. We may not make it there tonight. Because we are next time. Take your hat and take it down there.
But we try to make
When we lost,
Check out another one that's fun. There's this rock.
Yeah, so we're dropping a marker first.
You can do the mark first.
And then we're gonna go to the tilted table.
Yep. And then start in the south.
And then probably pick up some inactive boulders to do as well.
Inactive what?
Like some of the old chimney talus that's like
Yeah.
scattered all over and we have a piece opportunistically, but
Yeah. I mean, we can put one in, but.
it's a pretty clear trend.
And you want to come.
The ones in the south are the ones like straight to the ridge.
Oh, that's a really good ridge.
Site across the landscape.
It looks like Cthulhu.
We are.
Are we gonna do
So, Dave, do you think that the blue that we detected was better with the
It's probably coming from that, yeah. Over after you do this open tape.
So that's probably like I got
Probably, yeah.
You're okay with it? Is this a good spot for you for the mark?
You want it up in the thing, we'll see. And it could be.
It's close.
That's
yeah,
the
it's fine.
chimney, yeah,
Good.
just at the foot of the chimney.
The 500 meters per.
We can at least
I would probably.
see this better than if it's tucked into the chimney, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't active at the foot, so.
Well, the material that we found today in the area was all different
I mean, they're.
There's so much to do.
They're type 2. Well, they're not, yeah, definitely not type 3. That's like.
No, that one's already hit anyway.
Probably not. No, I mean, this is a high temperature reaction zone, so it's not a system. But, so it's a lot more like just a basaltic system, only it's reacting at high temperature with some mantle rocks. So it's a lot more hydrogen in it. Some of the other things we do too.
It's another one of the weird wormy things right there.
Yeah.
The eggs.
That's totally new organism.
So the
223.
marker is 223.
Yeah.
Rubber bands didn't detect after basically.
We claim this in the name of Falkor.
I thought we should call it Falkor chimney.
Too fast to Falkor.
Falkor 2, chimney or Falkor?
That's
Two chimneys.
Too much. Sorry, no.
Falkor 1 and Falkor 2.
I guess this would be Falkor 1.
Falkor 2A.
About got it free.
Falkor 1.
There we go.
We don't think they're gonna like that.
Oh, do not kill the guy. Like,
No, yeah, we need the big smoker is Falkor.
He was saying the old inactive one would be Falkor 1.
Okay, so there you go. Falkor classic.
Okay, marker. Yeah, thank you.
A marker for your marker.
Thank you.
We put a marker for the, we'll put this on the map.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. That would be good. And afterwards, moving back a little bit so that we see where the marker is actually placed in the bigger context.
So we will be
Chocolate bar or chocolate biscuit? Chocolate biscuit. So chocolate. More biscuits. Only chocolate is the very final.
On the north side of the structure.
Alright, it says marker.
Okay, that's good.
Alright, you want to go back?
Yeah, a little bit back up just so we see what's behind and get the view a bit to refine it.
Just so people know we've been here.
Oh, you wrote the numbers backwards.
We have to come from the south, then you're good.
Okay.
It's intermittent.
I got the photo.
Huh?
I got a photo.
Alright, now it's not for now, so alright.
All of your experience looking at these systems, do you get a sense for how old you would expect this to be?
Kind of trying to see the chimney.
Oh, I don't know if you see that.
Seems like it has been around a long time.
Right back.
But it's okay. No, I think it's fine now.
Many thousands, I would say. I mean, like 10,000 years or something
It's
on
okay.
that order.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Then, okay. So the tilted table.
Everything's communicating. If it's something very valuable, there's a chance that we'll lose communication with it, like halfway through the drive with the possibility that something to consider we'll do. The right job is acting on something, we still do stuff. It's just, there might be a time we're going in there.
So you can't
We
do
can't.
gas lights?
I wouldn't
Too
do
risky,
right,
right?
so I wouldn't.
So we don't have control, it could open
It would
anytime.
definitely open.
Yeah, I don't want to do
If I
that.
hold that and we lose comms, we just.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, then somebody has
The
to
thing about the rocks is that if you crush one, there's a lot more around, so it's more about like, if you're concerned about the job getting stuck. So I'm not worried that you drop a sample or drop a sample.
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
Alright, going.
So this may start with more of a survey.
Yeah, the tilted.
Yeah,
Trying to go where we're going.
which we should do that. 'Cause we
Should
can
write it
see
backwards, huh?
what all is here.
Yeah, you can go to
We shall.
tilted.
Tilted table, please.
I mean, I've certainly seen a lot of other sites that have that much sulfide apron around them.
But that much indurated sediment?
And not in such large pieces as this. Like, it's like the whole. whole slope is
Covered with sort of like magma
falling down.
That's really neat. That's why I think that
Like I've seen chimney sites where there's debris flowing
I was kind
up.
of saying how I was going before.
But the slope must have been stable for a while.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the opposite, where it's not the hydrothermal filtration making the slope and stability, but maybe it's helping to cement and stabilize the slope.
Is that it?
I think
That's it.
so. We want to look at it from the side where we can see this.
I guess I should take my phone. Put it in my pocket so I don't forget it.
Go.
Whatever.
Yep.
I just tried, a test of how I get it started. Oh, now I lost
Oh,
it
now
anyway.
it's losing.
But
Yeah.
did I do it correctly? Like pushing this one double? Like,
Yeah, usually, yeah, two
yeah.
times.
And
yeah.
then stop
I
the
think we
pump
saw
and then
it from the
move the
backside
bar? Or
Yeah.
I,
when we
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
move the
this
bar.
site.
Okay.
So I think the best
But yeah,
exposure
I
might
just
be
lost
around
it
that.
again. That's probably
Yeah,
why.
it's going in and out. That's a bug they need to work on a bit more.
Those are vent chimneys.
Yep, these are all everything you're saying.
All right. So maybe no more for me.
We'll see. It might come on and it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be on for very long to flush things and to take a gas
Is it
tank.
just 2 minutes or a minute or something?
Yeah, I mean,
typically?
as soon as you see, as soon as you see the blue one come up and level
Yeah.
off, then it's good to go.
Yeah.
So,
So now it should
Oh,
technically.
it's that big
Oh, now
piece
it turned
back
on.
there.
Okay, so I got it.
yeah,
That
yeah,
was just a
that's right.
training round.
Mhm.
Okay.
It looks like someone 3D printed it.
Yeah.
Well, if there's high temperature, we're gonna wake you up anyway. But typically, would you take bags also from high temperature or just pieces?
You can, yeah.
So they survive.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as there's not really high total gas, which I don't
Yeah, we
think there will be.
should not, I guess. But, well, who knows? But
You see that there's like a
We'll have to watch
typically,
it
it's
when
when
we
there's
get
a
it.
lot of CO2, then it's the very high gas stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if it's not
It should be okay if it's, I don't know,
and
10 millimolar is not a problem. 100 starts to
Okay, yeah, it's very, very, okay. This was like a minute only.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see, okay.
So I am hoping that I don't get one of these.
I'm not sure they're gonna try to go like 500 meters. It's gonna take
The crusty stuff's probably gonna be chimney stuff.
I'm really not sure what time of day they are.
Oh, let me see.
We can go for that long chimney guy over there, we can go, and that might give us an angle for the far side of that, alright?
This is like the whole section below the seafloor. You would never see this unless you drill.
Sampler just cuts off after
all pieces that
comes back on, cuts off. It's be impossible to take away. Yeah, you got bill, at least you got the large one of that.
Okay, can you do login context photo
get it, so I don't know how we'll be able to stabilize here.
This is cool.
Yeah, it is. I like this.
But how,
It's a whole section.
Huge slab.
but
It's
how can we
chimney,
like
it's the layers of the mound, and then
Yeah.
it's the footwall. Just
Yeah.
in one spot.
Come out and one of the, one of the,
Can you get a chunk of
I'm
that?
gonna get a chunk of the chimney and a chunk of the.
the shot of rock, water, lower on
Rock.
Yeah. So
That
I'll
works.
definitely get the chimney and probably there's
I'll
some
have that go
layered mound stuff
Start with it.
that obviously it's a bit like so I don't know what
Check the,
exactly
it's probably
the
gonna be the,
talus
what's it called? Yeah.
Yeah.
Speed.
But if it's like properly cemented, maybe.
Yeah.
If there's a piece of
We'll try to make some tracks after you get
I
that.
know, I am desperate to get back to my map.
Only been within about a 5 meter radius of
Yeah, I'm just as interested in seeing like the big picture drawings of the very exciting. I mean, it should be very permeable, so there should be a lot of like filtration.
And starboard on top too.
So it might take some sampling for there's high temperature. It's tough to do a study with just like mercury rocks.
And let off.
Footnote.
I don't know if that's like getting cold or what. I don't know if it's get a little way, a little bit away from the boat. We're only 90 years from the. Yeah. Back down.
Bring you out a little bit.
Alright. Settle. Settle.
Beautiful. Lots of worms on here too.
Yeah.
All dead though?
They look dead, yeah.
Oh no, that one's alive.
You saw one?
Yeah, the one right in the bottom right corner. He's chilling.
there is a straight frog there.
Yeah, it's an oxidized piece of layered mound material. Nothing.
What's that?
No, we're just joking. Just ignore us. Okay, this shows where we've been. We've kind of come up and been around. So we've circled this thing a few times. Came up and went around here. So we haven't seen this stuff yet. We're kind of like right here right now.
Yeah, we can go
So
down
if we
and
go
follow.
southeast, and we haven't even seen this, we haven't seen any of this. Which is what, yeah. So if we go here, then whatever this is, we'll assume is this.
Who would you like this? Biobox?
Biobox 2, can you take a photo, please, Joel? Okay, Biobox 2, we're gonna put all the samples from this place in Biobox 2 unless they're big and we'll crush the chimney. Oh,
That's big.
good one.
Yeah.
Lots of sphalerite, so I bet there's a good amount of barite in there. That's probably why it's still standing. Yeah.
Okay. I'm out of order.
Good to date.
Good to date if we can get a 0 age, and
gas type.
That one's pretty big. Woohoo! A lot of the butterflies. If the top breaks off, it's okay. Correct.
It's all in.
Biobox 2, BB2.
Alright.
We are taking one more here, right?
We're gonna take maybe two more.
Maybe two
So
more, yeah.
The next will be the layer, it's crusty stuff right underneath it. Correct. So on the other side, there was like some thicker areas of layered stuff that might be a little bit concerned. You don't need to be like super broad.
Right. So we're not. We get around where we gotta go. So I where we are right now. Okay. All right. Around.
Okay, don't watch that, so closer. It's as orange as that little piece of
One more couple of things to get out
Oh,
of
yeah.
the way.
We got a very large piece of chimney.
Okay.
Wanna book your book or?
Big enough
I
that you
can
can
take
have
my
a seat.
book. So goal is to get to that place 500 meters south.
We will get there. I
Let's
promise.
not stop until we do it.
One more second.
And
We'll get there. So we've come around here. This is where we are right now. So we've surveyed this. We haven't seen any of this. So we're right here right now. We come down. And then it continues more. This is pretty zoomed in. Are you interested in that?
that's down the slope.
What we lose?
I think we maybe don't have time to look at that.
Where am
But,
I? Where am I when I sit down? It's all gonna be messy because
Yeah, keep back up.
it's like a couple hundred meters. 300 meters.
That's 150 right there.
not that long.
Yeah, I am interested in it, but
But, you know.
we don't have that much time, so probably just go along the main trend there.
We're gonna try to grab the crusty stuff.
It would be interesting to know what kind of, volcanics are underneath this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically it's a sedimentary. It's just a landslide debris.
Yeah.
It's probably a mix of different volcanoes. Oh yeah, that nice crusty stuff right there is great. It's gonna be pretty delicate though.
So, well, just that bit was a big chunk right there.
Sorry.
Yeah, you were
Yes, you
up
see the
since
little
almost
lip?
24 hours.
Yeah, like regular
Yeah,
lasers are?
yeah.
Yeah, it is going on that much.
Mm.
There were more areas with lips too, so this was ripples.
Okay. So just you can just get me when you get to the site that's 500 meters south.
Okay.
I'll come back.
Yeah, that one too, yeah.
This is all really interesting stuff.
It's great.
Yeah.
Because that looks like it's.
This has been a lot of activity here for a long time. It's cool how this big chunk is moved, but it's almost still flat, so it's still level.
That's great. Yeah. And overall, with the pit, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a bit of particle anomaly with this like small down there, and turbidity sensor.
Yeah,
It's still kind
me
of
too.
puzzling, but yeah.
Because it is making a fair amount of smoke.
It does, yeah. And that was only the one chimney so far.
Yeah.
These guys are.
Yeah, it's just the one active spot that we've seen, so we should get a map of where the activity is.
Yeah.
So is it just like
Yes, well, it's.
I'll let these are.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks so rusty, there must be a bunch of sulfite. The question is that sulfite callus or volcanic callus? Looks volcanic, but it looks really good.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh.
Can we go
Wow.
zoom?
Totally rotten.
Okay, John, you got that? Okay. Yeah, fine, if it fails, then we just.
Okay, now I'm leaving.
Well,
All right,
good
have
night.
fun. See you at 500 meters.
Joe, I just saw Joe in this, and he was like, "This game's fun. Oh, I need to know not to." Anyway, but he might want to check in about. I told him he was late, sorry.
Means I have to think.
Well, I just, if there's anything you want to relay, that's just.
I mean, basically, it's get to the place that's 500 meters south and see what's there before we end this dive. So, however long that takes. Okay. Is it a galley thing?
He was just there.
Okay.
Might be on some.
Oh,
So, yeah, so like I wasn't setting a time to end the dive, just get to that place, have a look at it, and see what's going to be. Take some more samples if we can.
that's fine.
For after this dive.
Same bio box, bio box two.
Yeah, he wanted to do one of the places to see this thing. That's what he's talking about. That's my board out.
I'm just curious.
Right out in this time.
I'm just curious. I only asked him because I'm thinking about, and then I asked him. And then.
Yeah.
Next thing we have to do.
Yeah.
I don't actually have. Just curious.
Yeah.
Bio box two.
That's probably a big difference if you're getting the dives. I'm not sure how keep this going, but
Really want
probably
to try to understand
fairly
what
fast
that
turnaround
was.
was the next ROV dive. But we have to
There's
decide.
no reprehensible.
When we're recovering in
Yeah.
Is it very sensitive to small movements?
yeah, then
500 meters. There's
set
some
up
things
the
that need to be fixed.
the
might have a solution. Yeah? Yeah, if I can find what Adam did with the power supply to the laptop. Cutting off on the back. Yeah.
We're,
Geo-19?
Are we going now?
you can come in and ask the hour you want.
What's that?
Yeah. We're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna tour to the south.
Oh, okay. Will you keep an eye on this?
Yeah.
Let me know if you get any dropouts.
Okay.
Like,
From
yeah.
now on? Or,
Yeah, from now on, like,
Okay.
I think it might start holding solid now.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna test this area out. Go to INS.
See if Joe's around.
What do you think? What? 1,000 kilos overall.
Yeah, that'll be awful.
I tried one.
Alright, I'll get you one of those things with that. Is parallel on?
No, it was not on.
Try
It
to
didn't work.
It might work now.
Okay.
Yes, kind of long. Yeah, so I tried the wrong size in the printer. Like, oh, I'm so many, like I could have
We've done both.
Yeah, just leave it on that for now, and you, will try.
John?
Alright, so we were at about
What's
50,
it called? Chimney tiles?
50. So it's say the 70 outside.
So I think we can see if we can still grab it. Butterfield tiles. Just put a question mark. Chimney tiles, question mark? Fry balls, question mark?
Is there any evidence here of certain kind or?
No.
No.
It's posted on like debris flow from landslide. So where the fluids originate, there's certain instruments, but where it's actually hosted, it's just on the side, on top of the
That's
landslide.
pretty crumbly as well.
It is crumbly, yes. Could we, if this doesn't work, would we try a little bag? Oh,
Got it.
oh.
Yeah. That was.
Well, can we just run it? It's
I can go put it back in there and just knock it on the back.
Oh,
From what I just saw there, so there's no problem.
sure.
that's gonna be a good time.
A free bag, not for the gas.
So-
That would be useful one. Yeah. We can type, we can put the bag number.
Yeah, so,
Go down.
until 8:30 on my phone.
Oh, the handle's number one, the bag is actually full number three, so that was screwing me up, yeah. We're trying to sit on, porch out, yeah, I don't want to gas or they, porch.
Okay, so one, so that just means that it's not unique, okay.
You missing something?
Yes. The power supply.
Yeah.
Look in here.
The sample may arrive home pre-built for us.
I know.
Since you're gonna use the samples, I think. Yes, so that we send
You have to draw columns up there, have you?
No, yeah, it's fine so far.
I think we got it sorted.
Cool, thanks.
3 hours after fluid.
Hmm?
3 hours after.
That wasn't all fluid, was it? Mostly.
Most of the time was fluid and bio. Comparatively, these don't take too long. At least they're not all stuck in the ground like the last ones.
Right on.
So if I see altered rock, not chimney rock, rock rocks.
Like Facebook basement or
Football, yeah. I'm very excited to use those.
Yeah.
You can't have too many of those. But we also need like the least altered samples as well, so if we get
like some
out
fresh.
of the So I think that the last sample that I grabbed didn't tell us what chimney that was oxidized.
Yeah. So you need one further down.
Yeah, assuming that there's something that's sampled.
No.
I mean, we're kind of assuming that it's like landslide debris.
Yeah.
So it looks rounded and blocky, but who knows, there could be quite a lot of sulfide deposits. So the Niskin priority that I've been informed of is firing over diffuse venting with biology.
So hopefully eventually
Oh,
we will
nice.
see some again. Finally I managed to get the pump going.
This is 20. Football fracture. Oops.
One more, is that enough?
That's perfect. Biobox, that's fine.
How about 3?
Or 2, whichever you feel, whatever your heart desires.
Geologically, it's pretty cool. It's like how we're trying to distinguish things.
Two.
So they want us to get in once we reach 500 meters. Well, with their beds. They said we can get them to pick them up once we reach the 500 meters. And if it's active,
And if it's active between, we just leave them alone.
yeah, unless it's something crazy. Yeah.
But nothing else in the biobox.
You have to hit the contents now, then more?
Yeah.
How many bags of those we have?
We have 3.
So now 2?
2 now, yeah. Anything else in this area?
If we can kind of go down and look around at the base where there's all that subducted rubble.
I can scooch. Where is she? Here?
What's that?
You're the SDF.
Oh, okay, got it.
There you go. I'll give you all that one, you'll take all the other one.
Can I zoom here?
Any dropouts?
Nope, it's been stable. I even ran the pump just to see if it drops out, if I turn it on or do something with it, and it worked.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. And first that one minute, still has come through.
Oh.
See? Yeah, look at amphiboles. Oh, wait. A second, please.
Oh, yeah, just destroying the visibility so you can
Okay.
go.
Today I know where it was.
So
Sorry about that.
kind of like surveying around and seeing if there's like maybe a material that leaks from that wall or here on the wall.
From there.
Yeah, it's like all the blocks that are stuck together. From like adhesive stuff blocks. It's not an easy sample to get. Test the limits of.
Yeah, now we only have now we know 6 charts. We don't do the same stuff.
All right, the 18th's here. Sorry.
What do you see today?
I don't want all of the pieces, so if we notice that it's pretty loose, but it might be like a small thing, just don't filter onto an X-ray.
Find any value in that.
More traditional X-ray, which make it color, stuff that's a bit off some of the X-ray, but that's color. Bird fall off, but you know, never mind.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like it's all close.
We do it.
I'm gonna try it.
I think what we do is more, we might you find more about stuff like since that all
Yeah.
There should be some volcanic rocks.
Okay. Well, I just meant I was gonna get it washed off and basically do that.
It's pretty soft.
Okay, let's do a
I
bag.
asked Nathan for the,
What's that?
Let's do a bag.
Melissa, I think that's the extremely thing that
Yeah.
something.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Because the on the section is
what are you gonna sample? I thought you were gonna sample this.
we are on the south. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I mean,
You have section samplers.
no, that's a problem because all of them were used that one sample.
Okay.
I mean, how many bags there are?
We have 2 available. One is in a weird spot, but if we work at it until we get it, and the other one is fairly accessible.
You're in the one.
Okay, one bag.
Alright.
Thank you.
I mean, the only thing that we get from the
So that would be the modules get on that much security.
you can also freeze them for,
I'll be over.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't limited to what you could do, I was just apologize for feeling sound like that.
Stored in some potency. I'm not gonna truck any more here after this.
Yeah, okay.
So
So you don't
just
think
like
it's
straight-
accessible?
Oh, no, we will get something.
Just leave it. Okay.
Yeah.
So for biology, we can grab what?
No, there's nothing for biology, they just didn't want me to use the last bag in case they need it,
Okay.
and there's one more.
Yeah, the awkward one.
Fair enough, so we can go just straight to the southeast from.
Yeah, I wanna follow the chain there. Like,
So you wanna go like west and around?
no, well maybe we are talking about the same thing. Here, this chain.
So from where we are, we'll just go south, or do you wanna?
No, I think I would just and then yeah.
Straight southeast.
Yeah.
Especially the safety of the rock, so I might have to go actually.
It's not the most dangerous thing.
It's just part of this point. 7 a.m. discussion is very brief. We discuss a variety of things. The subject for 3 days, we're going to be spelled out.
The safety of the laptop.
Yeah. It looks dangerous. That was so funny. I thought we pushed around there.
Yeah, it's a diamond blade though, not a sharp blade, so you can put your finger in it. It's not that
Cut it off. It'll put some heal for this.
Your finger will grow back. No, but it's not like a wood cutting blade that's sharp. It's like thick and it's just diamonds and crusted. So if you get your finger and you touch it, you're not going to get cut. It's only if you really push it. So you can put some of that in.
Got there?
He's done a lot of
I'm 100 some.
Good with your record. Not really, but
On the wish list, we are halfway
you know, hold.
after this. So, have extensively surveyed. Now we're going to go down. At some point, we're going to see Walter Rock. Why is it
Try to grab it the other one.
How many hours of rocks? No, we don't. We don't have patience for this. It's as soon as I'm doing something that you don't care about, then it feels like it's slow and
So what are the screen grabs do?
screen grabs of what?
That are produced during these diamonds?
Yeah, there's a folder called Vehicle, and then there's SuBastian, and there's all the videos. So the videos are segmented into 10-minute increments, and there's photos taken every 10 seconds, as well as the photos that we trigger every time we log something. Under participants folder C log, you can see all the nicely clean logs.
We went to 14
And on the logs, if you're looking for a specific photo, then it tells you to file that. Smart system.
You better get it 5 more guys. You better beat 500 dust.
You mean just for SuBastian? Well, at least we're number one.
Yeah, I couldn't get a grip on that, get it out of the box.
Just so you know, I Let's go with the tricep.
We'll find around with it.
All right, I've gotten the video. What I got in there, sure that that's not
He was working earlier. I'm froze.
send pretty pictures back.
Sideways.
I don't know if they're available until after that.
Oh, those are videos inside. Yeah. You don't make videos like that?
You can also go to the live stream online and rewind on
I'm looking for something simple like I can say
Okay.
to the boss.
It's a little offset.
Those are all going down. It's 1:01 a.m.
Wait, you don't have the Slack? I can drop some on Slack if you have Slack.
These pictures from your phone?
I know.
Oh, okay.
You want the high-res one?
That's
But I got a pretty clip of the
So you got it pretty good there, but.
flange of the pool and all the sulfur.
Still holding soft?
Mm-hmm.
I want, okay.
Yes. So you think it's fixed now, or yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, Port Arm is also having the same issues as that,
Yeah.
so this is working solid.
So you think the pot is okay as well? Okay, so I can do fast and stuff.
So some of our sensors that you would normally be seeing up there, CTD, O2 and all that
Yeah.
stuff, they're not gonna be in there. They're gonna be, but they're getting saved.
Okay.
With all
Just
the,
not this day. Yeah.
not just,
Okay.
if we need it, just not if you have an O2, we'll talk to them, please.
Yeah.
They can get
pull
it to
it
you.
out.
Yeah, and we'll come.
Yeah.
Kind of like how they did up here.
Yeah, and the high temperature probe is still not the same way.
Yeah,
That's
temperature probe still,
different,
yep,
independent from that. Okay.
yeah, so it should be solid.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Rod?
I did, yeah.
I don't know if they are. You know where the screen grabs are?
It's so interesting. Just two. They're super long.
Lower lights.
Now it's gonna be too coherent.
Yeah, the top of my garage is crumbling. I think you just put. I think that rock part might be.
And that's the pool side.
Where part?
In there. So it'll have the timestamp and everything you need, so you can reference it.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, there's some stuff on. Kitchen. Yeah.
Nice catch.
Nice. Can you take a photo of the problems if there's a...
I've never seen a geologist so proud of his ugly looking rocks.
The uglier the better. I want the oldest, dirtiest, most altered, messed up rocks.
I've never heard of
You want more of 7 rock?
Sorry?
A little more?
Yeah, a couple more. Just quickly
I'm
though.
a volcanologist for you.
I'm a general geologist.
Smidgy rocks.
So the altered rocks tell us more about the hydrothermal system. Yeah. Well, for that big piece on the left, you think that would fit in the bag?
I don't think it's come up with the try.
Come on, tomorrow, let's hear this. Let's hear some poetic. Let's hear some prose.
Yeah, yes.
Lots of oxide. Awesome.
More, or are you happy?
No, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm sure we have to move on. Biobox 3. And that's big one, right?
Finally, some good Canadian, big one. Weekend. Bag.
Big one. Thought I got rid of my. Should hear some of my family members. It's like watching a sitcom or something. Right there,
I guess that's the worst back in a little bit.
yeah. From the
First year. Early.
Texas part of Canada. Big one, Biobox 3.
From Banff down to Calgary.
Here's where John's from. It's no longer a co-op.
Because it turned out the city that I had was just not quite good.
The Bears put it in.
No, we just went too late. I was running around here. Seattle. That was like right here.
I'm from a town called Medicine Hat.
I know Medicine Hat.
3 hours southeast. It has a big ugly metal tube. And that's about it. That's all. Oil rig workers. It sits on the world's largest natural gas field, so it's called the Gas City, which is
Where are all the persons?
in Fort McMurray.
But that's all right.
Yeah.
So it's new.
But it's the part that we don't see. But there's a lot of like conventional oil drilling, and there's also pretty close to the border with Saskatchewan heavy oil drilling.
I'm thinking we need car sands.
Can we just take a look at the outcrop that we just took that from?
What's the IP address?
Yeah, so the question is it just sulfides all around volcanic rocks? So maybe we could see some little species.
Where are we right now?
15 years away.
What are we doing? Sitting at the base of the stream?
We are at an area where it's
Awesome,
old
thank you.
rust, so you can
Good.
see
Yep.
like this huge block of cemented talus, which is all this
Gotta
little
retain
stuff
our,
together.
Alright.
And on top of that is like Paleo C4 tilted on the chips.
All good here?
I'm happy, yeah,
Okay,
great job.
Excellent. Yeah.
Move to the next rock.
So our overall goal is to get like 500 meters south from here, but we're gonna follow like this little volcanic chain there with chimneys. So first I would like to go just a little bit south here and then to the east.
So
Like
south here.
yeah, just just a tiny bit. Like I would like to go here and then follow this
15
chain.
meters south.
Like,
Right, so where
it's
it's
very
kind of
close
like
from
dark
here.
right there.
Yeah.
Go that
Go
way
that-
and then come back
That's
this way.
it. Yeah, not too far that way. Just kind of cutting down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So we southwest?
Southeast.
I'm sorry, southeast.
Southeast.
Yeah.
We're gonna be moving to the south just a touch. Then, no. Well,
No.
eventually.
Yeah,
a
it's
little
there. Yeah, and then to the east,
Alright, gotcha.
and
Following
then
the
south
line
again
of
later.
lumps on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. Let's see
Pretty
some.
ROV.
So this was crazy because you can see the whole
Good morning, how
football
are you?
section, like layered sulfides and then chimneys on top.
You coming on?
Your turn. Yeah, how you guys doing that, man?
Not bad. We're getting some collections and various chimney to rock to rubble type of stuff. But, we're gonna head south for a little bit and then sort of southeast. So I'll move you down just a little bit. Moderate, not too big. It's gonna be a small move for this one, and then I'll adjust it next layer.
Yeah.
Towards the south, and then I'll start heading
That sounds
around.
good. Okay.
Just keep me on it where you want.
And then you can like turn around there, yeah.
Yeah. You would have thought that all the mass wasting would destroy anything, but you can see on the map that there's a line of chimneys and then a little landslide scarp and then small debris. And then all of that debris with there's lavas overlapping it on the axial valley floor. So this is older than the landslide.
The axial valley floor.
Sorry?
You never got to the axial valley.
You can see the AUV.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. You can see it in the maps though. Nice.
Oh, is there a little crab here? Yeah, the spot lobster.
We're facing the wrong way though, I think.
We are turning around. We are about to turn around. Yeah.
Have we looked?
Yeah, I'm just coming around
Yeah.
like this.
Okay, I'm ready. I have my finger on the beauty button.
On the beauty button?
So funny from the exploration from the CTV point of view, other assets out.
Did I go far enough south?
Yeah, that's fine. Or,
Okay, yes, there's.
yeah, I mean a little bit further, and then on
This
those
is huge.
colonies and
What's
those.
that?
This is a huge area.
Yeah, no, I'm saying.
No, I think that's low.
When we do the sequential exploration, this would usually be a separate group.
Right. We do like leg one
I know that.
on the sites and after that leg two dive on the sample.
We have two, don't
Oh. Hang on a second.
You're really gonna need.
To turn around.
It's just too high. Purple panel is just.
If you find something tall to put your feet on and base the chair, it's right up a little.
Yep, I hadn't always had an eye on it, but every time I checked it was green, so I haven't seen any. Yeah, yeah. And all my comments, it's always like it has a line. It doesn't say no comms or anything, so I think it's good.
You guys good?
We're gonna be heading to the southeast. I wanna go south.
No,
I think that was us.
How much notice do you want when we're recovering?
More
How much notice do you want when we're recovering
anything.
Oh.
That's not probably that. You only have the ES, what is that? So, you'll know.
So on our high resolution AUV maps, and also during our CTD tour where we were looking for chemical signals in the water column, and also we had some water samples taken in the water column. We had several anomalies for pointing to active hydrothermal venting. So one side we were just we are about to leave now. So the chimney that we found pointed where the best hint was from the AUV maps that were 1 meter resolution. And we are now leaving this area and making our way to another interesting spot where we had very strong chemical anomalies during the CTD cast, and we are following some
structures we have identified on the AUV maps, so it should be quite interesting. 500 meters until we get to the other area where we think there should be additional venting as well.
Now we want to
You want a poke, science poke?
Science,
A
what
science
is the
poke.
weight thing? If you can maybe grab it. I don't know if it's worth sampling.
You want a sample from here? Or
No, I
try?
want to know what the white stuff is. Is it bio or rock?
Want to try your
We're looking for some like
It could
massive,
be a weird place for a sponge, like, you know,
doesn't look like a rock.
too much gravel in water. But I mean,
You want me to pick you up some and you
you know, just basically leave it on the ground. That's a rock, right?
No,
Just everything here is so
These
soft.
things, yeah, it's not a rock.
no, I'm not convinced that it is. Could be.
I'm not
I
even
don't
It's a
know.
carbonate.
You're right, walk now, right?
It's carbonate, but it could be like talc or something. It's so white that
It doesn't have the best of a sponge from here, but
we're gonna find out. If it's a rock, it's a very altered rock, and that would make it very handsome.
but it's just the darker line, that seems to be rock. And so this one should be like 3 feet, I don't know, it's so straight.
Did we actually go down to 4,500? Isn't that where the valley wall is?
Yes, but not on this side. We're just trying to follow the.
No, sorry, you were making some statement about the valley wall.
Yeah, I do want to go down there and get some waxy lava. Yeah, you can just zoom on this. I mean, we did see some bright white stuff.
We have a lot of particles in the water here. Yeah. We're trying to get a view of this white spongy thing. We're not quite sure what it is, but we have so many particles in the water right here. The sediment is quite loose. So from our thrusters and from working here, we have a lot in suspension, so it's kind of hard to see anything right now.
Mara?
So you guys want
We
to
don't
look at
need to- we don't
so
need
is it
to.
okay? It's kind
Yeah,
of, I think that's going to take several minutes
Yeah,
until it's cleared up. So I think we can move on here. It's going to take too long. I think, to
We've
clear
seen
up.
some.
What's that?
I don't got a little bit of improvement on our
It's not
situation, so
carbonate,
we're
not
holding
in this acid area.
leave a couple
But
things
we
we can
did see
monitor
some
over
other
here.
white.
And if it's not carbonate, then obviously that's gonna go away. So if that stays solid for a little while, it will encourage us the safety of using the port arms.
Okay, so this one
It'll
was
be
solid
your,
for a while.
it'll be your call, obviously, but you know,
Yeah.
if it holds for a
So
while.
yours was solid as well, as long mine was? Yeah.
No, just for now.
It would be.
Oh,
I don't think you should pass up there.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Alright, never mind, so take that away.
Alright, mine is
It's
still
okay.
green.
Yeah, we're right there.
Yeah, okay. Oh no, mine is out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
What is it?
Can we focus just before touching it?
What is focusing this around?
Because we have. It's very fine grained sediment. It's almost not We're gonna. Okay. Joe suggests that we should sample it. So it could be. I'm thinking it's more like alteration product though.
Is that true color? Is that actually, is that white?
Well, that's good.
I don't think I could color this.
Can you?
What's that?
We lost communication. We lost communication.
That's all.
Not that one, not that one.
Oh, that's focus.
Oh, no, you're right.
It's curious. I mean, I could see that being something
There's a knob you
precipitated,
can turn
but
too, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to precipitate things in this environment. Plus it's, it was precipitated obviously in a different environment. Oh, there's probably a lot of.
there's a lot of motion. Field.
And especially like the top right. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like something that got squished.
It's
It's
too
not-
it's
it's
too
too
it's too
white.
coherent to be. If it's not a living sponge, then it's too coherent to be a dead sponge.
It does look like something squished.
It doesn't even have the kind of, you would, I don't know, the kind of response, but you would see like kind of
Are you
like
playing around with the
attachment
light?
with the ball. It
What's
has
another
an
it's not
white
rotten.
animal that could get squished in here?
It is
Yeah.
Is it a?
I don't know. Now it's quite good actually.
Does it look like a?
It's gonna be the weirdest sponge I ever see.
Is it a mushroom? Do we have deep sea mushrooms?
They're funny, but not mind them. Like, well, not that
Mushroom is just the gonad. Oh, that's biological. Come
That
on.
looked like a sponge or something.
Yeah.
That's biological.
So it's gonna take its foot cold
But
out,
there's
so
no.
you can't,
Look at the tiny
you
little.
don't really know. The only way to really test if you're not a function or not. So it's
Biologists always find things in rocks.
Unless you turn on the T4 lights.
Rocks have limited.
Oh, they're on.
They're on.
I would get a little closer though.
I mean, we
No, I think
Ha!
the sponge.
it looks like it's mine.
Backwards in there.
Do you not think
Okay, let's not
What's the,
sample.
what's the alternative to a sponge?
He thinks it's a rock, but that's not a rock.
Ah, no.
It's too white. There's nothing that white that would form. We don't need to sample.
Yeah.
Sponge.
Did we poke it? Did we
No,
poke
we
it?
gotta.
I'm prepared to move if you want to move.
Okay,
Yeah.
poke it quick.
Okay. Does it? Okay.
Is it soft or hard?
Can you zoom out a little bit?
Did you get my message?
I work from all that stuff.
Oh, that's. Yeah.
Just scoot it forward.
There's a few hanging out.
So is that the sponge that has grown these on the rock?
No, it's a sponge that's being crushed by a rock falls.
It's too far under there, I think.
It's fire. It's crushing.
We can't reach it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Too far under there.
fell on it, so.
We might be able to do if we repositioned and use
Is
the
it
other
totally
arm.
growing? I don't know.
I don't know how much time y'all want to do on this.
Yeah. So I think we
Please,
move
let's go.
on. Yeah. You guys okay? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's move on.
You say that that's a
We just saw something white and we're like, huh. Curiosity.
Sorry, repeat.
So I scrolled down to the log. And then I searched after photo.
There's more of the white elements.
Next.
Some green stuff in that. Ooh. Right when we cross over.
Where we click on it? How do you-
So when you click on an individual line, it'll bring up the details and additionally.
How do you click on that? How do you click on that? Right there?
No, just on the line. On the line. I mean, it's not buttons, click on it, you know.
Big rocks. It's more tilted tables.
Yeah, there's some more chimneys up here.
Alright, when we fly past John, we're gonna look carefully at a big boulder. Oh, what's this? Is that
This one wasn't checked.
No.
That's the
Oh, yeah, it is. Huh?
But is that that?
Okay, there's only one more to take. Is it dead?
It is not that, it's about to buy professional. Going right back to the
No, we're turning around on that little, yeah.
So we're facing to the south.
Right now southwest, yeah. But we will be facing south just in a minute and then east. But yeah, that was probably us here.
I don't know how to spell it. No, I never.
So you get one last look of the people things. I just I kind of wanna follow this structures that I'm pointing out, so a little bit further south and then turn into the east.
Because it's sulfide and it's big layers.
You do need that stick back again that I can like.
Sulfide mound talus, I guess. It's all part of the mound. You can do what Jenny does and just get a pull up.
Yep, she brought a special mouse pad. I tried to pick up one yesterday.
There are, oh, so that's around. 4 of the 6 mound talus.
So now we have more broken off deposits here. It looks like broken off chimneys again. Yeah, so after this structure we can turn to the east. These were initially active chimneys at some point, and now it's all inactive here. Yeah, now I want to go east, exactly, yes.
It's just a sponge.
How
It's an
many
event.
just rocks we have seen? She's actually very sincere.
Every time I ask what is it, they say it's a sponge. What's it?
Oh, anemones.
And an anemone. It's only a sponge when I'm asking about it. It's big, huh?
So what was it?
An anemone.
Anemone.
Yeah.
Not a sponge.
But it seems that it's that's deeper.
So we have confirmed it's not a sponge. There's 2 categories of biology.
Sponge and not sponge.
We
Just make me fun of when I was asking.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, yes, yeah. Can we go a little? Put in? Yes.
I think we're gonna have to move the boat race and just FYI.
Yeah, you can have it skin rolled up.
Okay.
This is a really tall, smoker.
Oh, yeah.
So I think once you get back
Oh,
there,
with the
we're gonna have to
pavement.
come back around, move the boat this way, or we can move it this way now, go this way. I guess I probably, once you get here, come back over here, then we'll move the boat here, then it's down, probably the safest.
That's good that I think the same thing.
Yeah. So we're gonna go back to the same place pretty much. I think
Yeah,
just
I
because the
I don't want my,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
want my umbilical against that.
Yeah,
tall
okay.
Smoker, you know,
Okay, yeah.
which is fine. we can
Yeah,
go.
if that's the safest version, we should do that then.
More chimney talus. Huge chimney talus.
Wow. Are those dead chimneys that fall?
Yeah, yeah, all of them.
Looks like we found a good site for the French ISA.
No, there's too many shrimp, and those worms are all alive.
Is this French area?
It's in there, I think it's in their cluster 4.
Is it the French or the Russian?
The Russian, yeah.
Oh!
With the voice is Russian.
Yes, this is not what you thought.
Yeah.
I see some more green in that. That's a cool choice.
Hold on, let's see. The technology.
Have you ever seen chimney talus that big?
You know, I haven't been on a whole lot of dives, so, especially around here. I've been to dives in Mariana Harbor. And maybe explore a bit. The answer is no.
Whole area here is inactive old hydrothermal vent fields, so it's mostly chimneys that are knocked over and also some basement, but none of it is still active, or at least not what we are looking at right now.
Exercising so much restraint. Because we gotta get to the base.
How many more rocks again? Do you have the capacity to collect?
A couple. We have the big one.
Zach, are you guiding us around the chimney? Or, yeah.
I'm not, yeah, we're just checking this area out.
Yep.
So basically, we're gonna go like this.
Yeah.
So it's not doing one.
Yep. And then,
Come over here.
okay.
Move the boat.
Yeah.
Come around this way.
Okay.
This is what you're interested in, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
What do you use to take?
I can sit down here.
It requires there to be enough
It's
there.
impossible for one person.
Chimney, the one chimney that was active.
I can do it if you want.
I'm not sure, so I'm not sure we got enough.
What do you use to take the rocks?
The volcanic rocks, that we usually to date easily, but
Because there's that
argon.
big gap between argon
Argon is the go-to. Right. It's very difficult. And here it's rocks that formed on the seafloor, were uplifted and then fell down. So what would you actually be dating?
But you were talking about the on-land levels.
The on-land levels, yeah, it's still be tough. It's all relative ages, so we look at which features are unlapping which ones are cross-cutting which. So it's just like a relative sequence, and if we know how old the sulfides are.
Oh look, we got biology again.
More anemones coming up
We
here.
have a enemy on board.
We have an enemy on board.
Mhm. Yeah, coming again, we're seeing a lot of chimneys that fell over in front of us, so that has been a huge venting area here. And so far we just have seen the one very big active chimney right here in this area. There might be more. We are still looking around.
Just like to where the
So if our interpretation is that chimneys along this trend generally formed at the same time, were wiped out by an avalanche, avalanches unlapped by the lavas. In chimneys, we could say the lavas are probably older or younger than that age. But for the chimney dating, it's relative dating, so we need a zero age sample.
Yeah, I'm seeing a comment about our data and results. So all of it will be published in scientific journals. It's depending on how many analyses we are doing onshore. It can take up to several years until we actually get the publication out. Some of it can be super fast because some data gets generated on board, and then it's just about understanding and presenting all the data, and other things like all the fluid and rock chemistry, for example. First we need to have access to all the different analytical devices at different universities to analyze everything, and then work quality control of the data, work up the results, make figures, interpret, and also combine it with other results from our colleagues, and then we write it up. So that can easily take, I would say, 1 to 2 years, and sometimes longer, depending on how focused we can work on one single project. So we are heading back right now to the big chimney where we have taken fluid samples and rock samples and biosamples before, just to get the cable that is connecting us to the ship. We don't want to knock anything over, so we're gonna go around it. So we come back where we have been before and then go south.
I put all the garbage by Joe, so it looks like he's
Did you already get a height of this?
yeah, 25 meters. Look at the base of those trees.
Yeah, we're pretty much now right at the base. Yeah.
We're right on the whole mound.
More recent pictures. It's very disappointing.
Oh, the rocks are disappointing.
See the push me back and forth.
Well, you can just look at the chimney right.
Boss shot.
Can you take a picture there, John?
Yeah, I got it.
Great. I like the white alteration in that. It's just these huge blocks of sediment or cemented talus, and the talus all looks igneous rock. And then on top of that, layered oxidized sulfides and chimneys. And look at that.
Oh, now we are back
alteration
very
right
close
there.
to the chimney, so we see everything's oxidized here.
So pretty. So cool. It's a good cross section right there. The blocks sticking out to the right, It's about to fall. If it falls onto the ROV porch, I will not be there.
Yeah, I suppose.
Now distance we see all the anemones again on the chimney.
I like the comparison of this chimney to looking like melted wax.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's perfect.
We haven't really left the hydrothermal.
How far are we from the original first site?
We're on
Zero meters.
We have to go around. We have to go back around.
Sorry, I've been asleep.
This is
That's so yesterday.
This is the like more dead side.
Hey, good morning, I just put in a short move for.
There's some
Right, thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
I'm keeping my blood sugar high. Trying to avoid the inevitable crash. Rocks are always cool.
Nice colors.
It's amazing, despite all the beautiful things, how hard it is.
There's too many of those.
They're in the water. No, they're.
Well, so I got one earlier, you know, picked it, but almost geo-like inside. See that?
You mean like the flange? Yeah, that's essentially a geode. You're basically looking into the geode.
That's really cool. Yeah, when I flipped over.
Unfortunately, we could not sample the entire flange.
Maybe for the last doc, we took a giant box on the porch.
Yeah, we have to be careful with ethics. We don't want to take too much of the environment away, but it's it's just that I'm not shipping that home, so you're going to be stuck with it. You can be the Falkor catalog. Those back you can stop swinging your chair so you can do any of these things.
I don't only have one.
Take a picture you're trying to forget. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I found the picture, I just, I picked another picture. Maybe I just keep taking the same picture. That's it. No, I didn't. It's a different picture.
Look at one of those short from the van, way over here. He's doing these laws.
Yeah.
Missing out.
I was taking this time.
Do we have to wait till the ship is in position before we can move it on? Yeah.
Just get them on the other side of the van, and then they can go anywhere we were and carry on. Maura, did you have any interest in these formations too, or just?
You know, technically yes, but I think we have to move forward to get to the south point at
There
some
will be
point.
more comments
Yeah.
to this.
So yeah. So I think we can maybe should just pretty much head south once we get to move again and not go back to the point where we actually kind of there, yeah. And leave that little gap there, that's okay. And yeah, yeah.
us what we're finding, any way transformative. Change what I think back.
It will help us understand the mineral potential of core complexes where fluids the individual sulfides are not always as informative as understanding the bigger picture tectonic So this one is one of the few ultramafic hosted ultramafic influenced active sites, especially at deep depth. So we don't have that many samples, so we don't necessarily understand the variability in chemistry as well as universal hosted systems. So like John's working on critical metal endowment of isosulfides from different tectonic environments. What
Is this a different tectonic environment than we've seen before?
Not entirely new in that we have samples on core complexes, their core complexes, which is not that many.
And speed up a little bit if you want.
But at this depth and this relationship
Just didn't want to put you in the circle of death.
Yeah, no worries. We'll move a little bit to the south when we get a little
I
closer.
think that the
Well,
extreme
thanks.
details probably don't make a big difference, like whether or not you're right on the wall or near the wall or whatever.
But the relationship here,
With that larger dot is these very, very tall smoke.
is this initially up with the material, or is this
Yeah, so
Springs Valley wall, strictly in the tectonic sense?
Thanks for that.
Is it both? Either.
this would be more axial valley wall, but that's
Potentially is near the initiation of detachment.
Sure. I think it might be interesting to compare this site to Snippet. Both probably have the same heat source.
It's definitely on axis.
It's on axis, but if you think of like the depth of the magma chamber and the size of the hydrothermal systems, it could be the same kind of heat source that the structures are tapping into. Again, if we compare them, then we can for sure.
Obviously, all three layers the same heat source.
They're the biggest difference. I mean, the decking is pretty similar, but one is like purely so close to the
They've
it's
never
closer to the.
imaged magma chambers on the Atlantic Ridge, have they? Yeah, that's too deep.
No, but we can infer.
Clearly, you can infer a lot.
No, I'm just repeating.
You're very good at it.
No, it's like the classic McDonald model of fast spreading versus slow spreading ridges.
Okay, we are slowly getting on our way south again.
If you're further and further away from them.
So in my opinion, any individual vent site on its own is not super informative. Like writing a paper on this one site,
Yeah.
we would describe the site, but we wouldn't advance our knowledge in the same way. If we take what we learn from this site and compare it to global sites, like distribution of trace metals.
If we go along this entire sort of selection area below this wall.
The more of those little chimney-like structures we can hit, the better on our way south. I see some coming up already again here. Yeah.
Systems not big in terms of intelligence, it's gonna be way less than 9 cuts, which is like the cutoff rate being marching
You're saying we've seen bigger deposits on C4? Okay. Where are those?
one that John worked on was called Tina. There were over 900 individual chimneys and mounds. It's in the Geological troughs.
Where?
Northern Vermont Becker.
Okay.
And that one was like almost completely inactive. Solera one was bigger. Tank was bigger.
Yeah, chimneys seem like they should not have such a
No, they should
melts its way down. There's a little thing like that.
We don't know, like thinking about how these things get preserved in the geologic record and like.
We can just move over it, yeah. We can we don't need to stop, we can make just nice progress and kind of pick up whatever we see, or not pick up, look at whatever we see, wrong word. Sorry.
They will happen at suboxygen delta level.
Not much of a delta.
Definitely not in the subocean.
Yes. The deposits that are on land were always in an oxygen, came from an oxygen ocean. They were suboxygen.
Good, yeah.
I understand, that this is more of a question. I'm assuming those other bumps on there are not nearly so tall as 25
But it's pretty
They did look small on the map, but yeah.
That would be weird.
But again, we're only seeing the fluids that make it to the surface, and most of
Yeah, there's so many of those inactive chimney structures.
So whether or not what we're seeing is directly comparable to land, there's a lot of questions about it, because most of what we find on land form beneath the seafloor, and we don't see large deposits on the seafloor, we see these tiny things, because it's just never reached the seafloor. So we're really not looking at the same parts, the systems.
But I think makes it difficult. I'm trying to look down, telling go down hill, I can't, because of that.
How core complexes evolve in terms of magma supply and pressure style of detachment.
That would be great, yeah, as much as possible.
Gabbros versus serpentinites, what that means for fluid flow. We have this incredible bathymetry now that shows like the entire cross section on the seafloor. There's sheeted dikes beneath it, and there's some sort of layered sills, and then a massive gap. And that's the kind of section you'd expect maybe like fast spreading mid-ocean ridge, or a place with like a pretty high magma supply relative to these complexes. And the layered gabbro sills have been described on the size of it before, actually observed or speckled. So it can tell us a lot about
It's so much,
the structure.
these deposits are huge, and I mean, over the years there must have been so much material coming out of them. Yeah, yeah.
So if you want to find
And they were also, like follow this.
So there's
yeah.
the pillows.
Exactly, they're the next one, and then those guys, yes.
So there's the pillows, and there's the sheeted dikes, and then there's the dike gabbro transition, and right there is where there's a huge permeability contrast. So if you want to find subsea floor deposits on an ocean core complex would be a So if we want to find something that's going to be more effective at this deposits,
So, thanks.
finding uplifted sections of oceans. Will this individual website radically change how we think about these things? No.
I don't consider this, like, all these sites on your own, I consider an individual website.
Yeah, I would consider this whole thing an individual website.
That's an interesting word. Site.
Yes.
And when I site,
You could call it two sites, like each on one side of this nice scarf, but it's really the site name and the processes at every point are the same.
It is again lots of inactive smaller chimneys.
This deposit implies that there's
The whole area here is full of it.
tons of metals, and it's used very loosely on the seafloor when it should be.
Do you want me to say that?
It's quite a bit of sediment also, but there's also a lot of output from the chimneys.
You still loud enough? I'm trying to click all the buttons as quick as you can. And it's changed, yeah. here the chemistry is more subdued, which matches with the more sedimented.
Yeah.
But it's all now.
Looks like a big chimney in front of us that got knocked over at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this indurated crust. So are you asking me that so that you can report on this area? Or because you just
Figure out A, how to brag about it to my boss. B, thinking about how much time to spend here and playing my role as facilitator, pusher, puller.
Yeah. Look at how uplifted that block is.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing again.
It's because of all the downslope movement. So this is less chimney talus, more indurated talus. I promise I won't pick up any rocks. We'll move.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not mostly not lucky.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, you finally on track.
Are we still live? No? No audio?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. We're seeing some really cool geology. My name is Melissa Anderson. I'm a geologist from the University of Toronto, and we are exploring this huge area where we see all kinds of mounds and chimney features in some detailed bathymetry over about a distance of 1 kilometer with a few interruptions. This area we first detected with chemical and physical signatures in the water column using a device called a CTD, conductivity temperature depth device, that we dragged up and down in the water column as we towed it behind the ship. We followed that up with some very detailed mapping using 2 AUVs with MBARI. And right away on those maps we saw all of these little lumps that looked like chimneys. So it was pretty easy to find this site with that bathymetry, which we're diving on now. Let me just see where we are. Okay. So the way that these things grow is that we have some heat source at depth, like a magma chamber, and that magma drives the circulation of seawater through the ocean crust. As that seawater is circulating, it starts to leach metals out of the ocean crust, out of the background concentrations. As that seawater is moving, it's becoming more acidic and hotter, so it's getting pretty efficient at moving metals through the ocean crust. Now, at some point, those metal-rich, hot fluids that we call hydrothermal fluids will rise buoyantly along fractures in the sea floor. In this case, we have a very big fracture, a big fault that bounds an axial valley of the spreading center, so a huge, deeply penetrating fault. And the fluids will move up the fault, and as soon as they hit the cold seawater, it will precipitate out all of the metals and some sulfate minerals as well. And that is forming these chimney structures. Now, as the chimney structures grow, every so often they're going to break apart and form kind of debris around the chimney, and over time build up a bit of a mound. And so the first chimney, the really big one that we were diving at the very base, you could see all of these broken pieces of old chimney that built up the whole mound at the base. So a lot of what we're diving over here is actually debris. So we are on a very steep slope where there's a lot of landslides, mass wasting, a lot of blocky material from the rocks above are moving down this slope. And as our hot fluids are moving through this material, it starts to cement it together when it starts to precipitate some minerals. And so we're seeing these huge blocks where all of this loose debris has been cemented together as the fluids moved through. All right, sorry, I just have to take some notes here. Yeah, just going straight south right now. So you see some of these big mound things right to the south of us. We're gonna pass over a pretty barren area, and we hope that those are some more chimney mounds. And then we'll probably keep going south, so a total of about 500 meters. Yeah, so bring your mouse straight down, further down, even further down, further down. Those lumps there, yeah. That's where we want to end up. So, it's pretty cool here because what we see is not only the chimneys growing on top, but we are seeing that mound material and we're seeing all of the rocks that are normally below the surface exposed because we have all of this landslide, this mass wasting, exposing it. So normally we would only get to see this kind of material if we brought a drill and drilled into the seafloor, which is expensive and technically very difficult. So this is pretty exciting from a geology standpoint because we get to see a lot of what's going on kind of beneath the chimney as well. This area is pretty big. A lot of the material that we see, especially earlier, was some huge broken pieces of chimney talus. So talus is just broken rubble off the chimney. So this area has been active for quite a while and growing and breaking and growing and breaking. I'm interested in that white spot straight ahead there. Can we go look at that? Okay, so that is a real scarp in the bathymetry. Ooh, that looks altered. So anytime we see something where the rocks look really light colored, that means some hydrothermal fluids have moved through it and changed the chemical composition. So that is just some really altered rock. You think that's sampleable? It looks pretty difficult.
I mean, we can check the number again.
Okay, I just don't want to spend too much time doing that.
You see how on the topo there, there's also some structures up here?
Yeah, we definitely do.
Where are you going to want to sample from this?
The white stuff.
No, I mean, like which grain are all of these?
Let me see. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. Bio box 1B.
1B?
If it works, but there's also kind of like a crusty bit at the top that's pretty light colored. But like, if it's not easy to sample, then let's just keep moving.
The science poke.
The old scientific poke, yeah.
Like I see a loose bit on the top there. It's a little hard to tell how big it is.
Yeah, you could, yeah, that one might not be super white. I want the lightest colored stuff. So, like at the very top, there's a pretty light colored block that's pretty big.
Where my top time is there? That one?
Yeah. Something around there. Yeah, try that.
here. Looks like there's some sort of mineral dripping off of this one.
Oh yeah, it's like rusty remobilization. Yeah, rusticles. Rusticles. Oh, that's nice. Ooh. I hope it sticks together. I don't want it to break into a million pieces. Good. If it's hard, then that's maybe gonna stay together. You call it rusticles. So one reason I'm interested in these really ugly looking rocks is because we can go and compare the really messed up altered rocks to some pristine rocks, which we still have to sample, and we can look at the mass exchanges between different elements as the fluids are moving through it. So which elements are added to the rock and which ones are leached from the rock. And you can see in the bottom a couple large clasts of talus, and this white material is kind of following a horizon, so it's following the layering in the rocks. Nice! No, I'm not counting chickens. No, I haven't written anything down. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ooh, we might need to put that in a big bio box. Oh, nice. Oh, oh. Everyone hold your breath. Oh, that's a beautiful altered rock. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, breathe, Melissa. It's okay. There's more rock if you drop it. So the rocks that I always want to sample are either too stuck to the substrate to sample, or they're too fragile and they just break. The rock consistency is not great. Bio box 1B would be great. So this is Geo22. That's excellent. I'm super happy. That's the best sample so far. 1B. It's going to go on top of the small chimney piece that we picked up. Okay, so to go with this nice altered sample, we are going to want a sample that's not altered. So if it's possible to grab one of the dark rocks on top, it's at least going to be less altered. Hello, Javier. Just sampling some altered rocks. Beautiful. It's okay. A less altered, let's say. So like a really dark rock from on top that's not a chimney. Yep. So like right on top of this surface, there's some dark colored rocks. If we can just grab something on top of there. Something that doesn't look rusty. My excited gasps add to the suspense. Yeah, I have a lot of suspense. Yeah, yep, perfect. Yeah, that dark one right in the middle would be perfect. Okay, I promise we'll get to more chimneys, everyone. These rocks are very exciting for me, but maybe not as spectacular as some of what we saw before.
Oh, so this is just
That's a good question. What is the origin of the name rusticles? Someone can maybe Google that for us.
I would say it's a source rock. They're just a rock that floats very thin.
well,
source rock after that all the stuff attracts gravity. The source rock and then the reaction zone, which would be a greater.
Yeah, we usually don't see the altered rocks at surface as easily as we can here. I'm hoping to find some more. We picked up another altered rock at the very beginning of the dive. But there's a lot of exposures around here, so we might be able to find some more. So the alteration tells us a lot about the pH and the temperature of the hydrothermal fluids and the interactions between fluids and rocks. I'm happy with any of those. So the challenge here isn't necessarily finding altered rocks, it's finding similar rocks that have not been altered so that we can really see what those chemical changes are. A lot of these rocks that we're seeing came from above us, up the slope, and fell down as part of a debris slide. So, yeah, beautiful. That's Geo23. We can also put that in BioBox 1B. We're gonna have quite the job sorting these rocks out. John, you got a picture?
Yeah, I got a picture.
Yeah, we're good then. So we've got one chimney, one altered rock, and one less altered rock in that BioBox. We'll see if the chimney survives. 1B.
Might be close to the color on that light.
So by flying around with the ROV and just making some observations and seeing where we are and mapping what we're seeing, we can also get a sense of kind of the footprint of hydrothermal activity on the seafloor. Nice. Hey, Shrimpy. So we'll to the moundy things next. Just to the southeast.
Yeah.
And then I think after that we're not going to see too much until we get to the next area. Yeah.
But yeah, I should definitely follow those guys. That look interesting.
Is there any reason to do? I guess if we find diffuse venting, we do Niskins, right?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
Or did that? Yeah. Oh no, it comes out. Don't mind.
One upside to rock sampling is you can generally stack them in the BioBox without worrying. We're worrying a little bit because we have delicate chimneys mixed in with more coherent rocks and we don't want them to get smashed. Okay, so yeah, just to the southeast, those big, huge mounds. See if we find anything that's active around there. you. That was a fun little start. You should actually have this, so I haven't updated all of them here. Check and then just keep track yourself. Oh, wait, I want the pencil though. That one I don't think.
Yeah.
So this whole time we've been seeing sediments with a lot of iron oxide in them too. Melissa have been on EV Nautilus. I'm not really understanding your question, Jason. Oh, look at this. So here this whole seafloor is just tilted up, and underneath it are all of our cemented pieces of talus. You can even see the big cemented blocks of our landslide debris at the top.
Down into the lake.
Oh, beautiful. It's a nice scarp.
Wow, pretty.
Yeah. There's some areas of like lighter yellow that might have a tiny bit of diffuse flow, but I think going to the mounds will have more of a chance of finding diffuse flow. So we do see some rusty colors here, so we do have a little bit of sulfides that were precipitating and now oxidizing right in the footwall. Oh, the bright yellow could be some bacterial matting. It looks like it's on a dome. Yeah, it's kind of just looking up a very steep slope, and there's a scarp at the bottom where there was some landslide debris. That is very yellow, and some bright red too. Is this bacterial matting bio team?
The yellow?
Yeah, the bright yellow.
You have to zoom in probably.
Or is it just mineral precipitation? Looks mineral again. That's very bright yellow. If it's mineral, is it just really funky iron oxides, or is it orpiment, which is an arsenic sulfide? Or is it a bacterial mat? We've been playing a game called Is It Bio or Is It Geo? Where the biologists say, no, it's not biological, and I say, no, it's not a rock. And then we're left wondering what it is. Oh, yeah. We're at the bottom. Oh yeah, there's some flock. Oh yeah, some nice flocky look. Are you seeing that? We don't have a microbiologist.
So we got a bunch of stuff coming down.
What are you asking? So
There's some fluffy looking yellow flock when we disturb the yellow stuff. Full disclosure, I am not a biologist. I don't know anything about biology, but we do have some biologists in the room. If anyone has any questions for them, we can ask. Oh, have you been on EV Nautilus? No, I have not. That's a neat little scarf.
Tamara has been on EV Nautilus though.
Tamara has been. Tamara is behind us here. So instead of going up this slope, can we turn around and go to the east-southeast? Wow, look at those blocks. So even in the bathymetry, we see kind of rough topography, but it's incredible to see how large of an area is affected by this hydrothermal system. Yeah, I think the bright yellow stuff, there was some bits of it that kind of fluffed off that to me looked more bacterial than mineral, but we want to get to some large mounds, so we're not staying to investigate. Look at that. Oh, big chimneys fallen over right behind it. It kind of looks like petrified wood. And then the big block in front of us is a bunch of debris all cemented together, and behind that is a bunch of debris that has not been cemented together. So we have some older material with the chimney and the cemented stuff kind of getting buried and toppled over by a big landslide. That is so super cool. Oh, look at that. Oh, there's some altered rocks in there. Oh, wow. So you can see where the landslide just kind of moved along this scour in the seafloor. And here we're exposing some more altered rocks. We have a weight capacity and a volume capacity for rock sampling on this dive, unfortunately. Nice. So straight to our east we have a big mound. All right. What is the average lifespan of a chimney? That's a good question. So in general, we build chimneys with a couple of different minerals. We have sulfide minerals, which contain a bunch of metals, and sulfate minerals. I'm just going to pause so I can take some notes here. Okay. And there is one sulfate mineral. It's called anhydrite. Anhydrite, it's a calcium sulfate, and it precipitates at temperatures above 150 degrees, and that's the main mineral that builds up the chimney structure, as well as some sulfide minerals. But when our hydrothermal system cools back down below 150 degrees, that anhydrite will actually redissolve back into seawater, and the whole chimney will disintegrate. So that chimney will grow as long as there's some sustained heat source, and then it'll eventually become inactive. What's the purple thing that we just passed over? Rat tail, someone said. Some chimneys are a bit lower temperature, where instead of anhydrite we get a barium sulfate called barite, and those chimneys can stay intact for longer. So we have measured ages of chimneys that are intact and standing that's up to 5,000 years old. But how long the hydrothermal system remains active, I don't know a good answer to that question. Some short and some, I don't know, decades, 100 years maybe. Someone can answer that better than me. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're coming up to a really beautiful area with some nice sulfides. This is a little mound. We might have some diffuse venting, so we're going to look carefully for diffuse venting. Yeah, Niskin. Yeah. So keep your eyes peeled, everyone, for some shimmering water. What we want to do is sample some water above an area where there's shimmering water or diffuse venting to look at the microbial communities. Sean did say he wanted it if there were animals below it, so I don't know how strong that criteria is.
Animals or gnats?
He said animals, but so... Oh, rat tail was the purple thing.
With biology.
With biology.
Yeah,
what
I
what
think-
does biology
I think
mean?
maps count as biology.
Okay, maths count as biology. So the answer to the question, what's the lifespan, is I have no idea off the top of my head. There might be other people in the chat who knows, but I wouldn't imagine that old. Can we get a little bit closer and look at some of the areas at the base and see if we can see some fluids coming out? So here we see some... Yeah, we're working on it. Yeah, I think there might be some shimmering water there. Alright, we're gonna zoom in. I see a lot of the bright yellow fluffy looking stuff's bacterial mats. There must be some diffuse fluid here.
Can you like turn the corner and look at the...
I'm just gonna get settled here. Rat tail was the fish, you didn't see the purple thing. Okay.
You can get some duck, please.
So we're just gonna take a closer look.
Look at those gnats around the back.
Yeah, so a lot of this bacterial mat is now in the water column.
Yeah, like 45.
So we don't want to get a big flume on
Yeah,
this
we
one.
won't
Yeah.
take a Niskin here.
Okay, so just to the southeast, it looks like another big plume, and if we see more venting, then we'll try to take a Niskin.
I will go forward and around to the right. So I know on the safe side is to do that.
We passed the purple thing really quick, so I didn't get a chance to see what it was either. With my luck, probably a sponge. Every time I ask the biologist what I'm looking at, it's a sponge. Are there purple sponges? I don't know. So again, here you can kind of see the cross-section. You see the little dead chimneys on top, and then some layered material, and on the bottom there's some broken up talus. How about on top of that? I mean, there's mats. I don't see any shimmering water. Not enough?
I mean, if we don't see any shimmering water, then we can just pop, we can pop them at another iffy side at the end.
Okay. No, we haven't seen sponges on this dive, apart from one that confused us because it was white, and the biologist said, "No, it's a rock," and I said, "No, it's organic." But no, not compared to the other dives that we've been on here. Okay, can we kind of zoom slowly and see if we see shimmering water under there anywhere?
Yeah, definitely.
Do we see any?
Yes, I see some.
Do you want to take a Niskin over top of that?
See it right there? Yeah, hold on.
Oh, yeah, under the flange there in the
Yeah,
middle
yeah.
at the top.
Yep, let's
Can
do
we
that.
fly above it and trigger a Niskin? Let's see.
2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
So just one of the 5 liters?
I think so, yeah.
Samara, can you log it?
Yep.
will be N2. Let's confirm that we haven't triggered these N1 and N6 before. Okay.
Must be an organic walk.
I
Yeah, it was out of boop range. So the weird squishy looking white thing, a couple biologists in the room agreed with me that it was organic and maybe a sponge. And as soon as we decided that it was organic, we just moved on.
John, can you give me the safety number? I know
Yeah, 495, 24.
Are you gonna open up your,
Thank you.
the hammer, the ISO?
Are most chimneys generally anhydrite dominated? Yes, in these settings it is. So the deeper we are, generally the higher temperature our fluids are, so we have more pressure on top of us to inhibit boiling. So right now we're pretty deep. We are 3,963 meters below sea level. So our fluids are boiling at about 390 degrees, so that's the maximum temperature it can reach. And anhydrite is what's mainly going to precipitate above 150 degrees.
Yes.
It worked! Yay!
It fired.
It fired. And in some settings where the rocks that are underneath us have more alkaline compositions, then we also tend to get more barium in the fluids, and therefore more barite in the precipitates. Okay, so we've taken a Niskin.
What are we doing with the Niskin fluids? We're doing particulates?
We're taking an eDNA sample.
Come tell them.
We have Pam here who's going to tell you about why we just triggered a Niskin.
So one of our biologists, Sean McAllister, is interested in an eDNA or environmental DNA sample to get a sense from the water column, the kind of active microbial communities. We are also taking a water sample to look at the chemistry of some organic ligands in the water column that are important for stabilizing and carrying nutrients far from vent sites. And then, yeah, just generally we're going to look at the chemistry, especially of metals in both the dissolved and particle phases.
Cool. Okay. You see one of those pokey outy chimneys on the left?
Yes.
Can I get a piece?
Sure.
Thank you. And there's a big black.
That's what we're gonna look at,
Yeah, I want to look at that too.
We'll get first, we'll get chimney first.
Chimney first.
Okay. Curiosity got us.
Yeah. Is it a nice piece of glassy lava?
Alright, so one of these.
Mm-hmm. Where are we gonna put it, John? Okay. The bag. Yeah, we can put it in Biobox 3.
Let's see where I'm looking at. That's okay. I can see it too. It's fine.
So, of the big active chimney we looked at, we saw that the fluids were kind of coming out of everywhere, so we call that a beehive diffuser chimney. And when we see these chimneys that have this kind of bulbous morphology, you can see on the left, those tend to be kind of our inactive or fossil beehives as well. Do you think on the left would be easier to sample?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm push up right here.
Or, yeah, anything. I'm happy. The spiky ones will be more delicate. The lumpy bulbous ones will probably be a little bit stronger.
There's like one right in front of us on the top.
Kind of at the bottom and the base, you could probably get one easier, I'm guessing. Are we gonna cruise around this whole chimney to check it out? So we have a bunch of different chimney and mound features in our bathymetry that cover about 1 kilometer over the length of it. We're probably gonna cover about 500 meters in this dive. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. We've gone less than 300 meters.
While we stopped, did you mind getting a closer zoom up on what we tried to do before? It just wasn't quite close enough for us to identify
What,
that.
the yellow stuff?
No, so you'll see, it's not here, but you'll see all over this mound, there's little white things that are coated in rocks.
Okay.
And we just don't know what they are.
Yeah,
So
let's
if we
grab
can
a sample and
Yeah,
then
yeah, no
point
rush,
out.
just before we leave, anytime before we leave.
There's also some broken bits down to the left, if that's easier. Yeah, just hang out here and tell them what you want.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I thought this was a small little peak, but it's quite big. There's a little flange at the bottom, maybe. There are two options. One, the rock will be very tough and difficult to sample, or two, it's going to disintegrate in the jaws. There's very rarely a middle ground when I want to rock. The good old scientific poke hardness test. It should be pretty weak because it's old and oxidized, but let's see. It's just gonna go floof. No? Ooh. Not the crumbliest. Yeah, so what we see is a lot of dark mineral. That's a zinc sulfide called sphalerite. And right around the edge of it, you can see this light colored material. That's actually our barite. I'm guessing. I'm happy with whatever you can grab that stays intact. You can grab that little chimney that you knocked over if you want. Or a piece of the flange, or just something that's not super oxidized. If it crumbles into tiny pieces, then I won't want it. 1 out of 4 boop on the boop scale, they say. So my guess is that a lot of the old chimneys that are still standing and intact are going to be like this. Ooh! No. Yeah, too crumbly. No, thank you. Oh, there you go. I'll take that piece.
That's what he was doing the entire time.
Yeah, it's totally on purpose. How thick is that? Nice. Precision sampling. Nice. So this is going to go where again? Biobox 3?
Yes.
Biobox 3. There's... Oh! I shouldn't have said that. I jinxed it. What about that flange? Do you think that would break off? Yeah. The little elephant ear. There's a lot of bio on that rock.
Actually, that's one of the same one, but they're all closed. So.
Okay. We'll find some.
Yeah, you can scrape it off the rock. Sounds good. Happy to.
So when we recover our rocks in the ROV, the biology team gets first dibs to try to get all the biology off before I contaminate it with my DNA. And then the rocks are released to my care. Oh, nice.
See anything in the tube, but I can't really tell.
Okay, is it going to break or is it going to be stuck and unsamplable? Oh, it's crumbly. Do we have a piece though still? Oh. Ooh. It's very green. What am I looking at? That's pretty old and ugly looking.
Goes the width of the jaws as well.
Yeah, let's take it and continue zooming for the biologist. Biobox 3.
Once it's all secured, we can look around for
Okay.
zoom in on this time.
Alright.
Most samples, but I think it might be spatch.
There might be spinach? Okay. I think I might want to grab another piece that's more confidently a chimney.
What do you want to do?
Biobox 3?
Yeah.
Question. This rock is all made up of discharged minerals. It's a baby rock nursery. Yes, exactly. So all of these rocks precipitated out of the hot fluids that circulated through the ocean crust. So basically it's just a basic chemical reaction. So we would call it a chemical sedimentary rock. Now there are chunks of other rocks around, like the big debris flow that we saw. Those are originally lava flows that have fallen down the surface. You could also just put it in the rock box if it's easier. The bottom left one. We're changing the location. See? And crumble. One sample is now 4 samples. Okay, Monica, our biologist here, she is interested in the biology of inactive systems, and she wants to zoom on some white things. We might have to move, reposition to find the white things that she's looking for. Technical term, white things. Unidentified white objects. So there's a comment with tectonic activity. We'll see this in about 150 million years. So we actually don't preserve mid-ocean ridges very commonly in the rock record because they tend to just get subducted beneath the continents. So a lot of the ancient fossil massive sulfide deposits, as we call them, actually formed in subduction-related settings on submarine volcanoes and back arc basins, kind of like what we would find in the Western Pacific. So most of our research on the seafloor is in mid-ocean ridges, but most of our land-based record is not in mid-ocean ridges. Someone said an isopod. Is it because they have only one pod?
Let's see, yes, the light. Okay.
Can you pass me that one? No, it's the other one, please. Yes. Still hot.
Many hours later. I think that we want to focus on something different. Oh, that's a nice little chimney. So you see some intact chimneys, and all of that really rugged looking debris around it is fragments of old chimneys. And where you see the yellow is where there's some kind of warm, leaky fluids coming out of the seafloor, and then the yellow are these bacterial mats that grow and live off of this fluid.
Yeah, it's going around something.
Compared to the active chimney, we don't see as much crazy biology, but as soon as we zoom in, we're going to see what's actually living here. Oh, the little white thingies there? Ooh. Submarine mushrooms. No? Some polychaete worm tubes. Ooh.
Some of them are fully retracted, and
Yeah, I think that we haven't quite hit that big mound. We're like a little bit north, so we're going to go up it and then to the little bump. I do want to at some point grab a piece of the top of an inactive chimney. The last one was pretty weird looking. I don't know if it was chimney or.
Oh, was it nice? It did look like a chimney.
Yeah. Pretty oxidized.
Yeah, when you looked at them.
Yeah, I don't need to pick up here though. We can. Ooh. It's a Biore strip. Monica, what are we looking at? We don't know.
zoom in closer on the tentacles if possible.
Bring us to touch.
Is there something nearby that we can look at?
I'm sure that they'll pop up again. Innocent if they're making others.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes peeled, and when we see them again, we'll make sure to zoom. Right now we have so much stuff in the water that it's going to take forever to settle out and get a good view. Oh, those are anemones. So what we could do is fly up this big mount in that direction. Let's see if there's any more vigorous venting coming out of this mound. There's lots of diffuse stuff, but we're just on the edge of it, and it looks pretty big in the bathymetry. Oh, there's the inactive chimneys. Lots of bacterial. Ooh, big inactive chimneys in the back. It's probably too big to sample, huh?
This would be a good site to know, because I imagine the
Okay.
microbiologists.
Can
didn't
we
get there
put
diffuse.
a marker down for, I'll just call it diffuse site? Not a physical marker, just a digital one. Yeah, waypoint, thank you. Good call. Big honkin' chimney. Oh. These are cool. So we're going to continue up the mound. Let's see if there's any other fluids leaking out. Maybe on top of them. looking at the side. This is what happened on our first dive, where we were at the base of a mound sampling some diffuse fluids, and then as soon as we looked up and moved 5 meters up, then there was this huge chimney. But I don't see a lot of animals that would suggest that there's an active smoker here. Look at those flanges! Wow! That would have been cool when it was active. Oh, nice. When we get to the top, let's look at our altitude. Our altitude is where? 5 meters?
Well, we got stuff below us, so it's not good. Very
It's not an even bottom, but it's like somewhere between 4 and 7.
Somewhere between 4 and 7 meters.
Now I'm getting to the top of the bottom of the sub, so it's at 7.5 to 8 meters right there.
7.5 to 8 meters. Nice. Okay. Somewhere at the top here, I'd like to try to pick up a spire again. Oh, the inactive systems are exciting too. Okay. Oh, look at that. It reminds me of the mushrooms that grow, the white mushrooms that grow on trees, these flanges. There's a question. Does the yellow bacterial mat occur in abundance after the chimney dies out? So the fluids will cool down, so we don't have the high temperature fluids, but they'll still be kind of warm. So the bacterial mat is basically anywhere that there's a little bit of warm fluid coming out. So we're gonna get that at the base of an active chimney mound. We can get that kind of in a waning hydrothermal system. Anywhere where the fluids are insulated enough to stay warm. Most venting that we actually see on the seafloor is this lower temperature diffuse venting, and the higher temperature focused venting that forms chimneys is a lot more rare. Alright, we're going to get this spire, and it's going to go... I'm not going to say where it goes until we get it. Yeah, anyone. Whatever you think you can grab. It's all sulfide chimney. Where's this gonna go?
We could put this one in the Biobox 3.
Okay, this one will go in Biobox 3. Fair enough. Once it has been secured. Can you pass me my computer? You can unplug it. Unplug everything for a minute. Thank you.
Oh, the computer over, but you got a bit of space
Okay,
here.
sure. Let me just put that. Ooh, it's gonna be delicate. It looked like you were gonna grab one of the tiny floaty things. Thank you. I have to not watch. If I watch, it's cursed. Oh, okay. I watched. Biobox 3. Let's see, maybe tomorrow you can answer the question in the chat. What was the depth of the CTD when we detected the sign of active venting? How close by was it?
That was about 3,800 meters, 3,800.
3,800
It
meters.
started like between 3,760 to like 3,810.
Did you hear that,
approximately.
Connor?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not asking
Not
Connor's
talking very loudly. And the very big signal is actually a little bit further south of here, where we had the biggest chemical anomalies in the water column, so there's still an area.
If it's easier to stick it in a rock box, then go ahead.
Got it.
It's
Kind
your
of
work.
back away from this.
Yeah. We can just keep stacking them in the rock box. We don't need to open the lid if we don't.
So the
want
whole
to.
area where we detected venting is about 1 kilometer long, and the stronger signals were further south, like in the second half.
Yeah. So right where that first chimney was, we had a signal, and then kind of along the length of where we've been going, there's been a low-level signal. We're going to get probably 500 meter transect, and then what Tamara was saying, there's a stronger signal further to the south, but we don't really see the big chimney structures in the bathymetry. But we'll probably investigate that on a second dive, just because we're kind of loaded up with fluids and rocks and we have payload limitations. Perfect. Thank you so much. That was great. So. Okay. From where we are, do you see to the southeast? There's a tiny little lump. It's about 60 meters to the southeast. Can we continue to that little lump? And there might not be too much between there and here, but sediment and a bit of talus.
Yep.
So basically the CTD hit that we got, the plume signature was literally right on top of the line of chimneys and mounds that we have. Like, the line was basically flown right over the middle of it. It couldn't have been more lucky. Yeah, is that from us kicking it up or because there's something interesting? Oh, do you want to go up there to the right and see if there's anything? I don't see animals though. Oh yeah, we've been there already. If you have intuition of where there might be venting, lean on. So there has been a lot of bacterial flocks, so okay. Right below us now we just have debris flow talus, basically lava flows from upslope. There's a little bit of a scarp right beside us where material is coming down from. Ooh, hairy thing, anemone. Altered rocks, we've seen that.
See that closer? Or you good?
Can we pick up the lasers, please?
It's hard to see the lasers because they're reflecting off stuff in the water. I can see the left one, but I don't see the right one. Oh, they're there. Ooh, quick shot. That's a neat guy. Yeah, pretty big. Alright, are you okay with that, or?
Yeah.
It's gonna take a long time for that to settle out, so.
All good, yeah.
Okay. Two.
Yeah, we're good.
We're heavy. Is that all my rocks? It's not helping. I only picked up a few. Okay, someone said, Connor says, Ceryanthid tube anemone. Did I pronounce that correctly? can we just take a peek to our left and see what that big mound is looking like? There's nothing. It's straight ahead, but you can't even see it. Maybe just drive forward a bit. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's just drive right over the top of the mound again. So if we get so weighed down that we can't come off bottom, can we toss out some biology and water before the rocks?
Alright, so you wanna go down to that one right there, this is the south.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think get familiar with this guy here, right? Yeah.
Yep. To the next mound. This is a pretty big mound here.
Thank you very much.
My full forward. Full forward.
There we go. Nice view of the mound there. Nothing high temperature. That chimney has tentacles on its head. Okay, so we'll go over an area where there's mostly going to be some sediment and some scattered talus, and then there'll be another little mound. So this no longer looks like chimney talus, just looks like debris from the slope above. It's me. Still lots of iron oxide in the sediment. Big blocks. So we have inactive chimneys, and chimney talus, exposed over a huge area, but so far a pretty discrete area where we saw black smoker chimneys where we have this high temperature flow. All right, a little mound. It looks like more chimney tiles. That's cool. We like chimney tiles. So, curious how hard it is to zero in on a fence site with a CDT toe. So, a part of it is making sure that you're putting the toes in the right place. And again, we were pretty lucky with the placement of it. Once we have a plume detected, we are pretty good at narrowing it down to maybe 1 or 2 kilometers. And then by deploying 2 AUVs, we can kind of overnight map that area.
I
And
think we see some of the maybe hydroids on this rock coming up. Can we get a zoom down at the base here?
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, on the flat fire on the left is very long plane.
Yeah. What was I saying? I don't remember. CTD. So when the AUVs are mapping, they're also collecting information about the oxidation reduction potential, temperature, and any kind of turbidity in the water, because we have devices called mini autonomous plume recorders that we stick on the front of the AUVs. So as the AUV is in the water, we're getting a very detailed view of the extent of the plume as well. And then as soon as we have the AUV bathymetry, you can really clearly see mounds and chimney structures. And the MBARI team does a phenomenal job collecting this high quality bathymetry in these really topographically rugged areas, and then like overnight cleaning the data so that we can dive on it the next day. So working with really good quality AUV data is really the key to being able to zero in on these sites really quickly. I don't see any shimmering water, even though I see lots of matting. We're gonna zoom in on the little tubey guys again. Just gonna let this clear up. Looks like a spider web on the top left, huh? So the NOAA PMEL team and MBARI, they have been very successful in locating plumes and then tracking those plumes to their sources. Normally I would say they first find the plumes on one leg of a cruise where they'll have the CTD and they'll have the AUV, and then there would be a second leg of a cruise to follow up with the ROV. The difference with this cruise is we're doing it all at once. The ship that we're on is much larger, so we can, whoa, look at that. So we can deploy things simultaneously, and we have enough space for all of it. So the ROV team is also capable of running the ROV for 24 hours, which is crazy. We usually fill up with rocks and fluids way before that, though. All right, some fluffs. Microbios aren't going to want a section of that? No. Okay. They didn't specify. Yeah, even navigating on the seafloor without AUV bathymetry, you're kind of blind and just like walking around at nighttime with a flashlight and no map. compared to having the AUV bathymetry, you can figure out where you are on the map and where you are relative to where you've been and what features you want to visit, so it just makes everything more efficient during the dive as well.
I know this boulder's kind of blocking it, but yeah, and then on the left.
So the important thing is...
That was it.
That was it.
I think you could put your brand on that rock.
What's up?
Okay, there's a question, are those baby anemones?
So we're trying to get as close to them as possible to zoom out, because if it's a hydroid, it'll have 2 sets of tentacles. If it's an anemone, it'll only have 1.
Okay.
But we can't see it if we're that far away. So stay tuned.
Could you all hear Megan's answer? I'll repeat it just in case. So they cannot tell without zooming in more. So if it's a hydroid, it's going to have
2 sets of tentacles.
2 sets of tentacles, and if it's an anemone, it'll have 1 set of tentacles. So they need to zoom in close enough to see the tentacles. And it's a little bit difficult here because we keep on blowing up all the loose debris and reducing the visibility. Oh, you heard Megan. Good. Say hi, Megan.
Hi, guys.
Megan's another biologist in the room. We have Monica and Megan, both biologists. We have Pam and Tamara, both fluid chemists. We have John, he's a geologist, and I'm also a geologist. It's a very female-oriented control room tonight.
Hanging it closer to it. I gotta back off. Yeah. It's pulling me in.
20 years ago, that would have never happened.
Hold on, I'm gonna mess it up with the rock underneath the rock.
Yeah.
And it's pulling me
We'll
in closer.
we'll see more. We'll see more.
Stand by.
We don't need to focus on these specific ones.
I'm getting pulled in forward.
So guys, I promise we'll get a good zoom on them before the end of the dive.
This is our Everest.
This is, sorry.
It's an active venting site again.
It's a plume. Particle anomaly.
Yeah.
We did get some particle anomalies when the AUVs accidentally hit the ground. Because it is a challenging area with such change in relief, that they did bonk into the ground a few times and accidentally recovered some rock samples. Can I point you in the direction we'd like to continue in? So we are here. We would like to go to this long feature that's to the south. So it's a little bit off the map, I think.
Melissa, you see my screen here to the right?
Yep. Exactly that. Yep. These are not the hydroids you're looking for.
I said that.
You said that. Yes, more indurated talus, more cemented talus. Yeah, they did bonk the AUV. Bonked it enough that I was told that they recovered some rocks from me, which is not what you want to do with an AUV, but we did get a preliminary look at some of the rocks. Look at that. That's cool. So all of this rugged area is cracked indurated sediments.
Okay, great.
We're continuing to the south.
On my way.
Woohoo! That's a big piece of block.
So that long semi north-south feature right there?
Yeah, exactly where you have the waypoint set. Nice block there. It's a good boulder. So even though we're not seeing as much chimney debris, we're still seeing a lot of iron oxides and cemented talus. The high resolution, oh, there's some altered material too. That's cool. I'm not going to stop and sample it again. That's probably an old dead chimney. Really broken down. Oh, you can see a pillow. So on the left, the round rocks, those are pillow lavas, pillow basalt that came down from the slope above. That's cool. I like that. I am tempted. Can we look at those really black rocks on the left? I'm tempted to see if there's another good pristine sample. Mm-hmm. Is it just manganese oxide? Ooh. I like how dark those are. Non-crunchy rocks. Anywhere around here, if you see a piece of dark colored, angular, blocky rock, I would love it. Oh. Whatever you can grab there. I mean, yeah, we still have a ways to cover, so we can just continue ahead and grab another one later. So looking ahead, the AUV bathymetry looks kind of rugged. There's no large mound-like features. I see a lot of crusty-looking stuff in here, so there probably is a mix of sulfide, chimney, talus, and maybe a few volcanic rocks as well. This looks like maybe a really old disintegrated mound. Can we look up the hill too? There's some intact chimneys, yeah. So in the bathymetry, this is a pretty subtle looking feature, actually. So it's a really old mound. Oh yeah, I see a little shrimp. So we're also coming up to an area, we're kind of following a contour, so very similar depth most of the way. We're at 3978. Yeah, let's keep going up here a little bit. And we're coming to an area where there's a pretty steep scarp, so it'd be interesting to see if any fluids are coming out of there. There's a shrimp. What does that mean? Wow. That's also blocky chimney talus. Wow. Ooh, that's a cool photo. What? Whoa, this doesn't look like anything on the map.
Is it okay if I go
Yeah.
underneath the table? Just
Wow, that's cool. That looks pretty green in there, so there's probably some copper-rich chimneys that have been altering to a green mineral we call atacamite, named after the Atacama Desert, which is essentially copper and chloride. Wow, this is a huge block that's probably moved down slope. So do you see to the left up there? I'm guessing that there's some big chimneys upslope, so like way up there.
Also, that's where this came from.
I'm guessing so. This doesn't look like it formed here.
I see more of those potential hydroid things just at the bottom
Where at?
of that rock there, just kind of in the center.
Where? Underneath?
Yeah, underneath this one here.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dust storm.
We need a fan to blow in the opposite direction. We can get a good look at the green area. There might be some on there.
Some wild colors on these rocks.
Yeah. Rainbow rocks. I have to restrain myself from wanting more rock samples. Sorry? We have quite a few rocks, yes.
I think we have 12.
We have 12? Okay, it's not that many. Considering what a large area this is and the diversity of the chimneys.
So what more? So what more? Just straight up. Oh, okay. It's right in the center of SoBastian.
Oh, that's cool. Alright, zooming on the hydroid or anemones to see what they are. Comment online, you do not have a green rock yet this time. Yeah, the green rocks, so those are the chimneys that had copper minerals. They tend to be these higher temperature chimneys that disintegrate a lot easier. So when we see a chimney talus with some green on it, generally we know it's going to be more difficult to sample. And we definitely already got some pristine high temperature chimneys. These ones also tend to have less barite, which is the mineral that we use to date the chimneys, using radium-226 dating. And we need our rocks to have enough barite to actually date them. So that's why we're picking up some of the old rocks. Partly to see how long this system has been active for. Okay, tentacles. I see tentacles. Yeah, it's always difficult to sample the rocks I really want. These guys do an amazing job, though. It's very green. This must have been like pure chalcopyrite at some point. Huh? The ones in the back have tentacles at least. Megan and Monica are looking intently at these critters. What do we think, girls?
I mean, yeah, it's so hard to see when they're closed up, so it's.
We can just wait for it to open it.
We cannot. We gotta head
cannot.
south. Can we just get these backwards in focus that have some tentacles open, and then we'll just snap some pictures and call it a day?
Sounds good.
Nice thing about that. It's all possible. Just constantly using it.
It's like 2 sets.
Hey, I thought you were a geologist. Okay, is it one set of tentacles or 2 set of tentacles?
Bring us in,
Is there anything? Is there anything like zoom left to these guys?
That's our maximum zoom.
That's our maximum.
But we could move.
Okay.
No, we're good. We're good.
That was great. Alright.
That's fine.
Basically straight south from here to our next point. That point is only 70 meters away. We'll see how much interesting stuff we want to zoom on.
We think they're anemones
Okay.
at this point in time.
The biologists lean towards an enemy.
Yeah, I really. Yes.
So they're a different species? Like, is that their full size? We don't know? Okay. Just straight to the waypoint. Straight below us. We're almost at the 500-meter mark. So we're going to cross a bit of an area where there's probably a lot of landslide debris, and then we're going to get to an area that looks extremely rugged with lots of potential chimneys and mounds, and we'll see if any of those are active.
Is this the fracture that you're talking about?
No, it's probably an artifact, but you can kind of see where there's big slope changes. And I'm thinking that some of the blocks that we were seeing down here are chimneys from up here that fell down slope. Because it looked like an entire block of a mound that came down.
That stuff that are just to their starboard up there.
Yeah, there could be quite a lot.
Do you want to go check that out?
Nope. We want to, so you see all the really rugged
Copy
stuff
that.
just
Thank you.
below the waypoint? That's probably the most interesting stuff to visit. And we promised Dave Butterfield that we would get to that point. We are obligated, yeah. Okay. Okay, I see a pillow talus. Some more cemented talus as well. So we do drop off a bit to our left. Another suggestion from Connor is zoanthus.
Yeah.
They say. Drive-by taxonomy. Okay, mostly sediment now. So what we're doing is we try to interpret what is chimney or mound or talus. So we just make observations. So this is like ground truthing, so that when we look back at this and we look down here, we can say it looks like this, so I can interpret it like this. Yeah. And we're also like making the observations in sea log, and so we can take that, which is all geo-referenced, and put it in, and then we have full context. And the cool thing is if we see like a structure and we're flying past it and it goes in this direction, we can just draw it right on there.
These are like measurements.
Yeah, so it's basically our latitude and longitude, just so that we can line it all up. But it's pretty like imprecise. It's more about just like general note taking. So we have a nice little chimney mound. So it looks like more, is that biology or rusticles again? That's pretty cool. So we have some knocked over chimneys, and right below that we have kind of these layered oxidized sulfides, and right below that it looks like we have the talus that's all cemented together. So this might not all be sulfide now. So the plan from here is to just kind of circle around and explore it. So we see to the southwest there's kind of a big lump, basically almost straight ahead of us. So we can head that way and then kind of head south from there. Big chimney talus now. Can we have the main camera view back? What happened to the main camera view? Are we looking straight down? Did the camera change for our zoom? There we go. Okay, so this whole ridge looking thing is just all mound. All dead. So we did get plume signature around here. I'm wondering if there is active venting around here, or if it's just the diffuse stuff that's giving the signature. Ooh, that's a nice exposure. big chimney. Dead one. Big dead one. Oh, cool. Can we go like pretty much straight west?
We can look like a C here.
Yeah, so I like the big lumps, so I'm going to try to do the big lumps and go south and then loop back up. I mean, ultimately we're hoping to find something active, so. Okay, we're climbing. We see a lot of iron oxide, some talus. Some of the really rugged looking stuff is probably chimney talus. Most of it looks like chimney talus. Some of the more like massive coherent blocks are probably volcanic. All right. Are we coming to a very exciting area to wake up our chief scientist? We've let him sleep long enough. Some white alteration, that's good. Not a lot of animals yet. I'm narrating what we're all just watching. If that's boring, you tell me. We have a lot of cemented talus. Ooh, there we go. Oh, that's really old. Yeah. You like the narration? Okay, good. Oh, wow. These have really been knocked over, so it's like a bunch of debris, landslide, just of giant chimneys. You can also see in the background some of that green atacamite mineral. So these, at one point, were very high temperature. This is so cool. Oh, there's a purple thing. And a little bit more white alteration in the rocks. I mean, to me, this looks like debris from above came and knocked over this entire vent field and everything fell downslope. That is the hazard of growing on a slope. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, knocked over. This huge debris. This looks like the other side. Oh, nice. There's a lot of those little specky things there. Anemone zoanthid ? I feel like everyone's holding their breath. Will we see venting? It looks like it should be. This whole area looks like a giant hydrothermal mound. More orange? Yeah. I'm not seeing like a lot of crabs or shrimp or anemones yet. Ooh. Ooh, that looks like life, and it looks like sulfides. No. Anemone. Okay, let's keep going uphill. Ooh, look at how green that one is. That one's colorful. Oh! We did it! Go wake up Dave. Oh, nice. We want a waypoint here for sure, and we can't do fluid sampling, so we'll have to come back for that. What about gas lights?
No, because the arm is also unbroken, and I don't want to.
Oh no, we're just gonna have to do geology. Yeah. So before spending too much time, can we do a zoom on that black smoker vent, and then we'll continue flying around?
We found something for you here.
What did you find for me here? Shiny chalcopyrite. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Rainbow chimney.
Alright.
Yeah, it's copper iron sulfide called chalcopyrite. And that's why it's also green on the outside, because there's a bunch of copper in the chimney. Oh, that's beautiful.
What do you guys want to call this?
Oh, the pressure. Black smoker. Okay.
Well, black smoker sour.
Black smoker 2, the revenge of black smoker.
What did we call the restaurant?
We call we yeah.
Okay, that's TBB.
We need to work on our creative naming.
Space.
We are pretty close to the southern.
Yeah, so we're like at the we climbed out here.
Okay.
The bottom of the.
Some nice zooms on there.
We're almost to the end of that 500 meter
So different structure.
So the plan.
Yeah.
We just kind of.
They're not as big.
We're basically gonna do like a C.
I suspect Dave's getting up anyway.
For breakfast, right?
Can we stick a temperature probe in there?
Yeah.
Still.
Should we? Would it be easier to stick a temperature probe if we took a rock sample? If you accidentally knocked out a rock sample, that's okay. So we want to know how hot this is. Yeah, there's definitely more white stuff. Some of that white stuff might just be bacteria though. Bright yellow stuff is probably bacterial matting. We're in an area that's super rugged. There's probably a bunch of chimneys around here. The question is whether or not there will be widespread venting. But I don't want to have to find this little vent again just in case there isn't. So I do want... Oh, look at that sample right down there. That's sitting nice for me. Oh, that's nice. So while they're pulling out the temperature probe, right at the bottom, kind of in the middle of the screen, you can see a piece of broken chimney, and you can see the minerals really well in that. So that gold brassy color is a copper iron sulfide called chalcopyrite, which again forms at these high temperature black smokers. Rainbow chimney. There's already a rainbow vent field. I feel like that would be derivative.
Looks like we have the background of the side.
So it looks like if we continue to go uphill, we might see some more chimneys. Then we can go south and then kind of go back and forth. We can kind of lawnmower pattern, but just in case those are all inactive, I think we should just get a temperature here.
Yeah, definitely, the temperature definitely, yeah,
Did all your gas sensor,
no, we can't take so
your arm's not happy.
All right. Other suggestions for names besides Black Smoker 2?
So right now it's red, occasionally, but right now it's red. Like it's more red, I believe. Yeah. So I have like for one.
So we're also going to look really carefully. We are very deep. We are 3,960 meters below sea level. So our fluids can get really hot before they have phase separation. We're basically below the critical point for seawater. And if we look carefully at the venting, we might see some little tiny bits of vapor before it condenses. And it'll look like tiny little flames. The pyrite pocket, it's probably chalcopyrite, which is copper iron sulfide. It's a bit more gold than pyrite, gold color than pyrite, yeah.
There you go.
Shots of the time, get some suction samples of that one.
They pretty much filled up the section with snails. There isn't available section because they accidentally put snails in it. Yeah. Just
My questions are much more generic than specific.
Oh yeah.
So the consensus is not to wake up Dave, but just allow him to come
We
to
think
breakfast.
he should get up in like 5-7 minutes. I texted him, but he hasn't seen it yet.
So no early morning wake up call.
Well, I mean, he's gonna wake up for the meeting no matter what. Yeah, even then, that's fine.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
He's so tired.
Doesn't matter how many vents you see, they're always stunning.
After looking at the map again, it was highly vindicated about the
Sorry?
Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
We've been whimsical out to do the same thing
Whimsical's a
here.
good word for them.
As well, instead of doing one of the long.
That's a good billowy smoke.
We have predicted temperatures.
Predict temperatures. What do you think it's going to be, everyone?
I'm going 322.4.
I'm going 360.
360, all right.
With Price is Right rules.
Price is Right rules, yeah.
322.3.
No, you have to go one over, otherwise.
It's pretty deep, we can get pretty hot.
We can get to 390 at this depth, but it just depends on how much cooling happens of the fluid before it hits the seafloor. Yeah, I think we got to pick up a piece at some point. We haven't gotten a real good idea. And there was a nice broken off piece just sitting there.
But it was clear. Come back.
We should call this chimney the wake-up call. So ambient temperature here is 2.5 degrees Celsius. Ah, 325 and 355 are the two estimates, so maybe I'm more optimistic it'll get really hot.
The daily calendar updates are going to include how many science days we have left. Give you a sense of what we have to do.
It's so cool when the smoke is just billowing across the top. Megan, there's a comment that someone's waiting for you to post a video of this night so they can retweet it.
Yeah.
The demands.
You're an influencer. Oh, that's beautiful. Can you get a context photo?
Is that picture? Yeah, the picture you got on your laptop.
Yeah.
I saw that circle, she means the place we're not going.
Sorry. No, we're not going there today, but we are going there.
It's like sitting around a campfire. No matter where you go, you're always downwind of the smoke.
Wow. I don't think it's very close.
Is it bad for the ROV to drive through a plain?
It is not good.
It is not good for okay.
I mean, the other thing is, I don't know.
Just have a nice sheen of sulfides precipitating on the outside.
It seems like it's what's been fair enough survey time.
Alright.
Oh, I meant the next one.
Okay.
Laterally, I'm going up the building.
We are going to temperature probe the chimney.
I can get
Like without stopping, like
I like my suggestion the best, the wake up call.
South of the breakfast chilling down the hill.
Breakfast at chimneys? Oh!
We just find 3 and call them breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that's a good question. Who scrubs the ROV from all of the plume? It's a group thing. It's like a
Yeah, I think that probably
car wash event.
getting the better lay of the land over here. I don't know. We can always go up there. Same distance.
Okay, you know, it's okay. We're probably gonna find more and we might come back here. So if we can. Oh, you haven't given up. Okay. Would you like to try to sample the top of the chimney so that there's a bigger hole to aim for?
But like regardless of what you decide to do.
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know how long. Really don't know
That's
how to
plan B.
how long it takes.
Yeah. I mean, we go above.
Yeah, that bright orange, real guard ornament, maybe.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'm saying scoot sailing about and just scoot. Just come and get it.
We can't do drive-by mineralogy. Yeah, so if we can't get the probe in, we might sample the chimney, take the rock sample, and then by doing that, we'll make a bigger hole, which will be easier to probe.
In the, you know, like how many bottles do we save? How much time? Like if we started here next to
And there we go. 4854. No. Well, you're sampling it anyway.
Definitely bigger.
Oh, I see vapor phase too. Okay, can we do a chimney sample?
Alright, put it away.
Put it away and then we'll reprobe it after we grab a piece.
Do you get vapor phase at this step?
Yeah.
Alright.
We kind of rise above that boiling curve. We cool along it. Does it count as vapor phase or supercritical? I don't know. You've had enough? We could stick a chair back there for you.
I don't think we can.
We could.
They were planning for filming when they designed these places.
No, but we could put a little bench or something and then you can just.
But I'm just saying, like, there's no. Okay. But, you know, so I know to get up. Or if I need to get up, right at 3 or 4, then I'll go down. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, lots of the altered rock behind us too. In front of us, I guess.
Earliest this is coming on. Like,
But then I don't know what's happening.
right, but then, we did,
Not as much life. It might be because we have a pretty small area that's actively venting. So we're still probably on the periphery of the larger system, if there is a larger system. So to colonize, I imagine that having more venting over a wider area would be easier to colonize. So you can see the anemones above us. That's kind of what we saw at the base of the other chimney, and it was at the very top that we had more of the life.
Got eggs? Got sausage? Got smoothie? Alright, so what are we doing?
We are trying to take a piece of that chimney that has the black smoke. In doing so, we will make a better target for the temperature probe. It's going to be very delicate as usual. Yeah. Delicate, full of copper. Yeah, we see a lot of chimney talus, so this is kind of like the mound material we saw coming up to the big one too. Looking at the map, we have a pretty steep slope to our right, ahead of us, and there looks to be a lot of ruggedness, rugosity on that slope. That's probably either chimney talus or maybe active chimneys. So We will see. But it's cool to find anything venting, so no complaints if this is all we find. Pillars of Dawn, yeah. We need an opera devoted to our chimneys.
It looks like there's one that was either broken off or...
Yeah, maybe the taller one would be easier to grab.
So he wants to actually break the stem off.
Yeah, yeah. So you can see on the one where it's already been broken, if you look very carefully right where the fluid's coming out, you can see light color. And that's vapor phase or supercritical phase, right as it condenses back to liquid right there. So that chimney is going to be 390. It depends on how much mixing there is with seawater, so it can cool down a lot from there, but it's boiling right there. Phase separation right there.
You know what you need to probably the one in that front is there, huh?
The big one on the right?
Is that what you want?
Yeah, you don't need to take a long section, so like kind of just the top part would be okay.
The top part, okay.
Oh, well, there we go. Can we take that piece right there? There, now we can do a temperature probe, yeah. We've set it up for Dave's fluid sampling tomorrow.
Perfect.
Oh, well, look at all the sparkles in there.
Yeah, sparkles are good. So that's going to have to go in a bio box in the back. Is there room in 3 still? Probably.
There should
Wow.
be, yeah. We have 2 samples.
Gentle, oh, grab the fat part.
Alright. Backing up a little bit, coming up.
Alright, this is the hold your breath moment.
Coming up all the time. I'll put it right in the middle for you.
Look at that phase separation coming out of there. Oh, that's going to be 390.
Wow.
I'm revising my bet. I am very certain that Dave Butterfield's going to want to come here tomorrow. With the fluid sampler.
I think the next dive will stop here.
Yeah, we'll start here.
Talking to this. It's all right. It's right there.
It's right there.
Follow.
I like the drama.
Maybe it'll be on an easier spot to grab now.
Zach next to me is very laid back. He's like, it's okay, no problem.
Yeah, just grab it.
We're just grabbing it.
You do
We're
that.
just gonna break it into 1 million pieces for you. It's easier to ship home. So yes, we'll probably start the dive here tomorrow and start by doing some fluid sampling. Unless we find a bigger smoker, then maybe we'll fluid sample there.
I think it's right about where my lasers are. I'm just gonna sit down here if you're right, Doug.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it's still intact. That's great.
I'm gonna push out a little too. So without we're ready, you know.
There's much more white in this vent chimney here as well. Yeah, so that's also an interesting observation. So we're probably moving a lot of clay, so we can be precipitating clay minerals in the chimney structures or remobilizing it from where the rocks below it are being altered. Would be pretty cool to look at. Oh, that's going to be a nice piece. Name it after the chef, yeah. We have 2 chefs, though, so we need 2 chimneys. Chef Greg and Chef Carl.
Alright, I'm gonna zoom in for you. Where are we going with this? The bio box?
Bio box 3, if it's in one big piece. If we get the whole thing, maybe I'll just make sure the chef gets a little memento from the chimney. Oh, that is so nice. We don't need the whole thing, so if it does break in half, I'm not going to be upset.
You're all the way open to you, huh?
It seems pretty robust right now, though. Yeah.
Does, but I'm nervous about it down on it, like in the values too.
What if you grab the shoulder there? Yeah.
Yeah, the little stump on the side there.
Stump on the, yeah. Like pick it up by the armpit, basically.
You might not even have to close if you did that, Doug, if you could get your finger under there.
I don't know if there's actual space under there. Let's see. Ooh, yeah. Hook it. Ooh! You guys are good.
Nice, dog, nice.
Holy cool. That is cool.
Okay, and let me get ready for bio box 3 before we get too close here. Like, I'm going to try and push out a little.
Hold your breath. Nobody breathe too hard. We don't want to disturb the chimney.
I think I'm still stable here. I'm going to open the bio box.
There's some interesting Newtonian physics at work here.
Alright, I'm racking in.
Ooh, sparkly.
It's already racked in, okay?
Doesn't look like chalcopyrite.
I mean, you're over the basket now. Just let me know what view you want.
Yes, it is. Like, looking at how thin those chimney walls are, it is amazing that it's intact. I'm guessing the whole bottom will break as soon as it lands in the box, though. Woohoo!
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah!
This is going to be like the bestest sample.
Oh, it's good. Like, if we can hold it there, we can just leave it there.
I think you can rush it.
I don't know if you can close the bio box.
I think you can nudge it.
Yeah, they're probably gonna nudge it.
No, that thing looks like a turkey leg from the first.
Turkey leg.
Come on.
That was the most stunning sample collection I've seen.
If you happen to have one extra.
I will. You guys can each have a piece of the rock that you are sorry.
My wife would love it.
Probably full of really nasty things that are like arsenic, so make sure you wash your hands after you touch it. You gonna mark a piece for ROV team, one for each of them? Alright, internet, ask him you shall receive. Hi!
Not a best video,
Love
but-
your internet presence. You need to be in charge of social media for me. If it's like stable there, we can recover it there. Oh, we won't be able to close. Yeah.
We gotta get it in.
Gotta get it in.
Can you come up with that?
Oh, it's going to go.
Easy does it.
Oh, winner.
So you're the winner for today.
Winner, chicken dinner.
You win all the things.
You win first choice of a souvenir rock.
You win, the price is right.
How many people are on the ROV team?
7 right now.
7? And on the MT team?
I'm gonna try and close. You know, this is not a very strong lid, so I don't think this will mess you up.
It's okay. It can. There's enough chimney there. You can break some pieces.
We'll have you there.
Yeah.
Send that.
That was incredible. I can breathe. I am very excited.
Anybody got a paper bag?
Yeah.
We got some sedatives. Okay, there is a very nice temperature probe spot now. Tamara's itching to find out the temperature.
How about I try and park this thing kind of like over here?
We have Zach next to me, correct? And was that Doug who just left? Doug just did the sampling and he's gonna take a breather. And now,
Temperature probe off.
yeah. Sorry, I forget his name.
Zach, I get temperature probe off first. Chris.
Oh, yeah,
Chris.
sure.
Chris.
Sure. Just tell me if you want.
Temperature probe.
I think we need to like, you know, the highlight reels of all the cool biology. We need like just the balancing chimney.
You see on this camera right here? I think that other piece fell right on the white, so that might make it too.
Okay.
So you actually
If
have
it does,
two
you
big
can just. We have so much chimney there. Or we can like
Well, what you
break
do
off some
first?
pieces and you can pick which one you want.
I don't want to take something that's super scientifically
It's,
important.
we have enough. There's enough. We are not going to crush in, mill and digest in acid the entire chimney. So.
Not the entire.
Not the entire.
Which not, it won't be at some point, but that's okay.
It is nice to have like those beautiful like chimney on the desk samples, but we have those, so we don't.
If I walk away with a piece, at some point that will be.
There, we will have enough chimney that we should be able to.
Better start being nice.
My kids,
John's in charge. He's the gatekeeper.
my kids like playing Minecraft.
My niece too.
So who knew that it's just training them for this kind of work, isn't it?
It is. It is training future geologists,
Yeah.
and I always make Minecraft references in my lectures.
Probably just a big old crack. I mean, that was pretty tough though. So, you could probably cut that, but realistically, hit it with a hammer is better.
So when you are planning this, take a close look and make sure, like, if one side is more high temperature and one side is more low temperature, that we have like a representative amount, like 2 fist size, and then photograph everything and then.
Sounds good. Yeah. I will
Sample for science first, and then because everybody has been asking for a piece of chimney, you can be the hero, and with the warning label though.
Yeah.
About that.
Like,
Get a bunch of Ziploc
You can do Ziploc bags with
What's
the
the warning
information,
label?
like the
Don't like
depth, the location, the mineralogy. Little info packages.
Yeah.
But I need to tell Jenny I want more salt. I gave away my salt sample. The people who worked harder on the ship deserve it before me. Keep in mind you're giving away your thesis samples too. So. Huh?
I don't have to do so much work.
That's how that works, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna port you in.
You don't need to be statistically significant.
One sample.
And then I'm gonna
Good
try-
morning.
I'm gonna
We
try and
have
basically
a
what we
black
got
smoker.
going here, up there. Find
We
place to
just
kinda
pulled off
safely
a really big piece of the chimney so that we
Not
could
on
use
the
the
chimney
temperature
itself.
probe.
Okay.
And we just got to this area
So you'll probably
in
be
the
a little
south
bit low.
of where we hope to get.
Okay.
Just entered it, got a black smoker chimney, not a lot of
Come out with the starboard
animals,
ramp
so
too?
we're still going
So
to
good.
survey around and see if we find a bigger one. But I imagine Dave will want to sample this. Other Dave.
Alright, port around a little more.
Lots
So
of
in-
copper.
In the north, was there just the one, or did you find it?
Lots of old
Alright, I'm coming up here,
inactive
you ready?
ones the entire way. Even some of the topography that looked more subtle was still huge amounts.
Okay.
You can follow everywhere we went so far.
I might run up real quick. Get
Yeah.
some breakfast.
Oh, you're not allowed to take a break. Megan, do you want to walk?
Sure.
Cool.
Although if there's bio, I'll have to bio.
You can biolog from here too.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want this?
Yes. I'm in charge of the sample sheet. Is there bio collection that you're interested in?
If we saw mussels, then for sure.
Okay, notably. We will likely be back here, so you can see
Yeah,
the
there
flame
it
at the
is.
bottom. Guessing 390.
Takes
If you
break.
stick it really down in there.
Alright, so I'm gonna try and prop myself against the side here so it's really, really stable.
Really stable, really good.
Gently.
So if you go onto the fluid tab, there will be temperature measurements right here. So, yeah, temperature reading, and then you just need to like
enter the value when they read it off, so you can just wait until they get a maximum. What are we calling this study?
You really ate that fast?
New vent field central. And you don't need to type that in for every time it asks. Okay, so what we see is this really amazing fluid coming out. It's like supercritical fluid. It's condensing immediately.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh, wow.
Why is it?
Can we also get a zoom in of that chimney before we stick something in?
Sure. I think I'm kind of stable. Just
Yeah.
remember, Chris, if you bump me, I'll probably move, but that's fine.
We want a really good zoom on there.
No
And I will log as well on my computer here.
I'm all scientist.
Wow.
I'm gonna say that's
Oh, wow. Okay. Hold there, please.
with the little particles.
Okay, not too zoomy in yet?
Not too zoomy.
Can you?
So there must have been a
Right there.
taller chimney.
We
there
got
for
the
top.
chimney that was
Oh.
on the top.
Oh, I see.
It's in one of our baskets.
I see.
It's amazing.
How tall was it? Okay.
About you, baby?
Okay. Sulfide chimney.
I think just take a picture. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Just give me 1 second. Okay, can we do one zoomed in
All the way?
more? Not all the way, but like the...
Center.
Yeah, keep going.
Wow, this is beautiful.
Right there. Okay, good
Wow.
focus.
I think I'm in focus. I think the right side is just further back is why I can change it if
Just
you want that.
no, let's just wait here. There's some stuff in front of me that I'm gonna wait to clear up.
The rock layers are beautiful.
Yeah, I
okay.
can talk about the rock layers in 1 second after I take a photo. See, geology's cool, everyone. Everyone wants to look at the animals, but the geology's
I
cool.
knew.
You do, yeah. Internet world, geology's cool.
You heard it here first, folks.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Can you try zooming differently?
You want me to zoom out?
No,
more
just
in.
zoom. Okay, you slowly zoom out.
Slowly zoom out, okay. It looks like there's heat waves coming off to the right as well. from
Yeah.
somewhere.
Okay, so what we see in this chimney is really close to where that fluid's coming out. That's obviously the hottest part. So that's where we're precipitating our so-called high temperature minerals. A lot of chalcopyrite, which is a copper iron sulfide, pyrite, which is an iron sulfide, it's also known as fool's gold, and anhydrite, which is a calcium sulfate. And then you see this really clear zonation, and around the outside you see this darker rim. That's where it's cooler, and we precipitate a lot of sphalerite, which is a fun mineral to say, which is a zinc sulfide. Okay, we can probe to your heart's content.
Okay.
Is yeah, let's try to probe.
If you need me to reposition, just let me know, Chris.
Oh, I'm so happy.
I should be able to run my rams in a little bit and get you a little more if you need it for sure. Yeah, but look at your envelope. Maybe come out to the left and then back in.
Just don't worry about the cameras and all that. Go up too far.
I'm going to have to run to the morning meeting. Is there anything you'd like me to to tell Dave Butterfield? Or?
To come down and take a look when he has a second. He will be happy, and we have not finished surveying this area to the south.
Okay.
You don't want to wait for the temperature?
Well,
I can text
yes,
you.
I do.
I can
but
text it to you.
Yeah, we
What's
can
up?
send it,
I can,
It might take a while until it's reaching the.
That's the blue view.
Yep. Look down for me, please.
Looking down.
Thank you for staying up late to watch the dive. I'm staying up all night
Clockwise, like you're going.
and
Does that help you?
not getting tired because it's way too exciting.
All right, now I'm gonna look really close. I think you're actually gonna be able to get it right in that bubble.
Can you do the sit for a few minutes?
Sure can. Come up to sit. You want to look up some?
Oh, never mind.
It wasn't there.
Oh yeah, you're right in your. All right. 332, 335,
390, come on.
337.
Can we go deeper?
Can you go right? Yeah.
Yep, all the way.
All the way. Ooh.
Not all the way.
All right. You're starting to push it down. 337.
Oh, come on. We can get higher
Maybe we
than that.
precipitated something on the tip.
338.
It's pretty stable there. That's
Yeah.
too bad.
I think that's just what it is.
No, no.
337.
It's hotter.
What if you come back out really, really, really slowly until just that tip is in the boiling part? That helps us. You might be touching the rock. 338.4.
Yes. I'm the wandering geologist.
338.6.
I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah, looking up.
338 is the hottest we've got. It's been pretty stable at 338.
Is that what you want? For your view?
Yeah, it's not.
If we round up, it's 339. But that's
338.8 I saw a minute ago.
yeah.
Rounding on the graph is showing on my screen.
339, I guess.
What you're saying, 340 is the hottest that you get?
No, 407 is the hottest measured along the mid-Atlantic ridge. All right, we'll go 339.
Okay. So you happy for that to come out there?
Yes, please.
It's not letting me right.
Come out.
Nice one, Chris.
We're not out yet.
You want me to just fly up?
Hold on.
So I can just fly out.
There it is.
You got it?
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Not bad. Oh no. Okay.
All right, I'm just going to come up.
Yep. That's okay. I can put that back.
It's coming up and back. Nice and easy. Just a differently shaped jumping rope.
I had a 50-degree hairline.
It looks sad. It looks like it got melted. Okay, so you want to stow that then, so it's down and porch out. All right, and then porch out if you're ready.
Yeah.
And porching out. I think I've been racked in this whole time, so don't have to do that. All right, how's that for you?
We're down with the
Down with the sit, okay. what's next?
Going uphill.
Oh, just carrying on from this location.
Yes. Alright, post on Instagram. Okay. So you see like straight up the hill, all of those things. I want to see if there's more smokers at the top of that. My name is
Joe would like a Niskin.
Joe would like a Niskin here. Okay, but we have a big plume, so is that a problem?
You said close to the black smoker, probably, yeah, left side of it, better.
Okay, can we back up? Let's see if the plume is going to settle a bit. Not the oxide particulates. And then we will take a Niskin. Which Niskins have we done? Yes. For sure. So it'll be.
Boy, I wish that was fast.
If you pass that to tomorrow, she can log it. If and when we take it. Did we log the geology sample?
Temperature's logged.
The temperature, and can you check that my sample was logged too?
That was 27? The last one.
Yes. Geosample, yep. Okay. Whole chimney sample, good.
Oh yeah, where we were is to the left, so this is the different.
Yeah, we're in the hole right there.
Alright, can you, move that camera where it's, okay, there it goes. Alright, so there's a whole little ridge you can see here.
A whole little ridge of them, so this is a separate. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. That's beautiful. Can we get them all in one shot? Yes, beautiful.
This moves on a little bit, and then we'll have them all right here.
This is great.
Yes. I can't quite see the back ones though. Let's get picky about our photography.
No, I'm not. Definitely not. We are here.
Yeah.
Cannot take off the trailer for 1 second. All right.
We are heavy because of my rocks.
You've been heavy though.
Yeah. I don't mind being called heavy if it's for geology.
You want me to come around the other side of this and it's clear?
Yes, please. Let's do that. And then if we can stay away from the bottom and then just hover over the top to do a Niskin once the particles settle.
Are you trying to get this black smoke in the Niskin?
Yeah, I guess so, right?
I think so.
We'll
You
try.
sat on top of the chimney, right?
Okay, yeah, right in. I don't know how much you want to park inside there, but if you could put the Niskin bottles kind of close.
Probably not.
Downwind maybe a little.
Close, yeah. This looks quite.
I don't think the temperature's really that rough. It's just.
I just don't really know, but we'll do it.
Looks kind of crazy.
Coming up all the time, trying to get out of this.
I thought it was just 2 little spires, but it's more.
Yeah.
If we flew up on it, we can see like a bunch of stuff.
Can you turn my sit on again? Because I'm going to have you get ready to do a Niskin and I'll fly with the sit. And I'll just fly us in there and then you trigger it.
It'll be Niskin 3.
Alright.
Tomorrow you can log on this?
Sure.
You can log on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody got to eat, right?
No.
You all got to eat?
Alright, right, camera in.
Speaking of, can you pass me the snack bowl?
Right from camera
Tell me
in.
when you're in a place where you're happy and go ahead.
I need some more sugar energy.
All right, I'm
Thank you.
rocked in.
We look like we're kind of upwind from it, but I guess that's
what I want for now.
what you want.
Otherwise,
I see.
So I can see, you know?
Yeah.
Just gonna swoop in and when
Like
he's ready,
when your fingers on the trigger and just fly in, yeah.
you gotta sneak up on these, they're skittish.
They just want to put particles in the air.
What you got there?
Would you like some snack? Gotta keep the blood sugar up so you don't crash.
You ready, Zach?
Are you ready?
I'm ready now.
You tell me when you're ready and I'll put it in there.
I'm ready.
Alright. Creeping on it.
Oh,
When you start seeing that smoke come up around the nip, give it a couple of seconds and then we should be good, you know?
yeah. Alright.
A little more.
Something's hitting on the arm otherwise.
Right?
It's hitting on the arm.
This is another incredible maneuver.
You get it?
Yeah, I just hope that was not the one we needed. I guess.
You got the Niskin now?
I don't think so. Hold on.
No. Oh, God. You got it that time. Alright, I'm backing up.
Just sitting in some smoke.
I can't see anything. It's all black.
Which one did you do?
Three.
Do whatever you want with the lights or that camera, I'm good.
You ever wondered what it's like to be boiled in a black smoker chimney? Let's experience it remotely.
I can see two floating that way. That's three. Yeah, what a great. See something right there? See what it is.
We also have Niskin 4 if we want to fire another one.
Sorry, yeah.
We have Niskin 4 available if you want to fire another one. Just to
yeah,
make
we
sure.
can't really see if it close or not. That is one.
It looks like it, but I can't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's fire
Yeah,
Niskin
it's
4 in the same spot.
Right there. You see that black with the white right there?
Mhm.
That should be flag number 3. It just. Can you come out with your camera, please?
Yep, right now. I'm safe from the arm yet.
Oh.
Can you go for it?
Rocked out all the way.
We're not sure if that worked.
Oh,
whoa! Sorry, everyone.
Yes.
Wrong button.
No?
Look at I don't know.
Okay. Well, if you want it for sure, we should do the other one then.
It's that flag right there. It's that flag right there.
Oh, you see it? Oh, it's caught on the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I see it there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It worked?
We're good.
We're good. Woohoo! Cool. We don't have to cook ourselves again.
Yeah.
That was fun, but I think they probably recommend against that in the manual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more
Yeah,
to
do you
this.
have an extended warranty on this thing?
No, they're always trying to reach me about it.
I'm just hoping that Jason Williams isn't watching right now.
Giving her a warm bath. All right, so
Uphill.
uphill. Here we go.
That was
Nice and
beautiful.
straight. That one straight leg. Rock straight.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get distracted.
Melissa, would you still like me sitting here for samples, or do you want me to go back?
I can do that.
Why would you sit there if you want?
I just need to log biology if I see it.
Okay, yeah.
I can do that.
You're right, Cal.
I'm racked out. I'm starting to move uphill. I might have to move the boat. I'm going to the west, pretty much due west.
What is to the left of us? Is that another tall active chimney? Just out of frame right now.
Let's see. Oh, jeez.
Oh boy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, heck. Alright, there we go.
Are you Canadian?
Sorry.
Sorry. We do have a few Canadians on board,
I think we're about 50%.
including myself, Monica,
There's another one.
Megan. Woohoo! I want to take a picture. Wow, that one's even more vigorous.
Wow.
Okay, just let me take an observation.
So, with as active as all these are, but as short as they are, do you think they're just continually forming and forming and forming?
Yeah,
and forming?
definitely. Good question.
It is, though. Okay. Let me know when you're happy to carry on.
I'm happy.
Okay.
So one reason I think that Dave Butterfield, our chief scientist, will be happy is because that looked like a lot more focused flow where you kind of have a central orifice in the middle of the chimney that the fluids are moving through, and it's a lot easier to take fluid samples than these diffusing beehive chimneys. All right, so we have chimneys that have talus kind of knocking into them here. That's not a good sign for our field.
Not a good sign?
Well, they're just getting knocked over.
Should have been standing there. Another one here.
Oh, is it on top? Regrowing on top of the stuff that knocked over it?
No.
Ooh, I want that picture. Well, there's diffuse venting at the bottom.
Wowee.
This is fun. Science is fun.
Right.
Say that again.
If you have good diffuse, we should take another the last Niskin over the diffuse part.
That wasn't that good. We can
Yeah.
find you better.
Yes.
I'm going up the cliff here. You might have to reel me in a little bit, start to get hyper delta.
See, more chimney talus up the cliff. You can do geologging there. Nice.
Bridge ROV, I just moved the waypoint to the west.
So all this is falling off there. You have to wonder what the top looks like.
That's what I'm wondering, yeah. Oh, that is so cool.
RV Greg, update the waypoint.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if it all formed at this bit of a ledge up here and has just been like falling down the hill.
Stone waterfall.
Yeah, the chimney fall. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, even inactive ones are quite good.
Yeah. And they look so delicate.
Some bio there.
Just a sponge, probably. Monica, what is it?
Definitely was not a sponge, but I'm not sure what it was.
Okay, we can categorize it as not a sponge.
Don't care.
No, we
There's another big one back
continue. We think that there might be good stuff ahead, so we continue. What is that a sponge?
there. Bags? Bags on a string?
Is it a weather vane?
Those do look like sponges. I'm just gonna grab the photos so I don't see sponge.
Yeah. Socks, yeah, chimney socks. Aha, I positively identified a sponge. Still more chimney towels.
Tell me when you got what you need.
Awesome, thank you.
Got it?
Yeah. We.
Hang on.
So there's some bacterial mats.
Pretty much.
Not seeing a lot of other animals. Usually the white specks of animals catch my eye quickly. They're tunicates, Connor says.
You might have some white specks. Yeah.
Stalked tunicate.
Oh, wow.
And it has parasites too. Okay, this looks promising. We like anemones. Bacterial mat. Okay, how much excitement can we handle in one dive? I'm pretty sure that big one down there at the bottom of the slope will be a nice chimney too. It's kind of in line.
More excitement.
I predict 2 more.
2 more?
So we're gonna have 2 more, yeah. Anemones do seem like a good sign, but if it is a chimney, it's not gonna be very tall. It's a big sulfide mound right there.
You are 15%.
Should probably break off. Oh, I see some diffuse venting up there if you guys are interested in that.
Can we trigger a Niskin over top of it?
Yeah.
Niskin 4. Oh, and there's Black Smoker! Woo!
Oh, that's a cool.
We're definitely going to have more than one box.
So you guys still want this Niskin here though, right?
Yeah, try to do it over the diffuse stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if we manage to
Yeah,
position it the way. Okay.
I can definitely not go in the black smoke because that's, you know,
Yeah.
it's a little hard to tell if I'm in the diffuse stuff because it's so clear, but
Yeah.
go for it. Whenever you're happy, you can take the camera.
Yep. I love this one. Or you already so funny.
Oh, on the Niskin?
Yep.
It's adorbs.
Bring your camera.
Should we put a waypoint here?
Bring your camera.
Tracking it? We should probably put a waypoint here too.
So this is vent number 4 of the cruise, but only vent number 3 of this site. It looks like more volcanic talus behind it. So I wonder if that's what the other side of this landside will look like tomorrow.
I think I am. Are you guys happy with this position?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
Next, yes.
Yeah, it's up right under the Niskins as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep, go for it.
Where we have the big ORP hit, I'm wondering if the chimneys are just the same. They're just short.
Probably.
Tomorrow, are you logging this Niskin?
Yes, I do.
Can you? Do you have the sample sheet? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good.
I have it.
Was that 4?
That was Niskin 4.
I think I have to thrust back for you to see that one. Am I clear to do that? You think you fired it, right?
I think it might have, yeah.
Alright, I'm going back. Keep the watches in front of the phone. No?
1, 2, 3. There's 4. Is that 4 right there? No. Is that 4 behind that? See that white?
That's 5, which misfired.
Okay.
So,
Turn
6 is the one with the caribou.
Yep. Right there, there's no
So there was the first big chimney, then there was a ridge of chimneys, and now this one. We did have one site that was diffuse that we also sampled.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it's right there.
We see it 4?
See it right in between. Not it? Okay, that's
okay, that's fine right
And then fourth to the.
So they just got it.
Four should be there.
No,
So you can see all the other.
Okay.
And five's on fire for sure.
So we're happy we got 4 then?
Yeah.
Did you get 4?
We got 4.
Awesome.
Can we put a marker on the map and call this black smoker 3?
Yep. You don't want to call it adorbs?
Not yet.
Did you say black smoker 3 or black smoker 2?
3. There was a
Oh, okay, so there's another one that you just found here.
Yeah, we went up the hill a little bit. We'll go up the hill a little bit more because it still looks like lots of chimney talus is falling down. So I'm wondering if that ridge right up there has some more. And then we'll swing south and then go back.
Trying to turn off the signal.
You can ride it back out that.
Okay, racking out.
Who needs sleep when you have chimneys to keep you awake? This might be more volcanic talus.
Good morning, Dr. Chris.
Yeah, we're kind of counting all of the little ones along the ridge as one vent system. We'll call them sites, how about? The fluids are probably all mixed with death anyway. Okay, moving up the hill.
Is there anything I can get you? Is there anything I can get you?
Coffee?
Okay. Which coffee do you want?
Cappuccino with a scoop of sugar in it too.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This is a cool job. People bring me snacks and coffee.
Candy? Somebody keeps bringing us candy.
Mm-hmm. Somebody brought me that.
Whoever that is needs a promotion.
Yeah.
So I'm sliding a little bit to my left because of this rougher looking terrain over here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Still going up.
It's still all indurated. It's still all cemented. We can see some altered rocks in the background.
Probably drawing one off from up there.
So we're not going to go too much further up this ridge. We're just going to visit this little lump up here and then turn south. So straight to the south of us.
Oh, okay, you don't want to go up to that.
No, we don't need to go all the way up there.
Sure, you just tell me when.
Let's get a little bit higher here. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so those are some big volcanic talus blocks. That's fun. Huge talus blocks. Probably coming from this ridge above us. Okay, let's turn south. Basically following this contour. Yeah, let's take a quick look. Okay, I think there's some more promising areas, so.
You know, there's the other side.
Back
They want
and
to on board and repair everything.
left.
So
Start moving to the south.
Almost at the 12-hour mark. It's pretty good since I had 1 hour of sleep.
What's going to determine the end of the stop? Just whenever we're done exploring?
I think our.
When,
That's what I was asking.
yeah, I mean, we could end any time, but I'd like to at least survey this rugged terrain here. Even if we don't really stop, but we just cover it so we can mark where the active sites are so we can navigate to them quicker tomorrow.
I think we are going to have to start.
Yeah. we've already accomplished way more than expected. So
Same as last time, run out of gas.
we're not. You forgot to stop at the gas station. Oh.
Chris did a bead,
Yeah, I mean,
started the road trip.